And now settle into 11 continuous hours of Dr. William Li's calming health knowledge. This wellness compilation draws on cutting-edge medical science, exploring sleep defenses, stem cells, cellular processes, and DNA to create the ultimate backdrop for deep sleep. Tune into his expert insights, let the scientific wisdom wash over you, and sleep soundly through the night. Inspired by the body's remarkable defense systems and regenerative capabilities, these videos provide a unique, soothing, auditory background for the perfect night's rest, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the science of health, looping softly, endlessly, through the night, with the wisdom of Dr. William Li. Tonight we'll drift through angiogenesis and cellular renewal, the microscopic guardians of your microbiome, the silent strengthening of your DNA protection. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of regeneration itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this health learning video helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too. But only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into the defenses, inside your body right now, this very moment. As your eyelids grow heavy, there are rivers, tiny rivers you cannot see, flowing through every inch of you, carrying oxygen, carrying life. These are your blood vessels, 60,000 miles of them. If you stretched them end to end, they would circle the earth twice. This is angiogenesis, the first defense, the building and pruning of blood vessels, happening in the darkness of your tissues, while you sleep, while you dream. Your body knows exactly when to grow new pathways and when to close old ones. Think of a garden in spring, when new shoots push through soil, seeking sunlight. This is what happens inside you. Endothelial progenitor cells drifting through your bloodstream like seeds on the wind, searching for places that need healing, places that need more life. These cells, they taste the chemical whispers of your tissues. They sense where oxygen runs low, where nutrients grow scarce, and they bloom. They bloom into new capillaries, so small that red blood cells must travel single file, like a quiet procession, delivering what you need, taking away what you don't. Your breath deepens now, in, out, and with each exhalation, you release. You release, and your vessels respond. The endothelium, that silken inner lining of every blood vessel, releases nitric oxide, a molecule so simple, just one nitrogen, one oxygen, yet it relaxes your vessel walls, opens them, allows blood to flow, easier, smoother, like a river widening after winter's thaw. There are foods that speak this language, foods that whisper to your angiogenesis, telling it when to grow, when to rest. Green tea with its EGCG molecules, delicate catechins that float through your plasma. They find cancer cells trying to build their own blood supply, and they say, "No, not here." This is how anti-angiogenesis works. Starving what shouldn't grow, feeding what should. Imagine now a dark square of chocolate melting on your tongue. The flavanols, compounds with names like epicatechin, moving into your blood. Within hours, your endothelial cells respond, producing more nitric oxide. Your vessels dilate, just slightly. Blood pressure drops, a few points, barely noticeable. Yet over years, over decades, this gentle pressure saves your heart, saves your brain. Blueberries, small globes of midnight blue. They're anthocyanins, pigments that paint them dark. These molecules cross into your bloodstream still vibrant, still coloured. They embed in your vessel walls, protecting them from oxidation, from inflammation. Think of them as tiny shields lining your 60,000 miles of rivers. Let your jaw go slack now, teeth parting, tongue resting heavy. As you soften, your body begins its night work. Stem cells awaken. This is the second defense, regeneration, the power to rebuild, to renew. You are not the same person you were 7 years ago. Not one cell is the same. Your skin has replaced itself dozens of times. Your liver has regenerated completely. Your bones have remodeled themselves, dissolved old matrix, built new. Everything you are is constantly becoming in your bone marrow right now, in the hollow centers of your femurs, your pelvis, your ribs. Hematopoietic stem cells divide. One becomes two. One stays a stem cell, a holding potential. The other begins its journey toward becoming a red blood cell, a white blood cell, a platelet. 2 million red blood cells, born every second, rushing out to replace the ones that have aged, that have served their 4-month life and dissolved. Your intestinal lining, it replaces itself every few days. Stem cells nestled in tiny crypts, dividing continuously, sending daughter cells up toward the surface, where they mature, absorb nutrients, and slough away. Millions of cells, billions, turning over in a quiet cascade, while you lie here, breathing, sinking. Turmeric, its curcumin molecules, bright yellow as sunlight. They reach your stem cells. They activate pathways, ancient genetic switches that tell your cells, repair, renew. The same signals that helped your ancestors heal wounds, fight infections, survive. Sulforaphane, born when you chew broccoli sprouts, when the enzyme myrosinase meets glucoraphanin, creating this molecule of transformation. It enters your cells, travels to the nucleus, and activates NRF2, a master regulator. Suddenly, hundreds of genes switch on. Genes for detoxification, for antioxidant production. Your cells begin making glutathione, their primary defender, their primary recycler of damage. Feel your body now, heavy as stone, yet somehow floating. This paradox of sleep, where you are both here and nowhere. Your blood-brain barrier softens slightly, becomes more permeable. Waste products that accumulated during the day, beta-amyloid proteins, tau tangles, begin their exodus, flowing out through glymphatic channels, spaces between cells that expand as you sleep, like streets widening after everyone goes home. The microbiome, your third defense, begins its night shift. In your gut, 3 pounds of bacteria, fungi, viruses, archaea, a rainforest of microscopic life. They are not invaders. They are you, as much a part of you as your own cells, perhaps more, for they outnumber your human cells, 10 to 1. In the darkness of your colon, where no light has ever reached, bacteria feast on fiber, on resistant starches, on the indigestible parts of plants you ate today. They break these down, ferment them, and create. They create short-chain fatty acids, butyrate, propionate, acetate, molecules of communication. Butyrate, it feeds your colonocytes, the cells lining your intestinal wall. It is their preferred fuel, more than glucose, more than anything else. When butyrate bathes these cells, they strengthen their tight junctions, the seals between cells, preventing unwanted particles from slipping through into your bloodstream. Your eyes are heavy now, so heavy. If they flutter open, that's fine. They'll close again, heavier each time. There's a bacterium, Akkermansia mucinifera, living in your mucus layer. It eats the mucin you produce, and in doing so, it signals your body to make more, keeping the barrier thick, protective. When Akkermansia thrives, your metabolism improves, your blood sugar stabilizes, inflammation drops. This single species, invisible to your eye, shifting the chemistry of your entire body. Lactobacillus reuteri, another guardian. It produces reuterin, a polysaccharide that modulates your immune system. It increases oxytocin, the bonding hormone, the hormone of trust, of calm. This is the gut-brain axis, a two-way highway of signals, where bacteria influence your mood, your thoughts, your dreams. Pomegranates, their ruby seeds bursting with ellagic acid. Your gut bacteria transform this into urolithin A, a molecule that triggers mitophagy, the cleanup of old. The fourth defense to DNA protection operates at a scale smaller than imagination. Inside every cell, inside every nucleus, your DNA coils around histone proteins like thread around spools. These spools cluster into chromosomes, and at the end of each chromosome, like the plastic tips on shoelaces, are telomeres, telomeres, repeating sequences of T-tag, thousands of repeats. They protect your genetic information from degradation, but with each cell division, they shorten, a cellular clock counting down, unless telomerase activates. This enzyme, it adds repeats back, lengthening the clock in stem cells, in reproductive cells, Telomerase stays active, but in most cells, it's silent. Lifestyle speaks to telomeres. Chronic stress shortens them. Rapid aging at the molecular level. But meditation, exercise, connection with others, these lengthen them or slow their shortening. Your thoughts, your experiences, literally changing the structure of your DNA, the tomatoes you ate, lycopene molecules, bright red carotenoids. They incorporate into your cell membranes. They intercept free radicals, those unstable molecules with unpaired electrons, desperate to steal from others. Lycopene donates, stabilizes, protects the membrane, protects the DNA inside. Omega-3 fatty acids from salmon, from mackerel, those cold water fish with silver sides. EPA and DHA molecules, they replace omega-6 fats in your membranes, changing the membrane's fluidity, its signaling properties. Suddenly, inflammation signals decrease, resolution signals increase. Your body learns to heal faster, to stop inflammation when the threat passes. Let your legs go limp, feet falling outward, loose. All the tiny muscles of your feet, your toes, releasing. You don't need to hold yourself together. The bed holds you. The earth holds you. Gravity, that constant pull, becomes a comfort, pulling you down, down into rest. DNA repair mechanisms work all night. Nucleotide excision repair, snipping out damaged bases, inserting correct ones. Base excision repair, fixing oxidative damage. Mismatch repair, correcting errors from replication. Dozens of enzymes, with names like photolyase, glycosylase, ligase, working in concert, a molecular maintenance crew, while you sleep, while you dream. Epigenetics, the software running on your genetic hardware. Methyl groups attached to cytosine bases, silencing genes. Acetyl groups attached to histones, loosening DNA, allowing genes to be read. These modifications, they change without changing the DNA sequence itself. They respond to your environment, your food, your stress, your sleep. Sulforaphane from broccoli, EGCG from green tea, resveratrol from red grapes. These compounds alter your epigenetic marks. They can silence oncogenes, genes that promote cancer. They can activate tumor suppressor genes like 53, the guardian of the genome. When 53 senses DNA damage, it stops the cell cycle, calls for repair, or if damage is too severe, initiates apoptosis, cell death, a cell sacrificing itself for your greater good. Blueberries and blackberries, raspberries and cranberries, they're anthocyanins and pterostilbene. They activate sirtuins, enzymes that remove acetyl groups, changing gene expression. Sirtuins respond to stress, to caloric restriction, to fasting. They trigger cellular cleanup, autophagy, where cells digest their own damaged components, recycling them into building blocks. Your hands rest easy now, palms up or down, it doesn't matter. Fingers curled naturally. The warmth of your body, held close by blankets, by sheets. You're wrapped in warmth, in darkness, in silence. The fifth defense, Immunity never sleeps, even as you do. Natural killer cells patrol your bloodstream, your tissues. They inspect every cell they encounter, looking for the signals of infection, of cancer. Healthy cells display MHC class I molecules, showing fragments of their internal proteins, saying, "I am self, I am normal." But when a cell becomes infected with virus, when it transforms into cancer, these displays change or disappear. The natural killer cell recognizes this, attaches, and releases perforin, proteins that puncture the target cell's membrane. Granzymes follow, enzymes that trigger apoptosis. The target cell dismantles itself from within, quietly, without inflammation, without fuss. T cells, born in bone marrow, educated in the thymus. Each one carries a unique receptor, shaped to recognize one specific molecular pattern. Millions of different T cells, a vast library of recognition. When one finds its match on an infected cell, on a cancer cell, it activates, it proliferates, creating an army of clones, all seeking that same target. Helper T cells coordinate the response, releasing cytokines, chemical messages that call other immune cells to battle. Cytotoxic T cells destroy infected cells directly. You might see colors behind your eyelids, swirls of purple, green, gold. Just watch them. No need to make sense. No need to hold on. Macrophages, the big eaters, they engulf bacteria, dead cells, debris. Inside their bodies, powerful enzymes break everything down, digest it. Some macrophages, the M1 type, are warriors, producing inflammation, destroying invaders. Others, M2 type, are healers, producing growth factors, remodeling tissue, building back what was destroyed. Your diet shifts this balance. Omega-6 fats from seed oils, they push toward M1, toward inflammation. Omega-3 fats from fish, flax seeds, walnuts, they favor M2, toward resolution, toward healing, the very structure of fat molecule, determining whether your immune system runs hot or cool. Mushrooms, with their beta-glucans, polysaccharides that bind to receptors on macrophages, activating them, training them. Shiitake, meiteki, oyster mushrooms, each with slightly different beta-glucan structures, each training your immunity differently. Enoki mushrooms, with their flammulin, actually inhibiting cancer growth directly. These fungi, neither plant nor animal, offering compounds we cannot make ourselves. Garlic, when you crush it, when you chew it, the enzyme allinase meets allin, creating allicin, that pungent sulfur compound that burns your tongue, stimulates your eyes. Allicin enters your blood. It's antimicrobial, antifungal. It stimulates the production of white blood cells, enhances natural killer cell activity. A simple bulb, grown in dark earth, protecting you. The chlorogenic acid in coffee, the rosmarinic acid in rosemary, these polyphenols, they reduce inflammation, not by suppressing immunity, but by modulating it, by teaching it, discernment, when to fight, when to rest. Your breathing has found its own rhythm now. You're not controlling it. It's breathing you, deep and slow, or shallow and quick. It doesn't matter. Your body knows. Your ancient brainstem, older than thought, older than mammals, controlling breath, heartbeat, the fundamental drumbeat of life. In your gut, in your mouth, in your lungs, lives the microbiome again, not just in your intestines, everywhere. Bacteria in your mouth. Streptococcus salivarius. They produce bacteriocins, proteins that kill pathogenic bacteria, defending the gateway to your body, your oral microbiome, communicating with your gut microbiome through the digestive tract, through the blood, through immune cells that sample bacteria and carry information between sites. Fiber from oats, from barley, from apples and pears, feeds your beneficial bacteria. They proliferate, outcompeting pathogens, producing those short-chain fatty acids again. Butyrate traveling through your bloodstream, reaching immune cells, telling them, calm, steady, all is well. Probiotics, the live bacteria in yogurt, in kefir, Lactobacillus, Bifidobacterium species. They don't colonize permanently, most pass through, but while present, they communicate. They produce vitamins, K2 from certain bacteria in fermented cheeses, Gouda, Jarlsberg, Edam. This vitamin K2, it directs calcium into bones, away from arteries, preventing osteoporosis, preventing arterial calcification, from bacteria in cheese, ripening in caves for months. Let your awareness expand now. Beyond your skin, you're not separate from the air. You breathe it in, you breathe it out. Changed. Carbon dioxide for oxygen. A trade with the trees, with the algae in the oceans. You're part of a vast circulation of breath, of elements, of energy. The vitamin C in kiwi fruit, in strawberries, in bell peppers. It concentrates in white blood cells, 10 to 100 times higher than blood levels. There, it protects these immune cells from the very oxidative bursts they use to kill pathogens. It's an antioxidant, but also a cofactor for enzymes that build collagen, that regulate gene expression. Scurvy, that ancient disease of sailors, is actually immune dysfunction, connective tissue breakdown, blood vessels leaking, all from lacking this one simple molecule, zinc, from oysters, from pumpkin seeds, from chickpeas. It's essential for T-cell development, for natural killer cell function. Even mild deficiency, common in the elderly, drastically impairs immunity. The thymus shrinks, fewer T-cells mature, susceptibility to infection rises, but adequate zinc from real food reverses this. The thymus regenerates, even in old age. Hope in a mineral, in a seed. Your thoughts are fragmenting now, becoming non-linear. This is good. This is right. The default mode network of your brain, that web of regions active during rest, during daydreaming, it's taking over from the task-positive network. You're shifting from doing to being. Quercetin in onions, in apples, in tea. It stabilizes mast cells, preventing them from releasing histamine inappropriately. This is why it helps with allergies, with inflammation. It's a senolytic, clearing senescent cells, those zombie cells that won't die, that secrete inflammatory factors, aging your tissues. Quercetin, with its 5 hydroxyl groups, donated from plants, cleaning house. The kaempferol in kale, in spinach, in broccoli, the apigenin in parsley, in celery. These flavonoids, they bind to benzodiazepine receptors, the same receptors targeted by anti-anxiety medications, but gently, naturally. They don't sedate, they calm, they reduce anxiety, improve sleep quality from plants that humans have eaten for thousands of years, co-evolving, learning each other's languages. Your body temperature drops now, slightly, as it does every night, signaling to every cell, time to sleep, time to rest, time to heal. Melatonin rises, not just from your pineal gland, but from your gut, from enterochromaffin cells. More melatonin in your gut than in your brain. This hormone, older than humans, older than animals, found in bacteria, in plants, an ancient signal for rest, for antioxidant protection, for DNA repair. The anthocyanins in cherries, they increase melatonin production. This is why tart cherry juice helps sleep, not sedation, but alignment with your circadian rhythm, with the Earth's rotation, with the ancient dance of light and dark. Darkness itself is medicine. When light enters your eyes, even through closed lids, it suppresses melatonin. This is why caves, why blackout curtains, why covering LED lights matters. Your body needs darkness, deep, complete, to activate all the repair mechanism that wait for night. You're so deep now, balanced on the edge. Sometimes you'll notice you're still awake, and that's fine. The noticing doesn't pull you back. It's just a flicker, a ripple on the surface, while underneath you continue sinking, down through layers, through stages, N1, N2, towards slow wave sleep. The lutein and zeaxanthin in egg yolks, in dark leafy greens, in corn. These carotenoids accumulate in your macula, the center of your retina. They filter blue light, protect photoreceptors from oxidative damage, but they also cross into your brain, concentrating in regions responsible for memory, for processing speed, for cognition, not just eye health, but brain health. From yellow and green, absorbed over years, creating shields in your most delicate tissues. The capsaicin in chili peppers that burn on your tongue, it's binding to TRPV1 receptors, pain receptors, but repeated exposure teaches your body. Substance P depletes, pain sensitivity decreases, and something else happens. Metabolism increases, brown fat activates, thermogenesis, the production of heat, burning calories, not for activity, but for warmth. Capsaicin, training your body to burn, to transform, extra virgin olive oil, it's oleocanthal, the compound that creates that peppery catch in your throat. It works like ibuprofen, inhibiting the same inflammatory enzymes, COX-1 and COX-2, but also it activates autophagy, cellular cleanup, and it's rich in oleic acid, a monounsaturated fat that becomes part of every cell membrane, making them more fluid, more responsive. Mediterranean peoples, consuming this oil for millennia, their cardiovascular health, their longevity, written in the chemistry of the olive. Let go of your face now. Your forehead smooths, the tiny muscles around your eyes releasing, your cheeks heavy, soft, your lips barely touching or parted slightly, however they want to rest. There's no right way. Your face melting, returning to the expression you had before you learned to make expressions, before mirrors, before judgment. Just your face in darkness, at rest, inside your mitochondria. The Krebs cycle turns, acetyl-CoA entering, oxaloacetate waiting. Together they form citrate, which transforms through isocitrate, alpha-ketoglutarate, succinyl-CoA, succinate, fumarate, malate, and back to oxaloacetate, a circle, turning thousands of times per second in thousands of mitochondria in trillions of cells, generating ATP, the energy currency, 36 molecules of ATP from 1 molecule of glucose, an alchemical transformation of sugar and oxygen into the energy that powers every thought, every heartbeat, every protein synthesized while you lie here, suspended between wake and sleep. Coenzyme Q10, ubiquinone, it shuttles electrons in the electron transport chain. Without it, the whole system stalls. Energy production drops. Your heart, your brain. Tissues with high energy needs suffer first, but ubiquinone, you make it yourself from amino acids, from vitamins, and you get it from food, from organ meats, from sardines, from spinach, supporting the engines, the power plants that sustain your life. You're drifting between thoughts, between worlds. Sometimes you're here, aware of your body, of the room, of these words, and sometimes you're gone, into a dream, into nothing, into a warm, dark ocean where there is no separation between you and everything. The ursolic acid in apple peels, in rosemary, in holy basil, it triggers muscle growth, even without exercise. It increases brown fat, decreases white fat. It enhances insulin sensitivity, blood sugar control, from the waxy coating on fruit that protects it from insects, from fungus, now protecting you. Cross-kingdom communication, plants teaching animals how to thrive, navy beans, lentils, black beans, chickpeas, their resistant starch. It resists digestion in your small intestine, travels intact to your colon, where bacteria ferment it, creating butyrate. That medicine again, that fuel, that signal. Inflammation dropping, gut barrier strengthening. Even your brain benefits. Butyrate crossing the blood-brain barrier, influencing gene expression in neurons. The prebiotic fibers, inulin from chicory, from Jerusalem artichokes, from leeks. They feed specifically bifidobacteria, watching them bloom, multiply, outcompeting less beneficial species. Your microbiome composition shifting with every meal, with every choice. You're gardening your internal ecosystem with your fork. Your heartbeat seems far away now, like someone else's heart, beating in another room. You can feel it, faintly, but it's not urgent, not concerning, just there, like the sound of distant waves, rhythmic, eternal. You trust it to keep going without your attention. It's been beating since before you were born, since you were the size of a poppy seed, and it will beat until your very last moment. Faithful, tireless, your heart. The proanthocyanidins in cranberries, in cocoa, in pine bark, they prevent bacteria from adhering to cell walls. This is how cranberries help prevent urinary tract infections. The bacteria can't stick, can't colonize. They just pass through, flushed away. Plant chemistry as defense, as medicine. Tempeh and miso, soybeans fermented by Rhizopus, by Aspergillus, creating vitamin K2, creating amino acids, creating enzymes that predigest proteins, making them easier to absorb, and soy's genistein, phytoestrogen, binding to estrogen receptors, but weakly. In women with high estrogen, it competes, lowering activity. In women with low estrogen, it activates, raising activity, a balancing act from a bean that has fed Asia for thousands of years. The L-argitannins in walnuts, in pecans, in pomegranates, your gut bacteria, again transforming them into urolithin A, into urolithin B. These urolithins, they trigger mitophagy, cleaning up damaged mitochondria, autophagy at the organelle level, your cells getting rid of the power plants that leak free radicals, that produce energy inefficiently, replacing them with new ones. Renewal at the smallest scale imaginable. There's a tingling in your fingers, your toes, or maybe a heaviness, or maybe nothing at all. Each body, each night is different. There's no single path into sleep, just a letting go, a softening, a trust that your body knows what to do. The sesame seeds on bread, they're sesamin and sesamolin, lignans that become enterolignans in your gut. These compounds, they modulate hormone metabolism, they have antioxidant effects, they protect liver cells. A tiny seed packed with oil, with minerals, with compounds that speak to your cells, in whispers you cannot hear, but your body understands. Chia seeds, swelling in water, forming a gel. This is soluble fiber, slowing glucose absorption, feeding bacteria, and omega-3 alpha-linolenic acid that your body converts inefficiently into EPA and DHA, plant omega-3s, not as potent as fish, but still beneficial, still speaking the language of anti-inflammation, your pelvis, your hips, sinking into the mattress, heavy as stone, your lower back releasing, the curve softening or staying curved. It doesn't matter, just resting, supported, held. Kombucha, tea fermented by a SCOBY, symbiotic culture of bacteria and yeast, gluconic acid, acetic acid, small amounts of alcohol, organic acids that taste sour, that wake your mouth, but also beneficial bacteria, beneficial yeasts, adding diversity to your microbiome, fermentation, humanity's partnership with invisible life, turning tea and sugar into something medicinal. The glucosinolates in broccoli, in cabbage, in watercress, when you chew them, myrosinus enzyme creates isothiocyanates, sulforaphane. These activate phase 2 detoxification enzymes in your liver, in every cell. Suddenly you can neutralize carcinogens, heavy metals, just toxins, more efficiently, more completely. From the bitter taste of cruciferous vegetables comes protection. Arugula, watercress, bok choy, Swiss chard, dark leafy greens, chlorophyll, the molecule that captures sunlight, that powers photosynthesis. When you eat it, it becomes part of you. It has antioxidant effects. It helps with detoxification. It's structurally similar to hemoglobin. One has magnesium at its center, one has iron, but the structure almost identical, as if plant blood and animal blood are cousins. Your mind is wandering now through memories, through images, through abstract sensations, a color bleeding into a sound, a texture becoming an emotion. This is how creativity happens, in this liminal space, where categories dissolve, where anything can connect to anything. The miracetin in berries, in herbs, in wine. It inhibits the enzyme that breaks down dopamine, making dopamine last longer in your synapses. Mood brightens, motivation increases from a flavonoid, from fruit, gently, naturally, shifting the chemistry of consciousness. Sourdough bread, risen by wild yeast, by lactobacilli, the bacteria. They partially digest the gluten, making it more digestible for humans. They lower the glycemic index. Blood sugar rises more slowly, and they produce acids that increase mineral absorption, iron, zinc, magnesium, more bioavailable from fermented bread than from regular bread. Ancient wisdom. In modern understanding, sardines and anchovies, small fish, low on the food chain, less mercury, more omega-3s, their tiny soft bones, edible, providing calcium, and their omega-3s in the form already active, EPA and DHA, ready to incorporate into your cell membranes, into your brain, which is 60% fat. The right fats, the right structure. For thought, for memory, for mood. You're almost gone now, hovering just above sleep. Soon you'll cross over and you won't know when it happened. There's no clear line, no border, just a gradual dimming, a gentle descent into the dark, into the depths, where your body does its deepest work, where cells divide, where proteins synthesize, where memories consolidate, all without you, without your conscious mind, your body taking over, as it has every night of your life. The squid ink and pasta in rice, its melanin, powerful antioxidant, antimicrobial properties, used in traditional medicine for centuries, and modern research confirms it supports immunity, it protects DNA. This black liquid from a sea creature becomes medicine, becomes protection for you. Sea bass and halibut, white fish, lean protein, but also small amounts of omega-3s and selenium. Selenium essential for glutathione peroxidase, the enzyme that breaks down hydrogen peroxide, that neutralizes free radicals. Without selenium, this enzyme doesn't work. Thyroid hormone metabolism stops. A trace mineral measured in micrograms, determining whether systems function or fail. Let the weight of sleep pull you down now, like sinking into warm water, gentle, irresistible. The more you surrender, the deeper you go. There's nothing to fear. In the dark, in sleep, your defenses are awake. Your angiogenesis, building, pruning, your stem cells, dividing, renewing, your microbiome, fermenting, protecting, your DNA, repairing, your immunity, patrolling, all 5 defenses working in concert, an orchestra, playing through the night, and you can rest, you can let go, knowing your body continues. The pumpkin, the squash, the sweet potato, their orange flesh, beta-carotene, provitamin A in your intestines, an enzyme cleaves it, creating retinol, vitamin A, essential for vision, for immunity, for cell differentiation, for preventing infection, for maintaining barriers, skin, mucous membranes, the first line of defense. From root vegetables stored through winter, providing sustenance, providing medicine, cashews and almonds, pistachios and pine nuts. Each nut, each seed is an embryo, packed with everything needed to grow a tree. Fat for energy, protein for structure, minerals, vitamins, antioxidants for protection. When you eat them, you consume this concentrated life force, this potential, becoming your energy, your structure, your protection. Brown rice, quinoa, buckwheat, these whole grains keep their bran, their germ. The parts removed in refining are the parts with minerals, with fiber, with vitamins. Eating whole, eating complete, honors the grain, honors your body, slow releasing energy. Through the day, through the night, stabilizing blood sugar, feeding gut bacteria, providing sustained fuel. The last thoughts are drifting away like clouds, dispersing, leaving only sky, only space, only the steady rhythm of breath, of heartbeat, and even these fade into the background, into the silence. Beneath everything, you are safe, you are held, and now you drift into deeper waters where thoughts, where awareness dissolve completely into the vast ocean of unconsciousness. You have crossed over now, or perhaps you haven't. It's impossible to know we're in this borderland, where one moment you hear these words, and the next you're somewhere else entirely, dreaming of rivers, of gardens, of light moving through cells like stars through dark water. Your slow wave sleep deepens, delta waves rolling across your cortex. 1 hertz, 2 hertz, the slowest brain rhythms, the deepest rest. Your blood pressure drops, your breathing slows to 12 breaths per minute. 10, 8. Your growth hormone surges, peak levels 10 times higher than during the day. This is when children grow, when adults repair, when muscles strengthen, when bones remodel. Growth hormone, it signals your liver to produce IGF-1, insulin-like growth factor. This molecule travels through your blood, telling cells, grow, repair, synthesize protein, build muscle, strengthen tendons, thicken bones, all while you drift through darkness, through dreams, your conscious mind absent, your body fully present, fully active, in the work of renewal. The collagen in bone broth, from chicken feet, from beef knuckles, simmered for hours, releases gelatin, amino acids, glycine and proline. These become the building blocks of your own collagen, the most abundant protein in your body, forming the scaffold of your skin, your tendons, your blood vessels, your bones. Type I collagen in skin and bone, type 2 in cartilage, type 3 in blood vessels and organs, each slightly different, each essential, each requiring vitamin C for synthesis. The bell peppers, red, yellow, orange, their vitamin C content higher than oranges, and their capsaicin, capsorubin, carotenoids that give them colour. These antioxidants, they protect LDL cholesterol from oxidation. This matters because oxidized LDL is what damages arteries, initiates atherosclerosis. Unoxidized LDL, even high levels, may be less harmful. The same molecule, changed by oxidation, becomes dangerous. This is why antioxidants from real food matter so deeply. You might feel yourself falling or floating, that hypnic G-arc, where suddenly your body startles. This is normal. This is your nervous system releasing the letting go of the day's tension. Don't fight it. Just settle back into the softness, the darkness. It will pass, and you'll sink deeper than before. In your liver, right now, Phase 1 and Phase 2 detoxification process everything. Absorbed today, cytochrome P450 enzymes in Phase 1 add oxygen to toxins and making them more reactive, more dangerous, briefly. Then Phase 2, conjugation reactions, add glutathione, sulfate, glucuronic acid. These additions make toxins water-soluble, ready to excrete through kidneys, through bile. This two-phase system, it evolved over millions of years, dealing with plant toxins, with bacterial endotoxin, with environmental chemicals. Your ancestors, eating wild plants, needed robust detoxification, and you inherit this ancient machinery, still protecting you, still transforming poison into waste, danger into safety. The coffee you drank, it's chlorogenic acid. It's a polyphenol. When gut bacteria metabolize it, they create caffeic acid, ferulic acid. These compounds increase antioxidant capacity. They modulate glucose absorption. This is partly why coffee drinkers have lower rates of type 2 diabetes, lower rates of Parkinson's disease, lower rates of certain cancers, not from caffeine alone, but from the hundreds of compounds in roasted beans working together in ways we're only beginning to understand. The darkness behind your eyelids might show colours, phosphines, random firing of neurons in your visual cortex. As sleep approaches, inhibition decreases. Neurons fire spontaneously, creating light that isn't there, shapes, patterns, sacred geometry. Some say these patterns are hardwired into human consciousness, the same shapes seen in meditation, in psychedelic states, in near-death experiences. Perhaps they are the brain's fundamental architecture, made visible in the absence of external input. Your gut bacteria are producing neurotransmitters now. Lactobacillus and bifidobacterium, making GABA, gamma-aminobutyric acid, your primary inhibitory neurotransmitter, the one that quiets neural activity, reduces anxiety or promotes calm. Some gut bacteria make serotonin. 90% of your body's serotonin is made in your gut, not your brain. This explains why gut problems so often accompany mood disorders, why antibiotics can trigger depression, why probiotics sometimes help anxiety. The gut is your second brain, or perhaps your brain is your second gut. The vagus nerve, wandering from brainstem to colon, carries signals both ways. Your gut sends information to your brain through the vagus, satiety signals, immune status, bacterial metabolites, all traveling up, influencing mood, influencing cognition, and your brain sends back stress signals, calm signals, affecting gut motility, affecting mucus production, affecting which bacteria thrive or starve. A conversation, constant, bidirectional, invisible, yet shaping everything you think and feel. You're so far down now, beneath the waves, beneath thought. Sometimes awareness flickers like a candle in wind, and you remember you're listening, you're here, but mostly chummed. You're gone, dissolved into the dark, into the space, between breaths, between heartbeats, into the void. That is also, somehow, everything. The red wine, in moderation, it's resveratrol. This stilbenoid, made by grapes in response to stress, to fungal infection, becomes, when you drink it, an activator of sirtuins, those longevity enzymes that mimic caloric restriction, that trigger autophagy, that protect against age-related diseases. But also, red wine contains ethanol, and ethanol is toxic, metabolized to acetaldehyde, even more toxic. This is the paradox. the benefit and the harm coexisting in the same glass. Moderation, that ancient wisdom, confirmed by modern biochemistry, the scallions and leeks, allium vegetables, like garlic and onions, but milder. Their organosulfur compounds, still active, still protective. They modulate phase 2 detoxification. They have antimicrobial properties. They support cardiovascular health. Humble vegetable, grown in every garden for thousands of years, offering medicine in every meal. Your body temperature continues dropping. By morning, it will be a full degree lower than evening. This temperature drop triggers sleep, and sleep triggers temperature drop, a feedback loop, reinforcing itself. Your extremities warm slightly. As core temperature falls, blood vessels in hands and feet dilate, radiating heat. This is why warm socks sometimes help sleep onset. The paradox of cooling your core by warming your periphery. Melatonin, now at peak levels, doesn't just make you sleepy. It's one of the most potent antioxidants, directly scavenging free radicals in mitochondria, in the nucleus, protecting DNA during the night when repair mechanisms are most active. And melatonin receptors exist on immune cells. When melatonin binds, it modulates immune function, enhancing some responses, dampening others, maintaining balance, preventing autoimmunity, while supporting defense against infection. The cherries you ate yesterday, their melatonin content, though small, signals to your own production, hey, it's time. Even small amounts from food can help synchronize your circadian rhythm. This is entrainment, your internal clock, matching external cues, light, darkness, food timing, temperature, all pulling your biological rhythms into alignment with Earth's rotation, with the seasons, with the cosmos. You're not separate. You're part of these cycles, these rhythms as old as life itself. In your bone marrow, hematopoiesis accelerates during sleep. Stem cell division peaks. White blood cell production increases. This is why sleep-deprived people get sick more easily. Their immune systems don't have time to replenish, to repair, to build reserves. Sleep is immunological maintenance, scheduled by evolution, timed to darkness, when predators hunted, and staying still and hidden was safest anyway. REM sleep approaches. Random eye movement. Your eyes, beneath closed lids, begin to dart left, right, up, down. Following dream imagery, your brain, as active now as during waking, but processing differently, consolidating memories, integrating experiences, making connections, creative insights happen in REM. Problem solved that seemed impossible when you went to bed. Your muscles, except for diaphragm, except for eyes, become paralyzed. Atonia. This protects you from acting out dreams, from hurting yourself or others. Sleep paralysis, when you wake, but atonia remains, can be terrifying, but it's just a timing mismatch between consciousness and motor control. It passes, always passes, as your brain fully wakes. The acetylcholine surge in REM activates your hippocampus, your memory center, replays the day, strengthens important memories, weakens irrelevant ones. This is why studying before sleep works better than staying up all night. The memories need sleep to solidify, to integrate into long-term storage, knowledge, becoming wisdom through the alchemy of dreams. The flax seeds you sprinkled on your oatmeal, their lignans, their alpha-linolenic acid, their soluble fiber, all working together. The fiber feeding bacteria, the bacteria converting lignans into entradiol, entrolactone. These have weak estrogenic activity, balancing hormones, protecting against hormone-sensitive cancers, and the omega-3 converting slowly into EPA and DHA, not efficiently, but enough to matter over years, over decades of consistent consumption. Sweet dreams emerge, or strange ones, or none that you remember. Most dreams you forget within seconds of waking, unless you wake during REM or immediately after. The memory evaporates like morning dew. This forgetting may be protective, preventing dream memories from contaminating real memories. Your brain carefully separating fantasy from reality, imagination from perception. The kale, the spinach, the chard, their nitrates concentrate in your saliva. Bacteria in your mouth reduce nitrate to nitrite. You swallow this, and in your stomach's acidity, nitrite becomes nitric oxide. That same molecule that relaxes blood vessels, increases blood flow. This is the enterosalivary circulation of nitrate, your mouth bacteria, essential for converting plant nitrates into vascular medicine. Without these bacteria, the benefits of leafy greens diminish. This is why antibacterial mouthwash might harm cardiovascular health by killing the very bacteria you need. Your kidneys filter your blood, all of it, every 2 hours, removing waste, balancing electrolytes, concentrating urine. At night, antidiuretic hormone increases. You produce less urine, so you don't have to wake to urinate. Usually, your body knows now is for rest, for stillness. Bladder capacity increases, sphincter tone increases, all coordinated by hypothalamus, by pituitary, by the kidneys themselves. A conversation between organs and chemical language. You never have to think about the cauliflower, the cabbage, the Brussels sprouts. More cruciferous vegetables, more glucosinolates, more isothiocyanates, each slightly different, each activating slightly different pathways. This is why diversity matters. Not just one superfood, but many foods, many compounds, many bacteria, many pathways, redundancy, resilience. This is how complex systems stay healthy through variation, through multiplicity. Let your awareness scatter now like dandelion seeds in wind. No need to follow any single thought. Let them all drift away into nothing, into silence. Sometimes you'll hear a word, and it will anchor you briefly before you slip away again. This is natural. This is the process of falling fully into sleep. The strawberries, blueberries, raspberries, blackberries, a rainbow of anthocyanins. Each berry, each colour, represents different anthocyanin molecules. Cyanidin in blackberries, malvidin in blueberries, pelargonidin in strawberries, each with unique properties, each entering your blood, circulating for hours, binding to proteins, to lipoproteins, protecting them, then metabolizing, excreting, but leaving behind changed gene expression, activated pathways, effects that last far longer than the molecules themselves. Your skin cells, in your epidermis, dividing now at their fastest rate. Peak cell division occurs between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m. This is when your skin repairs UV damage, produces new cells. This is why sleep deprivation shows in your face dark circles under eyes where skin is thinnest, dull complexion from reduced blood flow, fine lines more visible without the plumping of adequate sleep. Growth hormone, still surging, signals fat cells to release fatty acids. Your body preferentially burns fat during deep sleep. This is one reason why sleep deprivation leads to weight gain, not just from increased appetite, but from altered metabolism, muscle loss, fat gain. Even with the same calorie intake, sleep determines where calories go, into muscle or into fat. The walnuts, shaped like tiny brains, their omega-3 ALA, their polyphenols, their melatonin, all supporting actual brain function, cognitive performance, memory, processing speed, and their elagitanins, converted by gut bacteria into urolithins. Again, mitochondrial health from nuts that humans have eaten since before we were human, since our ancestors walked African savannas, gathering, hunting, learning which foods brought strength, brought clarity, brought long life. Somewhere in the depths of sleep, you might cycle back toward lighter stages, N2, N1, almost waking, then sinking again, deeper than before. This is the sleep architecture, cycles of 90 minutes, 4 to 6 cycles per night. Each cycle, a journey from surface to depths and back, like ocean waves, like breathing, like all the rhythms that govern biological time, the pecans, the pistachios, the almonds. Each nut, each tree produces compounds to protect its seeds from oxidation, from insects, from fungus, polyphenols, flavonoids, vitamin E. When you eat them, you inherit this protection. These antioxidants become your antioxidants. This armor becomes your armor. Cross-kingdom gift from plants to animals, from roots and branches to blood and bone. Your intestinal stem cells, the ones that regenerate your gut lining every few days, they divide most actively during sleep. During the day, they mostly rest. During darkness, they activate. This rhythm, controlled by circadian clock genes in the stem cells themselves, your gut renews on a schedule. Time to sleep, time to darkness. If you disrupt sleep, you disrupt this. Gut barrier weakens, permeability increases, inflammation rises, all from mistimed cell division, from living against your nature, against your rhythm. The carrots, they're beta-carotene, yes, but also falcarinol, a polyacetylene that's toxic to fungi, protects the carrot from infection, and when you eat it, it has anti-cancer properties, interfering with tumor growth at multiple stages. This is common. What protects plants often protects us. We co-evolved for millions of years, learning which plants were safe, which were medicinal, which were both. Our genomes, shaped by our diets, shaped by our genomes. An ancient dance, still choreographing our health or disease. The quinoa, the buckwheat, the oats, pseudo-grains and grains, their beta-glucan fibers, soluble, viscous. They slow gastric emptying, lower cholesterol by binding bile acids, forcing liver to make more from cholesterol, reducing blood levels. They feed gut bacteria, producing short-chain fatty acids again and again. This theme repeats. Fiber, bacteria, short-chain fatty acids, the foundation of gut health, of immune health, of metabolic health. From plants that store energy as starch, as fiber, designed to nourish the next generation of plants, but also nourishing you. Your dreams, if you could remember them, might show you floating through blood vessels, riding on red blood cells, seeing capillary walls like a tunnel of pearls, or standing in a garden where vegetables grow, already cooked, glowing with colours, impossible colours that don't exist in waking life, or speaking with your cells, and they answer in feelings, not words, telling you what they need, what they're doing, how they're protecting you. Dreams as metaphor, as poetry, as the unconscious mind, processing, integrating, creating meaning from the chaos of sensory experience. The salmon swimming upstream to spawn and die. Their bodies, rich with omega-3s, accumulated over years, feeding in the ocean. When you eat them, you eat their entire ocean life, concentrated into pink flesh, DHA, docosahexaenoic acid, 22 carbons, 6 double bonds. This specific structure makes cell membranes fluid yet stable. It's essential in brain grey matter, in retina, in sperm. Low DHA correlates with cognitive decline, depression, vision problems. Your brain is fatty, and the quality of those fats determines how well your neurons communicate how well you think and feel and remember. The mackerel, the sardines, the anchovies, small oily fish, low on the food chain, therefore less mercury, less contamination. Their bones, soft enough to eat, providing calcium, and their oils, omega-3s. Some cultures ferment these fish, creating even more vitamin K2, even more umami, even more complexity. Fish sauce, fermented anchovies, used for millennia as seasoning, as medicine, the intersection of taste and health. Somewhere around 3 a.m., cortisol begins rising, gradually, gently, preparing you for morning. But it's subtle. You don't wake, not yet, just your body, anticipating dawn. Even in total darkness, in a windowless room, your suprachiasmatic nucleus, your master clock, keeps time, firing at the rhythm of Earth's rotation. Even without external cues, you maintain circadian rhythm for days, for weeks, gradually drifting, but still there. This clock, older than mammals, older than vertebrates, found in plants, in fungi, in cyanobacteria, a universal adaptation to a rotating planet, to the cycle of light and dark. The chickpeas, the lentils, the beans, legumes that fix nitrogen from air into soil. They contain not just protein, but resistant starch, but lectins. Raw beans are toxic. Lectins cause serious illness, but cooking neutralizes them, transforms beans into food. This is why humans learned to cook. Raw foods, many are toxic. Cooking unlocks nutrients, neutralizes toxins, predigests starches, makes possible a diverse diet. This is part of what made us human. Your muscles, relaxed now in atonia, might occasionally twitch, myoclonic jerks, normal in sleep. Your motor cortex, still active in dreams, but the signals blocked at the spine. Only occasional bursts leak through, causing small movements. Nothing to worry about, just your nervous system adjusting, recalibrating for tomorrow. The temple, the miso, fermented soy, Aspergillus oryzae, breaking down proteins into amino acids, creating glutamate, that savory taste, umami, and creating vitamin K2, the MK7 form, which stays in your blood longer than K1, longer than other forms. This matters for directing calcium into bones, out of arteries. Japanese populations eating natto, fermented soybeans, have lower rates of osteoporosis, lower rates of cardiovascular disease, from fermentation, from bacteria and mold, transforming beans into medicine. You may be dreaming now of reading these words, or of something else entirely. The meta-awareness of lucid dreaming is rare. Usually you're absorbed completely in the dream world, unquestioning, accepting impossibilities as normal. This suspension of critical thinking allows the unconscious to speak in symbols, in metaphors, in storyline that bypass your waking defenses, your rational mind, and reach deeper parts of psyche that hold emotion, instinct, ancient wisdom, Gouda cheese, Jarlsberg, Edam, aged cheeses, their vitamin K2 produced by bacteria during ripening, menaquinone 9, menaquinone 7, different chain lengths, different activities. Vitamin K2 activates matrix Gley protein, which prevents vascular calcification. It activates osteocalcin, which builds bone. This vitamin, ignored for decades, now recognized as critical for skeletal health, cardiovascular health, even cognitive health. From cheese, aged in caves by traditional methods, comes modern medicine. The morning will come, hours from now. Cortisol will rise higher, body temperature will increase, melatonin will fall, but not yet. Now is still, the deep middle of night, the darkness, the silence, the stillness, your body, working, healing, growing, protecting, all 5 defenses, all systems, operating in concert, symphonic, elegant, precise. Sometimes you might worry that you're not sleeping, that you're hearing, all of this, but hearing doesn't mean waking. You can process sound in sleep, even respond, move away from noise toward a voice, and the kind of light sleep where you're aware of thoughts, of words, of floating. This is still restorative, still valuable, just different from the deepest sleep from delta waves, is all part of the architecture, the natural cycling between states. And if you truly aren't sleeping, that's okay too. Rest alone has value. Lying still, muscles relaxed, breathing slow, this is physiologically restorative, even without losing consciousness. And often, when you think you haven't slept, you have. Briefly, memory isn't continuous. The moments you were asleep feel like no time passed, so you remember only the awake moments and think you've been awake all night, but your body knows better. Your body keeps the true count of sleep, of rest, and heals accordingly. The squid, the octopus, the oysters, seafood, rich in minerals from the ocean, zinc, selenium, iodine, these trace elements concentrated by filter feeders, by predators, iodine for thyroid hormone, thyroxine, T4 converted to T3, the active form regulating metabolism, body temperature, heart rate. Without iodine, the thyroid swells, trying harder, producing more, but failing, goiter, hypothyroidism, all from lacking one element, from living inland, away from seafood, from seaweed, from ocean spray. This is why salt is iodized, protecting populations, preventing disease with micrograms of a mineral, the sea bass, the halibut, white-fleshed fish, lean protein, but still valuable, still providing selenium for glutathione peroxidase, still providing B vitamins for energy metabolism, for neurotransmitter synthesis. Not everything needs to be a superfood. Sometimes simple food is enough, is perfect in its simplicity, in its Sufficiency. Dawn is still so far away. 4 hours. 5. Time moves differently. In sleep. In darkness. Sometimes a minute feels like an hour. Sometimes an hour disappears like it never was. You exist outside time, or time exists differently in this realm, between wake and sleep, between conscious and unconscious, a liminal space where anything can be true, where contradictions coexist, where you are both yourself and no one at all, your liver's glycogen stores slowly depleting, glucose released, maintaining blood sugar through the night, so your brain never starves. Neurons require glucose, constant supply. Any interruption and consciousness flickers, fails. Your liver, quietly, through darkness, feeds your brain. 20% of your resting metabolism goes to your brain. Just 3 pounds of tissue, demanding so much energy. This is the price of consciousness, of intelligence, of being human. The pumpkin seeds, sunflower seeds, their zinc content, their magnesium, their tryptophan, the amino acid that becomes serotonin, that becomes melatonin from seeds eaten before bed, comes better sleep, not dramatically, not like a drug, but gently, over time, supporting your body's own production of sleep compounds. This is the way of food as medicine, subtle, synergistic, sustainable, working with your body, not forcing it. Chia seeds, sesame seeds, their calcium content, their magnesium, calcium and magnesium work together in muscle contraction, in nerve transmission, in hundreds of enzymes. Magnesium, especially, is often deficient. Modern soils, depleted, refined foods, stripped. Deficiency causes muscle cramps, anxiety, insomnia, poor blood sugar control from not eating leafy greens, nuts, seeds, whole grains, the very foods that modern diets often lack. The darkness holds you now completely. Even these words are fading, becoming background, becoming part of the darkness, part of the silence. You are not where you started. You have descended through layers, through states, each one deeper, quieter, more still, and soon you won't be able, to climb back. Even if you try, the words will mean nothing, just sounds, just vibrations, just waves, somewhere in your body, in some cell, in some tissue. Something is healing right now, a double-strand break in DNA being repaired by homologous recombination, enzymes reading, the sister chromatid copying the sequence, replacing damage perfectly, or a telomere being maintained by telomerase in a stem cell, adding tag, preserving replicative potential, preserving youth at the chromosomal level, or a natural killer cell, finding a cancer cell that arose today from a copying error, from a cosmic ray, from background radiation. The NK cell, recognizing absence of MHC class I, attacking, destroying one cell that might have become a tumor, eliminated before it begins. This happens every day, multiple times. You never know. You never feel it. Your immunity silently protecting while you can drift in dreams. Or a macrophage engulfing senescent cell, a zombie cell secreting inflammatory factors, the macrophage removing it, cleaning up, making space for healthy cells, for young cells. This is senolytic action, natural, ongoing, accelerated by quercetin from apples, fisetin from strawberries, compounds from food, enhancing your body's own cleanup, natural medicine, supporting natural processes. So many miracles occurring every moment, billions of reactions, trillions of cells, all coordinated, all timed, all working toward one goal: homeostasis, balance, health, life, continuing, despite entropy, despite aging, despite damage. Your body is, what to do. You don't have to understand. You don't have to remember. Just rest. Just be. Just allow this ancient machinery, this wisdom, older than thought, older than humans, to do what it does best: heal, protect, renew. The blood vessels, still growing, still pruning, endothelial cells responding to oxygen levels, to VEGF, to angiopoietin, growing toward hypoxic tissue, withdrawing from well-perfused areas, perfect balance between supply and demand, between growth and restraint. This is the wisdom of angiogenesis, of your first defense, working, always working, adjusting your 60,000 miles of rivers while you rest, while you let go completely into the vast regenerative darkness. The microbiome, your third defense, continues its fermentation. Bacteria breaking down the indigestible, creating the valuable, propionate, traveling to your liver, reducing cholesterol synthesis, acetate, crossing blood-brain barrier, influencing appetite, influencing behavior. These short-chain fatty acids, more than fuel, more than energy, they're signals, messengers, telling your body, your brain, all is well. The ecosystem is balanced, is thriving. In your small intestine, Lactobacillus bifidobacterium, producing vitamins, B12, folate, biotin. You think vitamins come from diet alone, but some significant amounts come from bacteria living in you, synthesizing what you need. This is symbiosis, true partnership. You give them shelter, food, warmth. They give you the nutrients, protection, communication. Neither survives well without the other. The yogurt, the kefir, you consumed. They're live cultures, passing through, temporarily joining the conversation, even though most don't colonize permanently. While present, they produce bacteriocins, antimicrobial peptides, suppressing pathogens. They consume oxygen in the gut lumen, creating anaerobic environment that beneficial bacteria prefer. They modulate immune signaling, training your tolerance, teaching your immunity, friend from foe, self from other, your skin microbiome, different species entirely, Staphylococcus epidermidis, Cutibacterium acnes, living in sebaceous glands, on skin surface, in hair follicles. They consume your skin oils, your sweat, and produce glycerol, free fatty acids. These acidify skin to pH 5, creating the acid mantle that inhibits pathogenic bacteria that prefer neutral pH. Your skin is not a barrier alone, it's an ecosystem, a garden of microbial allies. Every surface of your body exposed to environment hosts unique communities: mouth, nose, lungs, gut, vagina, skin, each with specific species, specific functions, specific contributions to your health. You're not one organism, you are an ecosystem, a holobiont, animal cells plus microbial cells functioning as one unit. This changes everything about how we think about health, about self, about the boundaries between you and not you. Sleep on, sleep deep, your muscles completely slack, face expressionless, breathing automatic, effortless as it was when you were born, before you learned to control it, to hold it, to use breath for speech, for song. Now, in sleep, breath returns to its original rhythm, its original purpose, just gas exchange, just life continuing. The apples you ate, their pectin, a soluble fibre, gelatinous, viscous, it feeds. Clostridium cluster, Teinsva. These bacteria produce butyrate especially efficiently, and apple polyphenols, particularly fluoretin, chlorogenic acid, they survive. Stomach acid, reach your colon, where bacteria metabolize them into hundreds of metabolites. Some absorbed, some excreted, but all influencing gene expression, inflammation, cellular signaling. An apple a day really does keep the doctor away, not by one mechanism, but by hundreds, all subtle, all synergistic, all adding up to health. The grapes, red ones especially, they're resveratrol, but also proanthocyanidins, quercetin, catechins, multiple polyphenols working together, more effective than any single one. This is whole food advantage, not isolated compounds, not supplements, but the full complexity of plant chemistry, evolved over millions of years to protect the plant, and now protecting you. Your heart rate has slowed to 50 beats, 40, even lower if you're athletic, if you're young. The heart resting, recharging. Coronary arteries supplying the heart itself dilate during sleep. Blood flow increases to cardiac muscle, nourishing, repairing, micro damage from the day, from thousands of beats, from the constant work of pushing blood through your system. Even the heart, which never stops, slows down in sleep, conserves, recovers, prepares for tomorrow. The onions you sliced and cried over, their synpropanethyl S-oxide, the compound that irritates eyes. It's created when you cut, releasing enzymes that weren't meant to mix. This is plant defense against herbivores, against you. But you persist. You cook them. You eat them and gain their quercetin, their prebiotic fibers, their sulfur compounds that support detoxification, that reduce cancer risk. You transform plant weapons into medicine through fire, through cooking, through the alchemy of cuisine. Garlic, another allium, it's allicin, unstable, pungent, only exists for moments after crushing. Then it breaks down into other compounds, diallyl sulfide, diallyl disulfide. These more stable, still bioactive. They enter blood, are exhaled from lungs, giving garlic breath, but also providing antimicrobial protection in respiratory tract. Ancient remedy for colds, for infections, validated by modern research showing antibacterial, antiviral, antifungal activity from a bulb grown everywhere, protecting everyone who eats it. The kiwi fruit, green inside or gold, their actinidin enzyme breaks down protein. This is why they tenderize meat, why they make your tongue tingle slightly, and their high vitamin C content, their prebiotic fibers, their polyphenols, all supporting gut health, immune function, cardiovascular health. 2 kiwis before bed. Studies show improved sleep onset, sleep duration, sleep quality. The mechanisms not fully clear. Perhaps the serotonin in kiwis, perhaps vitamin C supporting adrenal function, perhaps multiple factors working together in ways we're only beginning to understand. Your brain in REM is synthesizing, is creating acetylcholine flooding, hippocampus, cortex, amygdala. Dreams unfold, bizarre, emotional, vivid. You're watching a movie that you're also creating, actor and director, audience and screen. Your emotional brain, fully active, your logical brain, mostly offline. This allows emotional processing without rational interference, trauma integration, emotional regulation. This is why REM deprivation causes emotional instability, anxiety, irritability. Dreams are not just random noise. They're essential maintenance of emotional health, of psychological balance. The mushrooms, shiitake, maitake, oyster, enoki, each containing beta-glucans, polysaccharides with beta-1,3 and beta-1,6 glycosidic bonds. These structures, your immune cells recognize them as microbial. They bind to dectin-1 receptors on macrophages, on dendritic cells, activating them, priming them, making them more ready to respond to real threat plants. This is immunomodulation, not suppression, not overstimulation, but optimization. The immune system learning, training from fungal teachers. In Japan, in China, medicinal mushrooms have been used for thousands of years. Reishi for longevity, turkey tail for cancer support, cordyceps for energy. Modern research finding compounds that support these uses: polysaccharides, triterpenoids, ergothioneine, an unusual amino acid, potent antioxidant, concentrated in mushrooms. Humans have receptors specifically for ergothioneine, suggesting long evolutionary exposure to mushrooms in our diet. These fungi, neither plant nor animal, offering unique compounds, unique benefits, unique medicine. The broccoli, the cauliflower, the kale, cruciferous vegetables, brassicas, they evolved chemical weapons, glucosinolates, to deter herbivores. But humans, with our cooking, with our gut bacteria, transform these into isothiocyanates that activate NRF2 pathway. This master regulator switches on over 200 genes for antioxidant enzymes, for detoxification enzymes, for anti-inflammatory proteins. One pathway, hundreds of effects, all from eating vegetables that try to stop you from eating them. This is the beautiful irony of xenohormesis, plants making stress compounds. We eat them, they stress us slightly, and that stress makes us just stronger, more resilient. This is why antioxidant supplements often don't work. They remove the very stress that triggers our own defenses, but eating whole plants provides the right amount of stress, the right compounds in the right ratios to optimize, not overwhelm, our defenses. Deeper still, you drift, words becoming abstract, losing meaning, just sounds, just rhythm, just the gentle rocking of language carrying you further into sleep. Soon these words will mean nothing. You won't hear them as words, just white noise, just background hum, as meaningless as wind, as rain, as the sounds of the night. DNA protection, your fourth defense to continue. Base excision repair, fixing oxidative damage to guanine, thymine, dimers from an yesterday's sun being repaired by nucleotide excision, mismatch repair, correcting errors from DNA replication that happened in dividing cells, hundreds of enzymes, dozens of pathways, all named with acronyms BER, NER, MMR, NASIJ, HR, each essential, each protecting your genetic blueprint, your instruction manual for building and being you. Epigenetic changes happening now. Acetyl groups added to histones by histone acetyl transferases, loosening DNA, allowing genes to be read. Methyl groups added to cytosines by DNA methyltransferases, silencing genes, preventing transcription. These marks respond to everything: stress, diet, sleep, exercise, relationships, every experience, potentially changing which genes are on, which are off. You're not just your genes. You are how those genes are expressed, and that is changeable, improvable, under your influence. The green tea you drank, it's EGCG epigallocatechin gallate. It inhibits DNA methyltransferases. It inhibits histone deacetylases. These effects change gene expression, particularly in cancer cells, where abnormal methylation silences tumor suppressors. EGCG partially reverses this, reactivating to protective genes. This is epigenetic therapy from a cup of tea, not as strong as drugs, but safer, sustainable, something you can do every day for life. The dark chocolate, 70% cacao or higher. Its flavanols, epicatechin, catechin, they increase blood flow to brain, improve cognitive function, lower blood pressure, but also they're antioxidants, protecting LDL, protecting cell membranes, and they improve gut bacteria, increasing lactobacillus, bifidobacterium, chocolate, feeding good bacteria. Who knew? Pleasure and health sometimes align perfectly. The turmeric in curry, it's curcumin, bright yellow, lipophilic. It crosses cell membranes easily, enters nucleus, binds to transcription factors, NFKB, AP1, altering gene expression, reducing inflammatory cytokines, increasing antioxidant enzymes. But curcumin has low bioavailability, poorly absorbed, unless you add black pepper. Piperine in black pepper inhibits metabolism. In liver, increases curcumin absorption 20-fold. This is why Indian cuisine combines turmeric and black pepper, traditional wisdom, confirmed by modern science, synergy in spice. You're breathing, so slow now, so quiet, barely moving, your chest, your belly, like a hibernating animal, metabolism slowed, conservation mode. This is restorative sleep, where the body truly recovers. Growth hormone peaks again, another pulse, another wave of anabolic signaling. Build muscle, strengthen bone, repair tissue, all through the night, pulsing in waves, timed to sleep cycles, to darkness, to rest. The tomatoes, they're lycopene, red pigment, carotenoid. It concentrates in prostate, in testes. Why there? Specifically, we don't fully know, but men with high lycopene intake have lower rates of prostate cancer. The lycopene protects DNA, reduces oxidative stress, perhaps prevents the initial mutations that start cancer. Cooking tomatoes in oil increases bioavailability. The lycopene, fat soluble, needs fat to absorb. This is why tomato sauce, cooked with olive oil, is one of the healthiest foods. Mediterranean diet, based on such simple combinations: tomato and olive, garlic and oil, vegetables and fish, simple foods, profound effects. The soy, it's genistein. This isoflavone, phytoestrogen, it binds estrogen receptors weakly. In high estrogen states, it acts as antagonist, blocking strong estrogen. In low estrogen states, it acts as agonist, providing mild estrogenic activity. This explains why soy protects against hormone-sensitive cancers, BRIAST, prostate, endometrial, and why Asian populations eating soy daily have lower rates of these cancers. The dose matters, the form matters. Whole soy foods, fermented soy, not isolated isoflavones, not supplements. Context, as always, matters. Let every part of you go soft now. Your scalp, your forehead, your eyes, your cheeks, your jaw, your neck, your shoulders, your arms, your hands, your chest, your belly, your back, your hips, your legs, your feet, every part, heavy, relaxed, sinking, melting, into the bed, into the dark, supported, held, safe. The blood-brain barrier, slightly more permeable now in sleep, allows waste clearance through glymphatic system, cerebrospinal fluid flowing through brain tissue, washing away beta amyloid, washing away tau, washing away metabolic waste. This clearance happens primarily in sleep, particularly in slow-wave sleep. This is why chronic sleep deprivation increases risk of Alzheimer's, of dementia. The brain needs sleep to clean itself, to maintain itself, to prevent protein accumulation that leads to neurodegeneration in your gut, in the darkness of your intestines. Bacteria are not just producing vitamins, producing short-chain fatty acids. They're also consuming oxygen, creating anaerobic zones where obligate anaerobes can thrive. Bacteroids, Clostridium clusters, Faecalibacterium, these strict anaerobes, they die in oxygen. But in your gut, in the oxygen-free depths, they thrive, they dominate, they provide the bulk of health benefits. This is why maintaining gut barrier matters so much. Any leakage allows oxygen in, disrupts the ecosystem, changes the balance toward less beneficial, more pathogenic species. The olive oil, extra virgin, cold pressed, retaining polyphenols, oleocanthal, hydroxytyrosol, these compounds would be lost in refining, in heating. They're delicate, heat-sensitive, but powerful, anti-inflammatory, neuroprotective, cardioprotective. The Mediterranean secret, not just the oil, but the quality of the oil. Fresh, green, peppery, bitter even. These sharp tastes are the polyphenols, are the medicine. Smooth oil may taste better, but lacks the compounds that make olive oil medicinal. Immunity, your fifth defense, operating at peak efficiency. In sleep, cytokine production increases. IL-1, IL-6, TNF-alpha. These promote sleep, but also they recruit immune cells, they enhance antibody production, they strengthen immune memory. Sleep and immunity are deeply intertwined, each supporting the other. Sleep supports immunity. Immunity promotes sleep. When you're sick, through cytokines, through prostaglandins, through mechanisms we're still discovering. Your T cells right now are more effective at binding antigens, the integrin molecules on T cell surface that allow attachment to target cells. These integrins, they're upregulated in sleep, downregulated by stress hormones, cortisol, adrenaline. This is why stress weakens immunity, not just psychologically, but molecularly, hormonally. Stress hormones literally prevent immune cells from doing their job, from attaching to targets, from killing infected cells. This is why sleep, relaxation, stress management, these aren't luxuries, they're immunological necessities. The elderberries, the goji berries, the acai berries, exotic berries with exotic names, but all share similar properties. High anthocyanins, high polyphenols, supporting immunity, supporting angiogenesis, supporting DNA protection. The specific berry matters less than eating berries regularly. Variety provides broader spectrum of compounds, but consistency matters more than perfection. Every night, your body performs miracles. Every night, your 5 defenses, angiogenesis, regeneration, microbiome, DNA protection, immunity, work together, coordinate, communicate in chemical languages, in hormonal signals, in neural networks. All unconscious, all automatic, all perfectly timed to the rhythm of day and night, of light and dark, of wake and sleep. You are so deep now. Perhaps you've been asleep for minutes already. Perhaps you're still awake, hovering at the edge. It doesn't matter. Either way, you're resting. Either way, the body works. Either way, healing happens. Let go of needing to know. Let go of monitoring. Let go of trying. Just be. Just rest. Just allow. The night stretches out before you. Hours still until dawn. Hours of this work, this repair, this renewal. Your circadian clock knows exactly how long until sunrise. It's counting down in gene expression, in protein levels, in neural firing, preparing gradually for the transition back to waking, but not yet, not for so long. For now, just darkness, just sleep, just the eternal present of unconsciousness. In your bone marrow, stem cells continue dividing, blood cells being born, white cells, red cells, platelets, 2 million red cells every second, a constant stream of new life replacing the old cells. They don't last forever. Red cells, 4 months, then they're filtered out by spleen, broken down, recycled, iron recovered, bilirubin excreted, nothing wasted, everything reused. Life is recycling at every scale. The cruciferous vegetables are activating NRF2, which is upregulating glutathione synthesis. Glutathione, your master antioxidant, made from 3 amino acids: cysteine, glycine, glutamic acid. Simple, yet it's the most important antioxidant in your cells. It directly scavenges free radicals. It regenerates other antioxidants: vitamin C, vitamin E, alpha lipoic acid. It's conjugated to toxins in phase 2 detoxification, making them water-soluble, excretable. Without glutathione, you cannot detoxify. You cannot protect against oxidative stress. Your liver would fail. Your cells would die. Sulforaphane from broccoli sprouts, N-acetylcysteine from supplements, glycine from bone broth, from collagen. These support glutathione production. These give your cells the building blocks and the signals to make more. This is orthomolecular medicine, providing the right molecules in the right amounts to optimize biochemistry. Simple, elegant, effective. The pomegranates, their punicalagins, these huge polyphenols, they don't absorb intact. Instead, gut bacteria break them down into smaller compounds, urolithins, especially urolithin A. This triggers mitophagy, selective autophagy of mitochondria. Your cells identify damaged mitochondria, the ones leaking free radicals, the ones producing less ATP, and they engulf them, digest them, recycle them. This keeps your cellular power plants healthy, efficient. This may be one key to longevity, maintaining mitochondrial quality through continuous selective replacement. As you sleep, autophagy increases. This self-eating sounds destructive, but it's actually protective. Cells digesting their own components, damaged proteins, aggregated proteins, dysfunctional organelles, all broken down, amino acids recycled, used to build new proteins, new structures. This is cellular renewal at its most fundamental. This is how cells stay young, even as the organism ages, by constantly replacing themselves, recycling themselves, renewing themselves. Fasting, caloric restriction, these trigger autophagy strongly, but sleep also triggers it naturally. Every night, you go 12 hours or more without eating. This overnight fast, this is enough to initiate autophagy, to begin the cleanup, especially if you stop eating a few hours before bed, allowing blood sugar to drop, allowing insulin to drop. These hormonal changes as signal cells. Energy is scarce. Time to conserve, time to recycle, time to become more efficient. Your ancestors didn't have constant food. They fasted often between hunts, between harvests, during winter, during drought, and their bodies adapted to use these times of scarcity for cellular cleanup, for optimization. Modern humans, with constant food, with constant snacking, never allow this process and to fully engage. And perhaps this is why chronic diseases increase when cells never clean, never recycle. Damage accumulates, Function declines, disease emerges, but you, lying here, fasting naturally through sleep, you're allowing this ancient process to operate. You're giving your cells time to breathe, to clean, to renew. This is one of sleep's hidden gifts. Somewhere in the distance, a clock might be ticking, but you don't hear it. Somewhere, traffic might be passing, but you don't notice. You are far below the surface of waking, down in the depths where external sounds don't penetrate, where only internal rhythms exist. Heartbeat, breath, blood flow, peristalsis. These are your lullaby. These are your meditation. These are the sounds of life continuing automatically, beautifully, perfectly. The bell peppers, the chili peppers, they're capsaicinoids, they're carotenoids, supporting metabolism, supporting circulation, the heat of chili. It's not just taste, it's TRPV1 activation, calcium influx, neural signaling. This triggers release of substance P, initially pain signaling, but with repeated exposure, substance P depletes, pain decreases, tolerance increases, and metabolic effects emerge. Brown fat activation, increased energy expenditure from eating spicy food. You burn more calories, not dramatically, but measurably, consistently, over years. This matters. The ginger root, zingerone, gingerol, shogal, these pungent compounds, they're anti-inflammatory. They reduce nausea, they improve gastric motility, traditional medicine for digestion, for motion sickness, for morning sickness. Now validated by research showing these compounds block serotonin receptors in the gut, preventing nausea. They also have antioxidant effects, antimicrobial effects. This is the beauty of plants, used for thousands of years. Modern science explaining ancient wisdom, while also discovering new benefits, new mechanisms, new applications. You don't need to hold on to anything now, not to consciousness, not to awareness, not to these words. They will continue, with or without your attention, like a river flowing past. You don't need to watch. You don't need to remember. Just rest in the flow. Be carried by the current downstream toward deeper sleep, toward morning, toward another day, another chance, another cycle of waking and sleeping, of living and healing. The raspberries as their ellagic acid, the strawberry as their fisetin, the blackberries as their cyanidin. Each berry, slightly different compounds, slightly different effects, but all supporting health through similar mechanisms: antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-angiogenic toward cancer, pro-angiogenic toward heart, senolytic, clearing zombie cells, all from eating berries regularly, not occasionally, the dose from a lifetime of consistent consumption. This is how food as medicine works, not quick fixes, but daily, incremental, cumulative effects. The sleep cycles continue. Stage 2, Stage 3, REM, Stage 2 again. The cycles shortening slightly as night progresses, more REM, toward morning, less slow-wave sleep. This is normal. This is the architecture shaped by millions of years of evolution. The pattern that optimizes recovery, optimizes memory, optimizes health. Sometimes you might briefly wake. This is normal too. Humans evolved to wake briefly, check for danger, then return to sleep. This protected us from predators, from threats. Now, there are no predators in your bedroom, but the pattern remains. If you wake, don't worry, don't stress, don't check phone. Just breathe, just rest, just trust that sleep will return, and it will. It always does. The body keeps healing. Silent defenses bloom in starlight, angiogenesis, weaving new vessels, regeneration, birthing new cells, microbiome, fermenting, protecting, DNA protection, repairing, maintaining, immunity, patrolling, defending, 5 systems, 1 body, 1 life. One continuous miracle of self-healing, self-organizing, self-perpetuating biology, all from the foods you eat, the sleep you allow, the stress you manage, the movement you make, the connections you nurture, simple inputs, profound outputs. This is systems biology, small changes, leverage points, shifting entire networks toward health or toward disease. You have more power than you know, more influence than you imagine, through daily choicing, through consistency, through patience, through time. The wisdom in these defenses is older than humanity. Angiogenesis exists in all animals, with circulatory systems, regeneration in all multicellular life, microbiomes in all animals, DNA repair in all organisms, with DNA immunity in all life, from bacteria with CRISPR to humans with antibodies. You are inheriting billions of years of evolution, billions of years of solutions to the problem of surviving, of thriving in a dangerous world. And you, lying here, benefiting from all this wisdom, all this complexity, all this elegant design, without trying, without understanding, just being, just living, just sleeping, and your body handles the rest. The night holds you in its dark palm, gentle, endless, safe. You are a small creature, a mammal, nocturnal or not. You still need darkness, need rest, need this time of stillness. This isn't weakness. This isn't lost time. This is essential. This is when you become stronger, become healthier, become renewed. And so we end where we began, floating together through the science of health. Your body still healing, still defending, still building, silent work in darkness. The 5 systems, never sleeping, even when you do, protecting you, renewing you, preparing you for tomorrow, for the challenges, for the joys, for another day of life. The body keeps healing. Silent defenses bloom in starlight and will keep drifting, floating together through health science, looping softly, endlessly through the night, through the science of regeneration, of protection, of life, continuing, and you resting deeply, completely in the knowledge that you are always healing, always defended, always held by the infinite wisdom of your own biology. Rest now, rest deep. Let the defenses do their work and drift, drift, drift into sleep, into dreams, into the restorative darkness where healing happens, where life renews, where tomorrow begins. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the science of health, looping softly, endlessly through the night with the wisdom of Dr. William Li. Tonight we'll drift through the biological alchemy of your body's repair kit, the hidden foods that wake up dormant healers, the microscopic garden where your future self begins. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of regeneration itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this health learning video helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into the stem cells, right now, as your eyelids grow heavy, as your breathing slows to a whisper. Something miraculous is beginning. Deep in the hidden chambers of your bone marrow, in the cathedral of your bones, tiny architects are waking. These are your stem cells, not the ones you've heard about in laboratories, but the ones you were born with, the ones that have been sleeping, waiting in the darkness of your marrow, like seeds in winter soil. Imagine them, these mesenchymal stem cells, like liquid potential, neither one thing nor another, but capable of becoming anything your body needs. A cartilage cell, a bone cell, a fat cell. They sit in their niches, those quiet pockets in your bone marrow, listening, always listening to the chemical whispers of your body. When tissue tears, when blood vessels need repair, when organs cry out for renewal, these cells hear and they respond. They leave their safe harbors, slip into your bloodstream and travel, floating through rivers of plasma, searching, finding, transforming, and beside them, flowing through the same crimson channels, are your hematopoietic stem cells, the mother cells of your immune system, every white blood cell that has ever defended you, every red blood cell that has carried oxygen to your fingertips, every platelet that sealed a wound, all of them, born from these ancient progenitors. They divide and divide again, each division a choice, a branching path, becoming exactly what your body needs in that moment. T cells, B cells, natural killer cells, an army assembled from a single source. Feel your pulse, that gentle drumbeat. Each throb moves these cells through your vascular system, past your heart, through your lungs, to every tissue that calls for healing. The endothelial progenitor cells, traveling with them, are especially beautiful. They sense damaged blood vessels the way moths sense moonlight, irresistibly drawn. And when they arrive, they become the new lining, fresh endothelium, smooth as silk, allowing blood to flow without turbulence, without clots. This process, this ancient miracle, is called angiogenesis, the birth of new blood vessels, tiny capillaries sprouting like spring branches, reaching into healing tissue, bringing oxygen, nutrients, life itself. Every blood vessel in your body was once nothing more than a signal, a chemical call, answered by these wandering healers. Your body, this soft machine of flesh and thought, has 5 defense systems, 5 layers of protection working in concert, like an orchestra playing in the dark. The first, regeneration, the stem cells we're learning about now. The second, angiogenesis, that delicate choreography of new vessel growth. The third, your microbiome, that garden of trillions living in your gut. The fourth, DNA protection, the careful maintenance of your genetic library. And the fifth, immunity, your body's ability to distinguish self from other, friend from threat. All 5 systems, communicating, cooperating, creating something greater than their sum, homeostasis, that perfect balance, neither too much nor too little, just right. And here's the secret, the one that lets you drift deeper now, knowing you're safe, cared for from within. Certain foods, humble foods, foods you might pass in a market without a second glance, contain molecular keys, bioactives, compounds so small you could fit billions on the head of a pin, yet powerful enough to wake your stem cells from dormancy. These dietary bioactives don't work like drugs. They don't force. They don't override. Instead, they whisper to your genes. They knock gently on cellular doors. They remind your body of what it already knows how to do. Picture a blueberry, not the idea of a blueberry hun, but a real one. Its skin, that deep midnight blue, almost black where the light doesn't reach, is packed with anthocyanins, color molecules, pigments that paint the berry's defenses. But when you eat them, when they dissolve on your tongue, slip down your throat, meet your stomach acid, these molecules begin a transformation. They travel through your intestinal wall, enter your bloodstream, and find your endothelial cells, the lining of your blood vessels. There, they activate genetic switches, telling your bone marrow, send the healers, send the repair crews, And your mesenchymal stem cells, those shapeshifters, they mobilize, increasing in your blood by measurable amounts, circulating, searching, ready to rebuild. Blackberries and raspberries and strawberries, each one a different symphony of the same molecular music. The anthocyanins in raspberries lean towards cyanidin, those in blackberries toward delphinidin, but all of them, speak to your vascular endothelial growth factor, VEGF, the master signal of angiogenesis. Eat a handful of berries, and within hours, your VEGF levels rise, gently, naturally. And where VEGF goes, new blood vessels follow, like following breadcrumb through a forest. Your endothelial progenitor cells track the signal, arriving at tissues that need fresh circulation, organs recovering from damage, muscles rebuilding after exercise. Let your jaw relax more, your tongue soft in your mouth as we drift to another place, another molecule. Pomegranates, those ruby chambers, each seed surrounded by translucent pink flesh, contain ellagic acid, a compound so powerful, so elegantly designed, that it protects your DNA itself. Think of your chromosomes, those twisted ladders of information, at their ends, like the plastic tips on shoelaces, are telomeres, repeating sequences that protect your genetic code from unraveling. Every time a cell divides, the telomeres shorten. This is cellular aging, written in molecular language, but ellagic acid, from pomegranates, from raspberries, from walnuts, it reduces the oxidative stress that damages telomeres. It's not that it stops time, but it slows the fraying, preserves the genetic library a little longer. Your gut bacteria, those trillions of microbes in your intestinal garden, they transform ellagic acid into urolithin A, a molecule your body cannot make on its own, and urolithin A is magic. Pure cellular magic. It triggers mitophagy, the recycling of old, dysfunctional mitochondria, those tiny power plants in every cell. Out with the broken, in with the efficient. More energy, less oxidative damage, less cellular senescence. That's when cells stop dividing, stop functioning properly, but refuse to die. They sit there, secreting inflammatory signals, aging their neighbors. But when your stem cells are active, when your regeneration system is strong, senescent cells get cleared away, removed by your immune system, making space for fresh tissue, for renewal. Now, let's drift to your morning coffee. That dark liquid, bitter and bright, contains chlorogenic acid, not in huge amounts, but enough to matter. When chlorogenic acid enters your body, it does something subtle, something most people never feel, but is happening nonetheless. It modulates your insulin response, helps your cells take up glucose more efficiently, and stable blood sugar, stable energy. That's the foundation for healthy stem cell function, but coffee does more. The polyphenols in those roasted beans, they feed your gut microbiome, specifically Akkermansia mucinifera, a bacterium with a beautiful name and an even more beautiful function. It lives in your intestinal mucus layer, strengthening the barrier between your gut contents and your bloodstream, preventing inflammation, supporting your immune system, and inflammation, chronic low-grade inflammation, that's the silent enemy of regeneration. When your body is constantly inflamed, your stem cells can't hear the signals, can't respond properly. The noise drowns out the music. But when inflammation calms, when your gut barrier is strong, when your microbiome is diverse, the signals come through clearly. Stem cells mobilize, healing happens. Feel yourself sinking even heavier now as we visit a different kind of vessel. Not blood vessels, but the ones carrying green tea to your lips. Green tea, especially the Japanese ceremonial grades, matcha, sencha, contains a compound called epigallocatechin gallate, EGCG for short. The name sounds clinical, but its action is poetry. EGCG is one of the most powerful natural modulators of angiogenesis we know. In cancer cells, it restricts blood vessel growth, starving tumors, but in healthy tissue, it enhances it, promotes it, helps new vessels form where they're needed. This intelligence, this ability to know when to encourage and when to restrict, that's the wisdom of food-based bioactives. They work with your body's context. They read the situation, adjust their effects. You can't program a drug to do that. Not yet. But evolution, billions of years of plants and animals co-evolving, has created these elegant solutions. Black tea, oxidized, fermented, contains different catechins, the aflavins, the rubigins, compounds created during the drying process. And these molecules, they support your endothelial function differently than green tea. They're more antioxidant, more protective of the delicate single-cell lining of your blood vessels. That endothelium, only one cell thick, separates your blood from the rest of your tissues. It's a border, a barrier, a communication system. And when it's healthy, when those endothelial cells are vital and responsive, your entire cardiovascular system works better. Better flow, better oxygenation, better nutrient delivery, better waste removal. This is the foundation, the ground floor of every healing process. Let your eyes rest if they're not already closed. Let the weight of your eyelids be complete as we drift deeper still into red. Tomatoes, especially cooked tomatoes, tomato paste, contain lycopene. That's the red pigment, the color of summer, of sun-warmed fruit. But lycopene is more than color. When you heat tomatoes, cook them in olive oil, the lycopene becomes more bioavailable, easier for your body to absorb, and once absorbed, it concentrates in your prostate, your lungs, your liver, acting as an antioxidant, protecting cellular membranes from oxidative damage. But here's what's extraordinary. Lycopene enhances the activity of your hematopoietic stem cells, those blood-forming progenitors. Studies show that men with higher lycopene levels have more robust immune function, more diverse white blood cell populations, more cellular resilience. The stem cells in their bone marrow are simply more active, more responsive. Watermelon, that pink flesh, so sweet, so summer, also contains lycopene, along with citrulline, an amino acid that your kidneys convert to arginine, which your endothelial cells use to make nitric oxide. And nitric oxide, is the great relaxer, the great dilator. It tells your blood vessels to widen, to ease, to allow more flow, lower blood pressure, better circulation, more oxygen to every tissue. This is the web, the interconnected web, where every molecule, every food, every bioactive touches multiple systems, pulls multiple threads. Your body doesn't have isolated pathways. Everything communicates, everything collaborates. Now, drift with me to something green, vibrant, alive. Broccoli. Those tiny trees, dark green, almost blue-green, contain sulforaphane, especially the sprouts, those 3-day-old shoots. They contain 50 to 100 times more sulforaphane than mature broccoli, a concentrated dose of cellular activation. Sulforaphane is an isothiocyanate, a sulfur-containing compound, and it does something remarkable inside your cells. It activates a protein called NRF2, the master regulator of your antioxidant response. When NRF2 activates, it travels to your cell nucleus, to your DNA, and switches on genes, dozens of genes, all involved in detoxification, in antioxidant production, in cellular protection. Your cells suddenly make more glutathione, the body's master antioxidant, more catalase, more superoxide dismutase, an entire defensive arsenal produced from within, not supplemented, not artificially added, but awakened from your own genetic potential. And here's the connection to stem cells. When your cellular environment is protected, when oxidative stress is low, when inflammation is minimal, stem cells can focus on regeneration, not damage control. They divide more cleanly, differentiate more accurately, perform their healing functions without distraction. Bok choy, kale, Swiss chard, arugula, spinach, all the leafy greens, they all contain isothiocyanates, different ones, creating different effects, but all protective, all supportive. Arugula's isothiocyanates are more peppery, more immediate, while kales are gentler, more sustained. But variety, diversity in the diet, that gives your cells the full spectrum of molecular tools. Feel the weight of your head on the pillow. Notice how it sinks as we float to the Mediterranean, to olive groves, ancient trees with silver leaves, extra virgin olive oil, cold pressed, unfiltered, contains oleic acid, a monounsaturated fat, but also hundreds of polyphenols, compounds like oleocanthal, which has anti-inflammatory properties similar to ibuprofen. You can feel it, that peppery burn in the back of your throat when you taste good olive oil. That's the oleocanthal, triggering the same receptor. But unlike ibuprofen, oleocanthal comes with friends, with hydroxytyrosol, with oleuropein, compounds that protect your endothelium, reduce LDL oxidation, support healthy blood pressure, and fats, good fats. They're essential for stem cell membranes, for the fluidity of cellular walls, for the signaling pathways that tell stem cells when to mobilize. Your brain is 60% fat. Your cell membranes are made of fatty acids. When you eat quality fats, olive oil, walnuts, fatty fish, you're literally providing the building blocks for healthy cellular architecture. Walnuts, those wrinkled hemispheres that look like tiny brains, contain alpha-linolenic acid, an omega-3 fatty acid, the plant-based version. Your body converts some of it to EPA and DHA, the longer-chain omega-3s, though not very efficiently. But walnuts also contain ellagic acid, remember, from pomegranates. And they contain polyphenols that support your microbiome. Eating walnuts regularly increases the diversity of your gut bacteria, feeds beneficial species, produces more short-chain fatty acids, butyrate, propionate, acetate, and butyrate. Beautiful butyrate. That's the preferred fuel of your colonocytes, the cells lining your colon. It keeps your intestinal barrier strong, reduces systemic inflammation, supports your immune system. Pistachios, pine nuts, pecans, cashews. Each nut has its own profile, its own combination of fats, minerals, bioactives. Pistachios are particularly rich in lutein for eye health. Pine nuts contain pinolenic acid, which triggers satiety hormones. Pecans have more antioxidants than almost any other nut, helping protect your DNA, your cellular machinery. And minerals, zinc in cashews, magnesium in almonds, selenium in Brazil nuts. These aren't just nice to have, they're cofactors, helper molecules that enzymes need to function. Without adequate zinc, your immune cells can't develop properly. Without magnesium, your cells can't produce ATP efficiently, your energy currency. Without selenium, your thyroid hormones can't convert properly. Your stem cells, your regenerative capacity, depends on having all the raw materials, not just the fancy bioactives, but the basic building blocks, the minerals, the vitamins, the essential fats. Let your breathing slow even more, each exhale longer than the last, as we drift to seeds, flax seeds, chia seeds, pumpkin seeds, sunflower seeds. Each one a tiny package of potential, of compressed life. Flax seeds contain lignans, plant compounds that your gut bacteria convert to enterolignans, which have weak estrogenic activity, helping balance hormones, protecting mammary tissue, supporting prostate health. Chia seeds swell in liquid, becoming gelatinous. This gel, this mucilage, it feeds your gut bacteria, acts as a prebiotic. And prebiotics, those are different from probiotics. Probiotics are the bacteria themselves. Prebiotics are the food for beneficial bacteria. You need both, the seeds and the soil, the bacteria and the food that feeds them. Pumpkin seeds, those flat green ovals, contain zinc, iron, magnesium, and compounds that support prostate health in men. urinary health in women. They're also rich in tryptophan, the amino acid your body converts to serotonin and eventually melatonin, the very hormone that's helping you drift deeper into sleep right now, into the space where healing happens, where stem cells do their deepest work. Sunflower seeds, striped or black, contain vitamin E, the fat-soluble antioxidant, protecting cellular membranes from lipid peroxidation. That's when fats in your cell walls get damaged by oxidation, becoming dysfunctional. But vitamin E, it sacrifices itself, gets oxidized instead, protecting the membrane. Then vitamin C, water-soluble, regenerates the vitamin E, recycling it. A beautiful partnership between fat-soluble and water-soluble antioxidants. Now, as your muscles go even softer, as sensation starts to blur, we drift to legumes, lentils, chickpeas, black beans, kidney beans, each one a protein package wrapped in fiber, studded with minerals. Legumes are unique because they form relationships, symbioses, with soil bacteria, nitrogen-fixing bacteria that live in nodules on their roots. These bacteria take nitrogen from the air, convert it to forms the plant can use, and in return, the plant feeds the bacteria sugars. This cooperation, this mutual benefit, it continues when you eat legumes. They feed your gut bacteria, particularly species that produce butyrate, that golden short-chain fatty acid. And butyrate, it doesn't just feed your colon cells, it has systemic effects. It reduces inflammation throughout your body, modulates your immune system, even crosses into your brain, affecting mood, cognition, clarity. Black beans, midnight dark, contain anthocyanins. Yes, the same compounds as in berries, different structures, but similar functions, supporting your vascular health, protecting your DNA. Kidney beans, red or white, contain resistant starch, a type of carbohydrate your body can't digest, but your bacteria can, fermenting it, producing those beneficial short-chain fatty acids. The fiber in legumes, both soluble and insoluble. It slows digestion, prevents blood sugar spikes, feeds beneficial bacteria, helps you feel satisfied. And satisfaction, satiety, that prevents overeating, prevents the metabolic stress that comes from constant elevated blood sugar, from insulin resistance, from inflammation. Your stem cells, they can sense your metabolic state. When you're metabolically healthy, when your blood sugar is stable, when inflammation is low, they function optimally. But when metabolism is disrupted, when insulin is constantly elevated, stem cell function declines, regenerative capacity dims. Feel yourself floating now, lighter, even as you sink heavier. Paradox, dream logic, as we enter the forest, the mushroom world. Mushrooms, those fruit bodies of vast underground networks, mycelial webs spreading through soil, through logs, connecting trees, sharing nutrients. Information. Fungi are more closely related to animals than to plants. We share common ancestors, And perhaps that's why mushroom compounds interact so powerfully with our biology. Shiitake mushrooms, those umbrella caps, tan and spotted, contain lentinan, a beta-glucan polysaccharide. Beta-glucans are long chains of glucose molecules, but arranged in a pattern your digestive enzymes can't break down. Instead, they pass through your stomach, reach your small intestine, where immune cells detect them, recognize them as foreign, as potential threats. But this recognition, it's not harmful. It's training. It's your immune system doing practice drills. Natural killer cells become more active, macrophages more vigilant. Your hematopoietic stem cells receive signals. We need more immune cells, more defenders, and they respond, differentiating, multiplying, mobilizing. May take mushrooms. Dancing mushrooms in Japanese contain a different beta-glucan, diffraction, which seems particularly good at activating dendritic cells, those antigen-presenting cells that show T cells what to look for, what to attack. This is immune education, immune optimization, not suppression, not overactivation, but balance. The ability to respond appropriately to actual threats while ignoring harmless substances. Enoki mushrooms, those long white strands, delicate, almost translucent, contain flammelin, a compound with anti-tumor properties, and lion's mane. That white cascade, that flowing mane, contains compounds called tyrosinones and erinacines, which cross the blood-brain barrier, stimulate nerve growth factor, NGF, supporting neurogenesis, the birth of new neurons, the regeneration of nerve tissue. Yes, even in your brain, in your nervous system, regeneration happens. Not as dramatically as in your blood, not as obviously as in your skin, but it happens. Stem cells in your hippocampus, neural progenitor cells, they divide, differentiate, integrate into existing circuits throughout your life. This capacity, this potential, it's supported by the foods you eat, the lifestyle you live. And now, as your consciousness dims to a flicker, we slip beneath the waves into cold water, dark water, where fish swim in silver schools, salmon, mackerel, sardines, anchovies. The cold water fatty fish, rich in omega-3 fatty acids, EPA and DHA, eicosapentaenoic acid and docosahexaenoic acid. These aren't just molecules, they're cellular building blocks. They integrate into cell membranes, making them more fluid, more flexible, improving signaling, improving communication between cells. DHA is especially concentrated in your brain, in your retinas, in your heart. It's essential for fetal brain development, for maintaining cognitive function as you age, for protecting against neurodegenerative disease. And EPA, it's the precursor to resolvins, specialized pro-resolving mediators, compounds your body makes from omega-3s to actively resolve inflammation, not just suppress symptoms, but actually turn off inflammatory signaling, restore homeostasis. When you eat fatty fish twice a week, your endothelial function improves measurably. Your blood vessels dilate more easily. respond more appropriately to signals, your blood becomes less likely to clot inappropriately, and your stem cells, those endothelial progenitor cells, they circulate in higher numbers, more active, more ready to repair damaged vessels. Sardines, small, sustainable, bones soft enough to eat. Those bones provide calcium in a form your body can actually use, along with vitamin D if they're wild caught, sun exposed. Calcium isn't just for bones. It's a signaling molecule essential for muscle contraction, for nerve transmission, for stem cell differentiation. The concentration of calcium inside and outside cells, that gradient, that difference, it drives countless cellular processes. Anchovies, intense, salty, contain high amounts of selenium, that essential trace mineral. Selenium is the core of selenoproteins, proteins that protect your cells from oxidative damage, that regulate thyroid function, that support immune function. Without adequate selenium, your body can't make enough glutathione peroxidase, one of your most important antioxidant enzymes. And squid ink, yes, that black liquid, the defense mechanism of cephalopods. It contains polysaccharides, melanin, antioxidants, traditionally used in Mediterranean cuisine, pasta nero, risotto nero, and research suggests it has anti-inflammatory properties, antimicrobial effects. It's exotic, unusual, but it's part of this vast library of oceanic bioactives. Oysters and mussels, bivalves, filter feeders, concentrating minerals from seawater, zinc, iron, selenium, vitamin B12. Zinc is crucial, absolutely crucial, for immune function, for DNA synthesis, for stem cell proliferation. Without adequate zinc, your thymus gland, where T cells mature, begins to atrophy, immune function declines, healing slows. Your breath is so soft now, barely moving, as we drift inland, to spices, to roots, to bulbs growing in dark soil. Turmeric, that golden rhizome, knobby and orange inside, contains curcumin, perhaps one of the most studied bioactives. Curcumin is promiscuous in the best way. It interacts with multiple molecular targets, reduces NF-κB activation, that's a master switch for inflammation, increases NRF2, that's cellular protection, modulates multiple signaling pathways simultaneously. The challenge with curcumin, it's not well absorbed, it's rapidly metabolized. But when you combine it with black pepper, with piperine, absorption increases 20-fold, and when you consume it with fats, it dissolves, becomes more bioavailable. This is why traditional preparations, golden milk, curry, always include fats, always include spices together. Curcumin supports stem cell function, particularly in the brain, enhancing neurogenesis. In studies, it increases the number of neural progenitor cells, improves their differentiation, and in the gut, it modulates the microbiome, increases beneficial species, strengthens the intestinal barrier, reduces the translocation of bacterial products into your bloodstream. This is leaky gut, when the barrier fails, when inflammation becomes systemic, ginger, turmeric's cousin, pungent, spicy, contains gingerols and shogaols, compounds that reduce nausea, improve digestion, enhance gut motility, but also they're anti-inflammatory. They inhibit inflammatory enzymes COX-2, 5-LX, the same targets as many pharmaceutical drugs, but without the side effect, without the gastric damage. Garlic, those pungent bulbs wrapped in papery white skin. When you crush garlic, cut it, chop it, you rupture cells. An enzyme called alliinase meets its substrate, allin, and creates allicin. That's the smell, that distinctive garlic aroma. And allicin, it's antimicrobial, antifungal. It lowers blood pressure, improves cholesterol profiles, but more than that, aged garlic extract, where allicin has converted to other sulfur compounds. It stimulates immune function, enhances natural killer cell activity, supports cardiovascular health. The sulfur compounds in garlic, their signaling molecules, they communicate with your cells, telling them to activate protective pathways, to produce antioxidants, to resist damage. Onions, leeks, scallions, all alliums, all containing similar compounds, different ratios, different intensities, but all supportive, all protective. And onions contain quercetin, especially in the outer layers, that papery brown skin you peel away. Quercetin is a flavonoid, a pigment, and it's remarkably anti-inflammatory. It stabilizes mast cells, prevents histamine release, modulates immune responses. Quercetin also appears to enhance stem cell mobilization, particularly when combined with other bioactives, with anthocyanins, with omega-3s. This is synergy, the whole greater than the sum of its parts. No single compound, no single food creates optimal health, but the pattern, the combination, the daily rhythm of varied, colourful whole foods that creates the biological symphony, that activates your innate healing capacity, and as you sink deeper still, barely conscious, we visit the fermented, the cultured, the alive, kimchi, that spicy Korean preparation, napa cabbage, gochugaru, garlic, ginger, fish sauce, fermented for days, weeks. The lactobacillus bacteria, they eat the sugars in the vegetables, produce lactic acid, lowering the pH, preserving the food, but they also produce B vitamins, vitamin K2, bioactive peptides. When you eat kimchi, you're eating living bacteria. Billions of them. They travel through your stomach. Many die in the acid, but some survive. Reach your small intestine, your colon. There they interact with your existing microbiome, compete with potential pathogens, produce signaling molecules that communicate with your immune system, with your gut lining, your gut, your intestinal tract. Contains 70% of your immune system. More immune cells, more antibodies, more immune tissue than anywhere else in your body. Because this is the border, the interface between the external world and your internal sterile tissues. Everything you swallow, every microbe on your food. It all passes through this barrier. This is where decisions get made. Friend or foe, tolerate or attack, absorb or exclude. Sauerkraut, fermented cabbage, tangy, sour, contains similar bacteria, Lactobacillus, Leuconostoc, Pediococcus, but also cabbage contains glucosinolates, those precursors to isothiocyanates we discussed earlier, and fermentation. It can increase the bioavailability of these compounds, make them easier to absorb, more active. Sourdough bread, made with wild yeast and bacteria, not commercial yeast. The long fermentation, 12 to 48 hours, it breaks down gluten proteins, reduces phytic acid, that compound that binds minerals, making them unavailable. Traditional sourdough is more digestible, more nutritious, more supportive of gut health than quick-rise breads. Gouda cheese, Jarlsberg cheese, aged cheeses fermented with specific bacteria. They contain vitamin K2, specifically MK9, the longer-chain menaquinone. Vitamin K2 is crucial, absolutely crucial, for directing calcium to your bones, keeping it out of your arteries. Without adequate K2, calcium can deposit in soft tissues, in blood vessel walls, contributing to atherosclerosis, to arterial stiffening. But with adequate K2 from fermented foods, from grass-fed dairy, from natto if you're brave, calcium goes where it should. Bones strengthen, arteries stay supple. This is intelligent nutrition, nutrients working together, directing each other, creating optimal outcomes. And your microbiome, those trillions of bacteria in your gut, they're not passive, they're active participants in your biology. They produce short-chain fatty acids, butyrate, propionate, acetate, from fibers you can't digest. They synthesize certain vitamins, CoQ2, B12, biotin. They break down certain plant compounds, converting them to more bioactive forms. Akkermansia mucinifera, that strain we mentioned earlier, it degrades mucin, the gel-like substance lining your intestines. This might sound harmful, but it's not. It stimulates your intestinal cells to produce more mucin, thickening the barrier, strengthening it. And Akkermansia is associated with metabolic health, lower inflammation, better insulin sensitivity, healthy body weight, Lactobacillus reuteri. Another beneficial strain, it produces antimicrobial compounds, reuterin, that inhibits pathogenic bacteria. But it also stimulates oxytocin production. Yes, the bonding hormone, the love hormone, through the gut-brain axis, through the vagus nerve. L-reuteri influences your mood, your social behavior, your stress response. Bifidobacterium, particularly prevalent in infants, but declining with age. These bacteria ferment fibers, produce acetate, protect against pathogens, and in animal studies, supplementing with certain Bifidobacterium strains, increased lifespan, improved health span, enhanced markers of cellular health, your microbiome, your gut garden. It's under your control, not completely, but significantly. The diversity, the composition, the balance, all influenced by diet, by fiber intake, by fermented foods, by the absence of unnecessary antibiotics. Each meal is a choice, each day a pattern, and over weeks, months, years, these choices shape your microbiome, which in turn shapes your immune system, your metabolism, your brain chemistry, your longevity pathways. Now, as consciousness fragments, as dreams begin to intrude, whispers of narrative, we turn to cycles, to rhythms, to the passage of time within a day. Intermittent fasting, the practice of restricting eating to certain windows, 8 hours, 6 hours, different protocols, different approaches, but the mechanism, the biological effect, it's profound. When you fast, when no food is coming in, your insulin levels drop. Your body switches from growth mode to maintenance mode to repair mode. In this fasted state, cells activate autophagy, self-eating, the process where cellular components get broken down, recycled, damaged proteins, dysfunctional organelles. They're targeted, degraded, their components reused. This is cellular housekeeping, spring cleaning, and when autophagy is active, cellular health improves. Senescent cells may be cleared, stem cells enter a protected state. Then, when you eat again, when nutrients return, stem cells activate, divide, regenerate. This cycle, fasting and feeding, stress and recovery, it keeps cellular systems dynamic, responsive, plastic rather than rigid. The fasting mimicking diet, a specific protocol developed by researchers. 5 days of very low calories, specific ratios of macronutrients, designed to trigger the same pathways as water fasting, but safer, easier, more sustainable. Studies show it promotes stem cell regeneration, particularly hematopoietic stem cells in bone marrow. After the 5 days after the period of scarcity, stem cells proliferate, creating fresh immune cells, rejuvenating the system, caloric restriction, eating less overall, not just timing, but total amount. This is the most robust intervention for extending lifespan, at least in laboratory animals. Mice, rats, worms, flies, primates, all live longer, healthier. When calories are restricted without malnutrition, the mechanism seems to involve cellular stress responses. When resources are scarce, cells become more efficient, more careful. They invest in maintenance rather than growth. They activate longevity pathways, SIRT1, AMPK. mTOR gets inhibited, and cells shift into a more resilient state. But, and this is crucial, you don't need severe restriction, you don't need deprivation. Even modest reductions, 10 to 15% fewer calories, even time-restricted eating, these provide benefits. And the quality of your diet, the bioactives we've been discussing, they matter more than pure calorie counting. Nutrient density, that's the goal. Maximum nutrition per calorie. Your eyelids, so heavy now, impossible to open, even if you wanted to, which you don't, and we drift. through one more mechanism, one more layer: hypoxia-inducible factor, HIF. This protein system, it senses oxygen. When oxygen is low, HIF activates, travels to the nucleus, switches on genes, hundreds of genes, involved in angiogenesis, in metabolism, in stem cell mobilization, during exercise, during breath holding, at high altitude. Oxygen drops, HIF activates, and one of the genes it switches on produces SDF1, stromal-derived factor 1. This is a chemokine, a signaling molecule that calls stem cells out of bone marrow, mobilizes them, sends them circulating. SDF1 binds to a receptor on stem cells, CXCR4, and this binding, this molecular handshake, it tells stem cells, leave your niche, enter the bloodstream, go find damaged tissue. This is how exercise promotes healing, how altitude training enhances red blood cell production, how your body responds to physiological stress with regeneration. VEGF, vascular endothelial growth factor. We've mentioned it, but it deserves more attention. It's the master signal for angiogenesis. When tissues need more blood supply, when oxygen is low, when metabolic demand is high, cells secrete VEGF. And VEGF, it binds to receptors on endothelial cells, on endothelial progenitor cells, telling them, sprout, migrate, form new vessels. Without VEGF, without angiogenesis, wounds wouldn't heal, muscles wouldn't adapt to exercise. Your heart couldn't develop collateral circulation after a blockage. It's essential, fundamental, and the foods we've discussed, berries, green tea, pomegranates, dark chocolate. Yes, dark chocolate, with at least 80% cocoa. They all modulate VEGF, supporting healthy angiogenesis, where needed, when needed. Dark chocolate, those bitter squares, they contain flavonols, cocoa flavonols, and these compounds are remarkable. They improve endothelial function within hours of consumption. Literally hours. They increase nitric oxide production, dilate blood vessels, improve blood flow to the brain, to the heart, and regular consumption daily. It lowers blood pressure, improves insulin sensitivity, protects against cardiovascular disease, but it must be dark, 80% cocoa or higher. The milk chocolate, the candy bars, they're mostly sugar. The flavonols are there, but diluted, overwhelmed. And the processing matters. Dutch processing, alkalization, it destroys flavonols, raw cacao, minimally processed dark chocolate. That's where the bioactives survive. Red grapes, Concord grapes, especially the skins, they contain resveratrol, that compound everyone talks about from red wine. But you don't need wine. The grapes themselves, grape juice, that provides resveratrol without the alcohol, without the ethanol's damaging effects. Resveratrol activates sirtuins, SIRT1, proteins involved in cellular stress responses, in DNA repair, in longevity, in animal studies. Resveratrol mimics some effects of caloric restriction, extends lifespan in yeast, in worms, in flies, in mammals. The evidence is more mixed, more complex, but the cellular mechanisms are clear. Resveratrol influences fundamental aging pathways, and kiwi fruit, those fuzzy brown ovals, bright green inside, studded with tiny black seeds. They contain more vitamin C than oranges, more potassium than bananas. They contain actinidin, a protein-digesting enzyme that improves digestion, and they contain polysaccharides that feed beneficial gut bacteria, prebiotic effects. The vitamin C, ascorbic acid, it's not just for preventing scurvy, it's a cofactor for collagen synthesis, essential for wound healing, for blood vessel integrity, for bone health. It regenerates vitamin E, acts as an antioxidant itself, protects immune cells from oxidative damage, and your neutrophils, your most abundant white blood cells. They concentrate vitamin C, actively transport it inside, using it to produce hypochlorous acid, to kill bacteria, to fight infection. Now, barely here, more gone than present, drifting at the edge of sleep. Let your mind soften around one final truth. Your stem cells bloom from darkness. They wake in the quiet, between heartbeats, between breaths. The body knows its own repair. The foods remember their purpose. Ancient molecules finding ancient receptors. Keys turning in locks older than language. Each berry, a signal, each leaf, a whisper, each root, a reminder. You contain the capacity to heal, not because of anything external, but because healing is what living things do. And these foods, these humble foods, they don't give you anything new. They remind your body of what it already knows. They remove the static, clear the channels, let the signals through. Your mesenchymal stem cells, floating now in your blood. Your hematopoietic lineages, branching, diversifying. Your endothelial progenitors, seeking, finding, repairing. All of this happening without your conscious effort, in the dark, in the sleep, in the surrender. The angiogenesis continues, tiny vessels budding. The DNA repair proteins work through the night. The gut bacteria ferment their fibers, producing butyrate, the telomeres, protected by the day's berries, by the pomegranate seeds. They hold steady, they persist. Your immune cells patrol, vigilant, educated by mushroom beta-glucans. Your mitochondria, cleared of dysfunction by urolithin A. They produce clean energy. Your cellular membranes, fluid with omega-3s. They signal properly, respond appropriately. The chronic inflammation, calmed by turmeric, by ginger, by olive oil. It recedes, allowing regeneration to proceed. This is not instant. This is not magical. This is biological. This is real, measurable, reproducible, evidence-based. But it requires patience. It requires consistency. It requires trust in your body's wisdom. The pattern matters more than perfection. The direction matters more than the destination. Each meal, each choice, each day, they accumulate, they compound, small effects multiplying over time until the body you inhabit is genuinely different, more resilient, more vital, more alive. And now, as you fade completely, as sleep takes you fully, know that your stem cells are working. Your defense systems are active. Your regenerative capacity is real. The bioactives from dinner are circulating, finding their targets, activating their pathways. The fiber is feeding your microbiome. The bacteria are producing their short-chain fatty acids. The fatty acids are strengthening your gut barrier. The barrier is calming your immune system. The immune system is clearing senescent cells. The clearance is making space for fresh tissue. Round and round, cycle after cycle, healing, maintaining, regenerating, all night long as you dream. And tomorrow when you wake, you'll be slightly different, imperceptibly renewed, because tonight your body remembered how to heal itself, guided by ancient foods, activated by simple compounds that have been working this magic for millions of years. The stem cells keep dividing, the blood vessels keep branching, the microbiome keeps fermenting, the DNA keeps repairing, and the healing never stops. Deep in sleep now, so deep. Yet some part of you still listening, still learning, as we drift through more corridors of your biology, more rooms in the mansion of your cellular intelligence. There's a soft glow in the dark. If you could see at this scale, the glow of metabolism, of ATP production, of chemical reactions proceeding in the warm dark of your cytoplasm, every cell a tiny factory, running through the night, maintaining, repairing, preparing for tomorrow. And among these trillion workers, the stem cells stand out, different, undifferentiated, holding potential like water holds its shape, ready to become whatever is needed, wherever they're called. Float now, drift, to fields of soybeans. Those green pods hanging heavy, 3 beans inside each one, and when harvested, fermented, pressed, boiled, these beans become many things. Soy milk, that creamy liquid, neither milk nor not milk, a suspension of proteins, fats, carbohydrates from plant cells, and in those proteins, embedded in their structure, are isoflavins, genistein, daidzein. These molecules look like estrogen, structurally similar but weaker, gentler. When you consume soy, these isoflavins circulate. They can bind to estrogen receptors, weakly activating them in some tissues, blocking stronger estrogens in others. This selective action, this nuance, it's why soy can be protective, supporting bone health, moderating hot flashes, potentially reducing certain cancer risks, while not causing the effects of pharmaceutical estrogen. Edamame, those same soybeans, but harvested young, still green, boiled in their pods, sprinkled with salt. They're higher in folate, in fiber, in certain minerals, the texture firm, the flavor sweet and grassy, and beyond the isoflavins, they contain saponins, compounds that bind cholesterol, may support immune function, may have anti-inflammatory effects. Tofu, soybean curds, pressed into blocks, neutral in flavour, absorbing whatever you cook it with. The protein is complete, all essential amino acids, easily digestible, and the calcium, if it's made with calcium sulfate, it's substantial, a significant source, supporting bone density, muscle function, nerve transmission, tempe, something different. Whole soybeans fermented with Rhizopus mold, the white mycelium binding the beans into a firm cake. This fermentation, it increases B vitamins, particularly B12 in some preparations. It breaks down anti-nutrients, phytic acid, making minerals more available, and the firm texture, the nutty flavour. It's more substantial than tofu, more complex. Fermentation changes food, always. The microorganisms, they're pre-digesting, breaking down complex molecules, creating new compounds, sometimes B vitamins, sometimes antimicrobial peptides, sometimes just making nutrients more bioavailable, more accessible to your digestive system and your gut, your intestinal tract. It's not just a tube, it's an ecosystem, a rainforest of microbes, bacteria mostly, but also archaea, fungi, viruses, each species occupying its niche, competing for resources, cooperating in complex ways, producing metabolites that influence your entire body. The gut immune axis, that bidirectional highway. Your immune cells sample what's in your gut, learn to distinguish food proteins from pathogens, and your gut bacteria, they train your immune system, they teach tolerance, they prevent overreaction. Children raised with pets, exposed to more microbes, they have lower rates of allergies, asthma. Their immune systems learn balance early. Microbiome diversity, that's key. Not just having bacteria, but having many different species. Different bacteria process different fibers, produce different metabolites, provide different benefits. A diverse diet creates a diverse microbiome, and diversity correlates with health, with metabolic function, with immune resilience, with longevity. In studies of centenarians, people who live past 100, their microbiomes are distinct, different from younger elderly, more diverse in some ways, enriched in species that produce anti-inflammatory compounds that support gut barrier function, that metabolize plant compounds efficiently. Your microbiome, it's responsive. Feed it processed foods, sugars, and certain species thrive. Species that promote inflammation, that damage the gut barrier, that signal to your body in harmful ways. Feed it fiber, polyphenols, fermented foods, and different species bloom. Beneficial species, protective species, species that support health and longevity. Let yourself sink even deeper now, past thought, past visualization, just sensation, just being, as we visit the process of homeostasis. Homeostasis, that's balance, equilibrium, not static, but dynamic, like a tightrope walker, constantly adjusting, correcting, maintaining stability through tiny movements. Your body temperature, your blood pH, your blood sugar, your blood pressure, all held within narrow ranges, despite constant challenges, despite changing conditions. Stem cells participate in this balance. When red blood cells age, become less efficient, they're removed by your spleen, and your bone marrow, sensing the decrease, increases production. Hematopoietic stem cells divide, differentiate into red blood cell precursors, replace what was lost. The total remains constant, but the individual cells, they're constantly renewed. Your blood, completely replaced every few months. This is tissue regeneration, continuous, ongoing, not just after injury, but constantly. Your intestinal lining, the cells facing your gut lumen, they last 3 to 5 days, then they're shed, replaced by new cells dividing from stem cells in the crypts, little pockets at the base of intestinal villi. Those stem cells, intestinal stem cells, they're among the most active in your body, dividing frequently, replenishing constantly. Your skin, the outer layer, the epidermis, completely renewed every 28 days or so. Cells born in the basal layer, the deepest part, slowly pushed up, maturing, flattening, finally dying, becoming the tough outer layer that protects you, then flaking off, and new cells, always new cells, rising to take their place. Your bones seem solid, permanent, but they're not. They're constantly remodeling. Osteoclasts, bone-dissolving cells, they break down old bone, create tiny cavities, and osteoblasts, bone-building cells derived from mesenchymal stem cells. They fill these cavities with new bone matrix. This remodeling, it allows bones to adapt to stress, to repair microfractures, to maintain strength despite decades of use. Without vitamin K2, without vitamin D, without adequate calcium and magnesium, this process falters, bone density decreases, fracture risk increases. But with proper nutrition, with weight-bearing exercise, with the bioactives we've discussed, bone health can be maintained, even improved, throughout life. Wound healing, that's regeneration at its most visible. Cut your skin, and immediately blood clots form, platelets aggregate, creating a temporary seal. Then inflammation, immune cells flooding the area, clearing debris, preventing infection. Then proliferation, fibroblasts migrating in, laying down collagen, new blood vessels sprouting, granulation tissue forming, finally remodeling, the scar tissue reorganizing, becoming more organized, stronger, though never quite as perfect as original skin. Each phase, orchestrated by signals, growth factors, cytokines, cells communicating, coordinating, and stem cells, particularly in younger wounds, in healthier individuals. They contribute. They differentiate into the needed cell types. They secrete factors that support healing. They improve outcomes. Cardiovascular health, the health of your heart and blood vessels, depends fundamentally on these regenerative processes. Your endothelium, that single cell lining, it's constantly exposed to stress, to turbulent blood flow, to oxidized LDL, to inflammatory signals and endothelial cells. They can't divide rapidly to replace damage. They're generally quiescent, not actively dividing. That's where endothelial progenitor cells come in. Those stem-like cells circulating in your blood. When endothelium is damaged, when cells die or dysfunction, these progenitors home to the site integrate, differentiate, become new functional endothelium. This process, endothelial repair, it's crucial for maintaining vascular health, for preventing atherosclerosis, for recovering from cardiovascular events. The foods that support angiogenesis, berries, green tea, omega-3s, they also support endothelial progenitor cell function. They increase the number circulating, improve their ability to migrate, enhance their differentiation. This is cardiovascular protection at the cellular level through food, and neuroprotection, protecting your brain, your nervous system. This was once thought impossible. The brain was considered fixed, unchanging after development. Neurons you're born with, that's all you get. When they die, they're gone. But this is wrong. Neurogenesis happens throughout life, particularly in the hippocampus, that structure crucial for memory formation. Neural progenitor cells, they persist in specific brain regions, and they divide slowly, producing new neurons that integrate into existing circuits, that participate in learning, in memory consolidation. And this process, neurogenesis, it can be enhanced by exercise, by learning new skills, by certain foods, by omega-3 fatty acids, by flavonoids from berries, by the EGCG in green tea, or it can be suppressed by chronic stress, by inflammation, by sleep deprivation, by poor diet. The choice, to some degree, is yours. The behaviors you choose, the foods you eat, they influence whether your brain maintains its plasticity, its capacity for renewal, or whether it gradually loses these capabilities. Your breath, so slow now, so quiet, barely disturbing the air. And we drift to metabolic health, to the way your body processes energy, metabolism. That's the sum of all chemical reactions in your body, breaking down food into usable energy, building up complex molecules from simple ones, anabolism and catabolism, construction and destruction in constant balance. When metabolism is healthy, when insulin sensitivity is good, when mitochondria are efficient, stem cell function improves, regenerative capacity increases. But when metabolism is disrupted, when insulin resistance develops, when blood sugar is chronically elevated, stem cell function declines. This is well documented. People with diabetes, they have impaired wound healing, reduced angiogenesis, fewer circulating endothelial progenitor cells. Their regenerative capacity is compromised, and this contributes to complications, to neuropathy, to retinopathy, to cardiovascular disease. The anti-inflammatory response, reducing inflammation, that's crucial for metabolic health, for stem cell function, for longevity, chronic inflammation, even low grade. It accelerates aging. It promotes insulin resistance. It damages tissues. It exhausts the immune system. The bioactives we've discussed, omega-3s, polyphenols, isothiocyanates, they all reduce inflammation through different mechanisms. Omega-3s reduce inflammatory eicosanoids. Polyphenols inhibit NF-κB. Isothiocyanates activate NRF2. And together, in combination, they create an anti-inflammatory environment. They support healing. They allow regeneration to proceed unimpeded. This is bioactive synergy. Compounds working together, enhancing each other's effects. Resveratrol and quercetin together, more potent than either alone. Curcumin and piperine, dramatically increased absorption. Vitamin C and vitamin E, regenerating each other. This is why whole foods outperform isolated supplements. The matrix matters. The context matters. The combinations that evolve together, they work together. Food as medicine. That's not metaphor. That's biochemistry. Every meal, every snack, it's information, it's instruction, telling your genes what to do, telling your cells how to behave. Eat foods rich in bioactives, and your cells receive signals to protect, to repair, to regenerate. Eat processed foods, foods stripped of these compounds, and the signals are absent, confused. Your cells struggle to maintain homeostasis. This is preventative regeneration, supporting your regenerative capacity before disease develops, before damage accumulates. This is investing in your future health, building resilience, creating redundancy, so when challenges come, when injury happens, when illness strikes, your body has the resources to respond, to heal, to recover. Your self-healing mechanisms, they're real, they're powerful, but they need support. They need the right raw materials, the right signaling molecules, the right environmental conditions. You can't heal optimally if you're nutrient deficient, sleep deprived, chronically stressed. But when conditions are favorable, when nutrition is adequate, when lifestyle supports health, these mechanisms can accomplish extraordinary things. Organ repair. Even organs can regenerate to some degree. Your liver, remarkable. It can regenerate from as little as 25% of its original mass. Cells divide, grow, restore function. This is why living liver donation is possible. The donor's liver regrows. The recipient's transplanted portion grows to appropriate size. Hepatocytes, liver cells, they retain the ability to divide, to proliferate, even in adults. Your heart, less so. Cardiac muscle cells, cardiomyocytes, they rarely divide after early childhood. When heart tissue dies from a heart attack, scar tissue forms, not new muscle. But even here, there's some evidence, some controversial evidence. The cardiac stem cells exist, that very limited regeneration may occur, and regardless, supporting the surviving tissue, improving its function through nutrition, through exercise, through bioactives, that's achievable, that's real. epigenetic influences. This is fascinating, very crucial. Your DNA, your genetic sequence, that's relatively fixed. The genes you inherited, you carry throughout life, but which genes are turned on or off, expressed or silenced, that's dynamic, changeable, influenced by environment, by behavior, by diet. This is epigenetics, changes in gene expression without changes in DNA sequence. Methyl groups added to DNA, histones modified. These chemical changes affect whether genes are accessible, whether they can be transcribed, and these modifications, they're influenced by nutrients, folate, vitamin B12, choline. They provide methyl groups, support healthy methylation patterns, and polyphenols, bioactives. They influence histone modifications, chromatin structure, gene expression. So when you eat berries, when you consume cruciferous vegetables, when you drink green tea, you're not just getting antioxidants, you're influencing gene expression. You're affecting which genetic programs are active or which are silenced. This is how diet influences health at the deepest level, at the level of genetic regulation. And your natural killer cells, those cytotoxic lymphocytes, they patrol your body constantly, looking for infected cells, for cancer cells, for cells that display abnormal proteins on their surface. When found, natural killer cells attach, release perforins and granzymes, create pores in the target cell's membrane, induce apoptosis, programmed cell death. The target cell dies, is broken down, removed, and the natural killer cell moves on, searching for the next threat. Mushroom beta-glucans enhance natural killer cell activity, measurably, significantly. This has been demonstrated repeatedly. People who consume mushrooms regularly, shiitake, maitake, they have more active natural killer cells, better immune surveillance, and this may contribute, may partially explain why mushroom consumption correlates with reduced cancer risk in population studies. Longevity pathways, these are genetic programs, signaling cascades that influence lifespan, health span, the period of life spent healthy and functional, SIRT1. One of 7 sirtuin proteins in humans, it's activated by caloric restriction, by resveratrol, by NAD+, and when active, SIRT1 improves DNA repair, reduces inflammation, enhances mitochondrial function, promotes cellular stress resistance, AMPK, AMP-activated protein kinase. It's a cellular energy sensor. When energy is low, when ATP decreases and AMP increases, AMPK activates. It promotes catabolic processes, glucose uptake, fatty acid oxidation, mitochondrial biogenesis. It inhibits anabolic processes, protein synthesis, cholesterol synthesis. This switch from growth to maintenance, it's beneficial for longevity, and AMPK is activated by exercise, by fasting, by metformin, by certain polyphenols like EGCG and quercetin, mTOR, mechanistic target of rapamycin. This is a growth regulator when nutrients are abundant, when amino acids are plentiful. mTOR is active, promoting protein synthesis, cell growth, cell division. This is necessary for development, for wound healing, for muscle growth after exercise. But chronic mTOR activation, constant nutrient excess that accelerates aging, promotes cancer, reduces lifespan in animal models. The balance matters. Periods of mTOR activation, followed by periods of inhibition. Growth followed by consolidation. Fed state followed by fasted state. This cycling, this rhythm, it appears optimal for health, for longevity. Your breath barely moves now. The air still, as consciousness becomes dreamlike, fractured, and we drift through more corridors, more chambers in this palace of biological intelligence. Sleep itself, this state you're in, or approaching, it's when the deepest healing happens. Growth hormone peaks during deep sleep, stimulating tissue repair, protein synthesis, fat breakdown. Prolactin increases, supporting immune function, and during REM sleep, your brain consolidates memories, prunes unnecessary synapses, maintains neural networks. Sleep deprivation, chronic insufficient sleep, it's devastating to health. It increases inflammation, disrupts metabolism, impairs immune function, reduces stem cell proliferation. Even one night of poor sleep measurably reduces natural killer cell activity, temporarily, but chronic sleep loss, that has cumulative effects, accelerated aging, increased disease risk, reduced regenerative capacity. So sleep, deep sleep, restorative sleep, it's not optional, it's not lazy, it's essential. It's when your body does the work of maintaining itself, of repairing damage, of consolidating gains. And the bioactives from your diet, they support sleep. Magnesium relaxes muscles, supports GABA function. Tryptophan converts to serotonin and melatonin. Polyphenols reduce inflammations that might disturb sleep. Everything connects. Everything influences everything else. Your diet affects your microbiome. Your microbiome affects your immune system. Your immune system affects inflammation. Inflammation affects stem cells. Stem cells affect tissue health. Tissue health affects organ function. Organ function affects overall vitality. And vitality affects behavior. Food choices, creating a cycle, either virtuous or vicious. The goal, create a virtuous cycle. Make choices that support health, that enhance function, that activate your innate healing capacity. Not perfectly, not obsessively, but generally, consistently, over time. Small positive choices accumulating, compounding, creating emergent effects greater than their sum. Drift deeper still into half dreams, where science becomes poetry, where molecules become metaphors, where learning dissolves into knowing. The blueberries you ate yesterday, they're anthocyanins, they're circulating right now, binding to endothelial cells, activating genetic programs, telling bone marrow. Send the repair crew. The broccoli from dinner, it's sulforaphane. It's in your cells now, activating NRF2, switching on antioxidant genes, protecting your DNA from damage that would otherwise accumulate. The walnuts, their omega-3s. They're integrating into cell membranes, making them more fluid, improving signaling, supporting neural function, protecting cardiovascular health. The fermented foods, their bacteria. Some survived your stomach acid, reached your intestines. They're interacting with your microbiome now, competing with pathogens, producing butyrate, strengthening your gut barrier, calming inflammation. All of this happening without conscious effort, without your intervention. Your body knows what to do with these compounds. It recognizes them, has receptors for them, has metabolic pathways to process them. This recognition, it's ancient, encoded in your DNA, refined over millions of years of evolution, of plants and animals co-evolving, of dietary compounds shaping our biology. You are what you eat, that old saying. It's literally true. The atoms in your body, they came from food. The carbon in your cells, it was recently in plants, fixed from atmospheric CO2 through photosynthesis. The nitrogen in your proteins, it was cycled through soil bacteria, through legumes, through the nitrogen cycle. You're made of food, continuously remade, continuously renewed, and your stem cells, those ultimate shapeshifters, they're at the heart of this renewal. When a red blood cell wears out, is removed, a stem cell divides, differentiates, replaces it. When an intestinal cell is shed, a stem cell in the crypt divides, produces a replacement. When a blood vessel is damaged, endothelial progenitors mobilize, migrate, repair. This capacity, this regenerative potential, you were born with it. Every human has it, to some degree. And while it declines with age, that decline isn't inevitable, isn't uniform. People who maintain healthy lifestyles, who eat nutrient-dense diets rich in bioactives, who exercise regularly, who manage stress, who sleep well, they maintain better regenerative capacity. Their stem cells function better, longer. Their biological age, measured by various markers, can be younger than their chronological age. The science of longevity, it's not about living forever. It's about extending health span, the period of life where you're vital, functional, free from disability and chronic disease. The goal, to compress morbidity, to reduce the years of decline at life's end, to remain healthy and capable until very late in life, then decline rapidly, rather than slowly degrading for decades. And the evidence suggests, strongly suggests, that this is achievable, that diet, exercise, sleep, stress management, social connection, these modifiable lifestyle factors, they influence not just lifespan, but health span. They determine whether you spend your later years vital and engaged, or declining and dependent. The 5 defense systems working in harmony, regeneration, stem cells dividing and differentiating, angiogenesis, new blood vessels forming where needed, restricted where harmful, microbiome, gut bacteria supporting immunity and metabolism, DNA protection, repair mechanisms fixing damage, preventing mutations, immunity, recognizing and eliminating threats, tolerating harmless substances. All 5, communicating, cooperating, creating resilience, and you support these systems, all 5 simultaneously, not through 5 different interventions, but through the same healthy behaviors, the same nutrient-dense diet, the same regular exercise, the same adequate sleep. These fundamentals, they support all systems. They create the conditions for optimal function. Floating now, barely tethered to waking, thoughts becoming liquid, boundaries dissolving, the science fading into sensation, into the felt sense of your body healing itself. Can you feel it if you attend closely? The warmth of metabolism, the gentle pulsing of blood, the soft rise and fall of breath, all of this automatic activity. It's your body maintaining itself, healing itself, regenerating itself. Trillions of reactions per second in every cell. Proteins folding, enzymes catalyzing, signals transmitting, membranes maintaining gradients, pumps moving ions, energy flowing through electron transport chains, ATP being generated, consumed, regenerated. This is you, this biological marvel, this soft machine of flesh and chemistry, capable of self-repair, of self-regulation, of adaptation and growth. And the foods you eat, they're part of this. They provide not just calories, not just building blocks, but information, instruction, activation signals. The pomegranate seeds you scattered on your salad, they're ellagic acid. It's protecting your telomeres right now, slowing the molecular clock. The dark chocolate you had as a treat, its flavonols, they're improving blood flow to your brain right now. The green tea from this morning, it's EGCG, it's modulating angiogenesis throughout your body right now. Time becomes strange when you think at this scale. A meal from yesterday, still having effects today. Foods from last week, influencing this week's cellular function. The pattern of years, of decades, shaping your biology, your health trajectory, your aging process, but also the immediate, the next meal, the next day, the next week. All opportunities, all moments where you can support or undermine your body's regenerative capacity. No single meal determines your fate, but the pattern, the accumulated choices, those shape everything. And your stem cells keep dividing the darkness of bone marrow in the niches where they hide. Some remain, maintaining the pool, self-renewing. Others differentiate, commit to a lineage, leave the niche, enter circulation, travel to tissues that need them, transform into what's required. A macrophage, a red blood cell, an osteoblast, a neuron. Whatever the body calls for, they become. This plasticity, this flexibility, it's reduced but not eliminated by age. A 70-year-old's stem cells are less vigorous than a 20-year-old's. True, but they still function, still respond, still regenerate, and their function can be supported, enhanced, through the same interventions we've discussed: nutrient-dense diet, regular movement, adequate rest. The decline of aging, it's not a cliff, not a switch flipping. It's a gradual slope, and the angle of that slope, the rate of decline, that's modifiable, that's under your influence, not complete control, not prevention of all decline, but influence, meaningful influence. Let go even more now. Release the need to understand, to remember. Just drift, just float, just be. The learning continues below consciousness, seeds planted that will sprout later when needed. Your body knows, it remembers. Even if your conscious mind forgets the detail, the mechanisms, the names of molecules, your body will respond to the foods, to the patterns, to the behaviors that support it. Intelligence doesn't require consciousness. Your cells are intelligent. Your systems are intelligent. Your body has been solving problems, adapting to challenges, maintaining balance for your entire life without your conscious direction. This continues, always, in the background, in the autonomic processes you never notice. And the greatest wisdom might be to trust this intelligence, to support it, to provide what it needs, then step back, allow, let the body do what it knows how to do. Let the stem cells respond to their signals. Let the immune system distinguish friend from foe. Let the gut bacteria ferment their fibers. Let the blood vessels dilate and constrict as needed. Let the repair happen. You don't need to micromanage. You can't micromanage at the cellular level, but you can create conditions, provide resources, remove obstacles, then trust, allow, rest in the knowledge that healing is happening, regeneration is proceeding, renewal is continuous, and as you sink into the deepest dark, the most complete surrender, one more whisper, one more thread of science becoming dream, bone marrow mobilization. That's when stem cells leave their niches, enter bloodstream in increased numbers. This happens naturally after injury, after tissue damage, but it can also be stimulated by certain foods, by exercise, by hypoxia, the body sensing need, responding, sending repair crews. When you eat a large serving of berries, anthocyanin-rich berries, stem cell mobilization increases measurably within hours. The anthocyanins circulating, they signal somehow. More stem cells needed, and the bone marrow responds, releasing them, perhaps through a VEGF, perhaps through SDF1, the exact mechanism still being studied, but the effect is real, reproducible, meaningful. This is actionable. This is something you can do. Eat berries regularly, and you increase stem cell availability. You enhance your regenerative capacity through food, through simple, delicious food. Cellular senescence. When cells stop dividing, become dysfunctional, but refuse to die. They're called zombie cells, lingering, secreting inflammatory factors, damaging neighboring healthy cells, accelerating aging, promoting disease. But your immune system, When functioning well, it clears senescent cells, eliminates them. Natural killer cells recognize them, attack them, and certain foods, certain bioactives, they may enhance this process. Quercetin and dasatinib together, shown to clear senescent cells in animal studies. Quercetin is in onions, in apples, in many plants. Dasatinib is a drug, but the principle, the possibility of senolytics from food, it's being explored. Fisetin, another flavonoid, from strawberries, from apples, from cucumbers. It may have senolytic properties too, clearing old cells, making space for new ones, for fresh tissue, for regeneration. The research is early, preliminary, but promising, suggesting that foods might support this crucial process of cellular quality control. DNA repair, happening constantly, right now, in every cell. Ultraviolet light damages DNA. Oxidative stress damages DNA. Normal metabolic processes damage DNA. But your cells have elaborate repair systems, multiple pathways, different mechanisms for different types of damage. Base excision repair, nucleotide excision repair, mismatch repair, double-strand break repair, all working continuously, fixing errors, preventing mutations. And these repair systems, they need resources. They need NAD+, that crucial coenzyme. They need energy, ATP. They need minerals, zinc, magnesium. They need the right nutrients. When well supplied, repair is efficient, accurate. But when depleted, when stressed, when nutrient deficient, repair falters. Errors accumulate. Mutation rates increase. This is another way diet influences longevity. Through DNA protection, through supporting repair mechanisms, through reducing the damage burden, through providing the raw materials needed for genomic maintenance. Telomere protection, those molecular caps on chromosome ends, they shorten with each cell division. This is the mitotic clock, the Hayflick limit. After 50 to 70 divisions, telomeres become critically short. Cells enter senescence or apoptosis. This limits how many times cells can divide, prevents unlimited proliferation, prevents cancer in one sense, but also limits regenerative capacity. Telomerase. That's the enzyme that can extend telomeres, add back the repetitive sequences. Normally it's silenced in most adult cells, but in stem cells, telomerase remains active. This is how stem cells maintain their proliferative capacity, how they can keep dividing without hitting the Hayflick limit. And certain bioactives, certain lifestyle factors, they influence telomere length, chronic stress, inflammation, oxidative damage. They accelerate telomere shortening. But exercise, meditation, omega-3 fatty acids, antioxidants from plants, they slow telomere loss, preserve length, the ellagic acid we discussed, the omega-3s, the polyphenols, all protective. Your breathing, so shallow now, so soft, like a whisper, barely moving, and your heart, slow, steady, thump, pause, thump, pause, each beat pushing blood through your vessels, past your tissues, delivering oxygen, collecting waste, maintaining flow, and in that blood, stem cells circulating, endothelial progenitors looking for damaged vessels, hematopoietic cells ready to differentiate if needed, immune cells patrolling, surveilling, protecting, all of this coordinated, automatic, intelligent. The immune system modulation we've discussed, it's not about boosting immunity. That's a misleading concept. Too much immune activity, that's autoimmunity, allergies, inflammatory disease. Not enough, that's immunodeficiency, susceptibility to infection. The goal is balance, appropriate responses, strong reaction to real threats, tolerance of harmless substances, efficient resolution of inflammation after the threat is cleared. And the foods, the bioactives, they support this balance. They don't blindly boost or suppress. They modulate. They help the immune system function optimally, respond appropriately, maintain equilibrium. Almost gone now, almost fully asleep. Just the faintest thread of awareness, floating in dark, in warmth, in safety. And in this place, this threshold between wake and sleep, the body does its deepest healing work. Growth hormone released, tissues repairing, memories consolidating, emotional processing happening, cellular housekeeping proceeding, toxins being cleared, waste being removed. Sleep is active, not passive. It's when your glymphatic system, the brain's waste clearance system, is most active, clearing metabolic waste, clearing misfolded proteins, reducing the burden of accumulation. This is partly why sleep is so crucial for cognitive health, for preventing neurodegenerative disease, and it's why sleep deprivation is so harmful. Not just the tiredness, not just the impaired performance, but the lost opportunity for repair, for regeneration, for maintenance. Like skipping oil changes in a car, eventually damage accumulates. Systems fail, but when you sleep well, deeply, regularly, your body maintains itself. Your stem cells function better. Your immune system operates optimally. Your brain clears its waste. Your metabolism stays balanced. Everything works better when sleep is adequate. Darkness, so complete. Silence, so total. Just the biological hum, the quiet industry of life maintaining itself. Your mesenchymal stem cells bloom in secret. Your hematopoietic gardens grow without light. Your endothelial progenitors float, seeking, finding. Your gut bacteria feast on yesterday's fiber. Your immune cells remember today's lessons. Your DNA repairs its daily damage. Your telomeres, as protected as they can be, persist. All of this, gift of biology, gift of evolution, gift of the ancient bargain between plants and animals. I eat you, but you give me life. I consume you, but you heal me. Your molecules become my molecules. Your information becomes my health. And there's nothing more to do, nothing to achieve, nothing to force. Just rest, just allow, just surrender to the process. The body knows, the cells remember, The stem cells wake when called. Tomorrow morning, when you rise, you'll be minutely different, imperceptibly renewed. Billions of new cells replacing old, repairs completed, damage cleared, ready for another day. But for now, just this: the dark, the soft, the deep, the dark breathing, the silence humming, and you, barely here, mostly gone, dissolved into rest, into repair, into the continuous miracle of cellular renewal. If there's still a fragment of awareness, floating like a seed on dark water, let it drift now through the final chambers, the last whispered secrets of regeneration. The body as garden, that's perhaps the truest metaphor. Not a machine with parts, but an ecosystem, alive, responsive, constantly growing, dying back, regrowing. Your gut microbiome, literal garden. Trillions of organisms cultivated by what you feed them. And your stem cell niches, microscopic gardens where potential waits, dormant until conditions ripen, then blooming, differentiating, becoming. Prebiotics. Those are the fertilizers for your gut garden. The fibers your enzymes can't break down. Inulin, fructooligosaccharides, galactooligosaccharides. They pass through your small intestine undigested, reach your colon, where bacteria ferment them, feast on them, and in feasting, bacteria multiply, produce metabolites, short-chain fatty acids, gases, vitamins, Jerusalem artichokes, chicory root, garlic, onions, leeks, asparagus, bananas, oats, all rich in prebiotics, all feeding beneficial species, particularly Bifidobacterium lactobacillus. And these bacteria, when well fed, they crowd out pathogens, occupy the ecological niches, produce antimicrobial compounds, maintain the garden's health. Your gut immune axis, that intimate connection. 70% of immune cells residing in gut-associated lymphoid tissue, Peyer's patches in your small intestine, lymphoid follicles throughout, all sampling what passes through, learning, discriminating, deciding responses. When your gut barrier is strong, when tight junctions between intestinal cells are intact, when the mucus layer is thick, only nutrients pass through. Bacteria and food proteins stay in the gut lumen, separated from immune cells. This is tolerance. This is homeostasis. But when the barrier weakens, when tight junctions open, when inflammation damages the lining, bacterial products leak through, lipopolysaccharides, peptidoglycans. They trigger immune responses, systemic inflammation. This is leaky gut, intestinal permeability, and it's linked to so many conditions: autoimmunity, allergies, metabolic disease, mental health issues. The foods that heal the barrier: omega-3s, polyphenols, fiber that produces butyrate, zinc, vitamin D, glutamine. These support enterocyte health, strengthen tight junctions, feed colonocytes, reduce inflammation, restore the barrier, and systemic inflammation calms. Immune function normalizes, health improves, often dramatically. Float deeper, sensation dimming, just echoes of thought, whispers of science becoming feeling, hypoxia-inducible factor. HIF. We touched on this, but it deserves more, because this is how your body senses oxygen at the cellular level. When oxygen is adequate, HIF is broken down, inactive. But when oxygen drops, even slightly, HIF stabilizes, accumulates, travels to the nucleus, binds to DNA, activates hundreds of genes. These genes, they increase red blood cell production, stimulate angiogenesis, alter metabolism to work better in low oxygen, mobilize stem cells. This is adaptation. This is resilience, and you can trigger it gently, beneficially. Through exercise, which temporarily creates local hypoxia in muscles, through breath-holding practices, which create brief systemic hypoxia, through high-altitude exposure, real or simulated. Athletes use this altitude training, sleeping in hypoxic tents. It increases their red blood cell count, improves oxygen delivery, enhances endurance, but the same mechanisms. They're available to everyone. Any sustained exercise creates the signal, tells your body, we need better oxygen delivery, and HIF responds, activates, mobilizes stem cells from bone marrow, increases circulating progenitors, SDF1 signaling, stromal-derived factor 1. This is the call, the chemical beacon that stem cells follow. When tissue is damaged, when blood vessels need repair, when organs are stressed, cells in those tissues release SDF1. It diffuses, creates a gradient, a trail to follow. Stem cells have receptors, CXCR4, that bind SDF1. And this binding, it's directional. Stem cells sense where SDF1 is strongest. Follow the gradient. Migrate toward the source. This is chemotaxis, cellular navigation. How stem cells find their destination. How they know where they're needed. Exercise increases SDF1 expression. Hypoxia increases it. Certain bioactives modulate it. The system is elegant, self-organizing. When damage occurs, the damaged tissue calls for help, and help arrives. Stem cells mobilizing from bone marrow, traveling through blood, homing to the signal, arriving to repair. VEGF, vascular endothelial growth factor, the master of angiogenesis. We've mentioned it many times, but its importance can't be overstated. Every tissue needs blood supply. Without blood vessels, without capillaries bringing oxygen and nutrients, cells die. Tissue dies. VEGF is how new vessels form, how tissue ensures its own survival. During development, VEGF creates the vascular system, guides vessel branching, ensures every tissue gets perfused. In adults, VEGF maintains vessels, promotes repair, stimulates growth when needed. In wound healing, VEGF levels spike, new vessels sprout, growing into the healing tissue. In exercise, muscles producing VEGF, becoming more vascular, more capable. But in cancer, tumor cells hijack VEGF, stimulate excessive angiogenesis, growing their own blood supply. This is why VEGF is complicated, why balance matters. Healthy angiogenesis, supported by berryanthocyanins, by green tea, EGCG, that's beneficial. But excessive, uncontrolled angiogenesis, that can be harmful. The body knows the difference, usually. Food-based bioactives support the wisdom, the discrimination, the appropriate response, barely present now. Thought fragmenting, dissolving, as we visit the concept of time. Biological time, not clock time. Your chronological age. How many years you've lived. That's fixed, undeniable. But your biological age, the functional state of your cells, your tissues, your systems, that's variable. Two people, both 50 years old chronologically, might have biological ages of 40 and 60, depending on lifestyle, genetics, luck. Biological age can be measured, estimated, through various markers. Telomere length, one marker. Epigenetic clocks. DNA methylation patterns that correlate with age. Inflammatory markers. Oxidative stress markers. Physical function tests. Grip strength. Walking speed. Balance. All correlate with biological age, with remaining health span. And here's what matters. Biological age is modifiable, more modifiable than once thought. The lifestyle interventions we've discussed, nutrient-dense diet rich in bioactives, regular exercise, adequate sleep, stress management, social connection, these don't just slow biological aging. In some cases, they reverse markers. Telomeres lengthen, epigenetic age decreases, function improves. This isn't immortality, isn't prevention of death, but it's life extension, health span extension, more years feeling good, functioning well, remaining independent. This is the goal, the achievable goal, the goal worth pursuing. Sensation retreating further, awareness dimming, like stars fading at dawn, but inverted, stars fading into deepest night, homeostasis, that balance we discussed. It's maintained through feedback loops. Your blood sugar rises after eating. Pancreas detects this, releases insulin. Cells take up glucose. Blood sugar falls. Pancreas reduces insulin. Balance restored. This is negative feedback. The system regulating itself, maintaining stability. But systems can fail. Chronic high blood sugar, from too much food, too often. Pancreas constantly releasing insulin, cells become resistant, stop responding as well. Pancreas releases more insulin to compensate. Eventually, exhaustion. Cells remain resistant, pancreas can't keep up. Blood sugar stays elevated. This is type 2 diabetes, a failure of homeostasis, a broken feedback loop. But even here, even after diagnosis, the system can recover, can restore function. Weight loss, dietary changes, exercise, they improve insulin sensitivity, reduce demand on the pancreas, allow it to recover. The feedback loop can be repaired, homeostasis can be restored, not always completely, not always easily, but often, meaningfully. This is the resilience of biological systems, the capacity for recovery, for adaptation, for healing. It's not unlimited, not guaranteed, but it's substantial, present throughout life, waiting to be activated, supported, allowed. Your jaw completely slack now, your tongue heavy, your eyelids sealed, every muscle released, only the essential functions continuing, heart beating, lungs breathing, cells metabolizing, stem cells dividing, all automatic, all autonomous, all intelligent. Let the last whispers of learning wash over you. No need to hold, no need to remember. Just allow the information to settle, like sediment in still water, eventually becoming part of the bedrock, part of your implicit understanding. Salmon swimming upstream, struggling against current to spawn and die. They're full of omega-3 fatty acids, built from cold water, from specific algae, from krill that ate the algae. The omega-3s concentrate up the food chain, and when you eat salmon, you receive this gift, this molecular memory of cold seas, of ancient food webs, of billions of years of evolution creating these perfect fats, these perfect signaling molecules for your cell membranes, your brain, your heart. Wild versus farmed. It matters. Wild salmon eat natural diet, accumulate astaxanthin from their food. That's the pink colour. That's a powerful antioxidant. They're leaner, more omega-3 rich. Farmed salmon, fed processed feed. They're fattier, less omega-3 concentrated, different quality. Still beneficial, still worth eating, but different. Sardines, mackerel, small fish, lower on the food chain. They accumulate less mercury, less persistent pollutants, more sustainable, more affordable, often overlooked, but nutritionally excellent, rich in omega-3s, in selenium, in vitamin D, in calcium if you eat the bones, anchovies in Caesar dressing, in puttanesca sauce, in pasta. They dissolve, disappear, just leaving umami, richness, depth. But they're there, contributing omega-3s, contributing selenium, even in small amounts, even hidden. They provide benefit. This is how traditional cuisines worked, incorporating nutrient-dense foods in ways that tasted good, that people would actually eat repeatedly, creating patterns, creating health through pleasure, through culture. Food shouldn't be medicine in the sense of being unpleasant, forced, eaten only for health. It should be delicious, enjoyable, part of life's pleasure, and it can be both delicious and healthful, both pleasurable and medicinal. This is not contradiction. This is the wisdom of traditional diets, of cuisines evolved over generations. They selected for what worked, what sustained health, but also what people enjoyed, wanted to eat, would continue eating. The berries. We keep returning to berries and neem because they're perfect, beautiful, delicious, accessible, affordable, and so powerful. Anthocyanins, ellagic acid, fiber, vitamin C, all in these small colourful packages. Evolution created them as bird food, bright colours attracting birds, seeds passing through undigested, being deposited elsewhere, plant reproduction. But in creating attractive bird food, plants created human medicine, created bioactives that speak to our biology, that activate our healing systems. This is the covenant, the ancient agreement. Plants produce compounds to protect themselves, to attract pollinators, to compete with other plants and animals, including us. We consume these compounds, and they benefit us. They weren't designed for us, but they work in us because we co-evolved, because we've been eating plants for millions of years, because our biology adapted to use their chemistry, sinking through layers of consciousness, through stages of sleep, heading toward the deepest dark, the delta waves, the slow wave sleep, a healing peaks. Mushrooms growing on dead wood, extracting nutrients from decay. Fungi are decomposers, nature's recyclers. They break down complex molecules, return them to simpler forms, close the loop. And when you eat mushrooms, you consume this complexity, these bioactive polysaccharides, these strange compounds that your body can't make but can use, can benefit from. Beta-glucans don't exist in human biology. They're plant cell wall components, fungal cell wall components. When your immune cells encounter them, they recognize them as foreign, as potential threat. But they also recognize them as familiar, as something encountered before. This recognition, this training, it's beneficial. It keeps immune cells alert, responsive, without causing inflammation, without causing harm. This is hormesis, beneficial stress. Exercise is hormetic, causes temporary damage, triggers adaptation, makes you stronger. Fasting is hormetic, temporary scarcity, triggers maintenance programs, improves function. Phytochemicals can be hormetic too. Plants produce them as pesticides, as antifungals, mildly toxic to would-be predators. But in small doses, in the amounts we consume when eating plants, they trigger our stress response pathways. NRF2, heat shock proteins. Our cells become more resilient, more resistant to real threats. Almost completely gone now. Just the faintest flicker, like a candle in a distant window. Your stem cells in their niches, in the bone marrow, along blood vessels, in the gut crypts, in hair follicles, in various organs. They're all there, all waiting, all ready to respond when called. This is your regenerative reserve, your healing potential, and it's substantial, present throughout life, declining with age. Yes, but never disappearing completely, never zero, always some capacity, some potential, some possibility. The question is, will you support it? Will you provide the nutrients, the signals, the conditions that allow optimal function? Or will you undermine it through poor diet, through chronic inflammation, through metabolic disease, through stress and sleep deprivation? The choice. To the extent you have choice, to the extent life allows. The choice is continuous, daily, every meal, every movement, every sleep, every choice either supporting or undermining, building or depleting, enhancing or impairing. No single choice determines everything, no single meal, no single day, but the pattern, the trajectory, the accumulated effects over weeks and months and years. These determine your health, your vitality, your biological age, your regenerative capacity. And it's not about perfection. Never about perfection. Perfection is impossible, unsustainable, stress-inducing, which defeats the purpose. It's about general direction, about being more right than wrong, about doing better today than yesterday, about consistency without rigidity, about progress without obsession. Eat berries most days, not every day. Include vegetables most meals, not every meal. Move your body regularly, not constantly. Sleep well most nights. Accept some nights will be poor. Manage stress when you can. Accept you can't always. This is sustainable. This is livable. This is a pattern you can maintain for years, for decades, and maintained over time. These modest, consistent choices, they create profound effects. They shape your biology, your health span, your future self. Total surrender now, complete letting go, the body fully in charge, consciousness extinguished, just biology remaining, pure process, pure function, pure healing. In the darkness of your bone marrow, stem cells divide. One remains stem cell, maintains the pool. The other differentiates, begins the journey toward becoming a specific cell type. This is asymmetric division. One gives rise to two different fates. This is how stem cell pools are maintained while still producing differentiated cells. Mathematical precision, biological elegance. The cell that differentiates, it receives signals, chemical instructions, telling it which path to take. Become red blood cell, become neutrophil, become megakaryocyte that fragments into platelets. The signals guide, the cell responds, commits, transforms, gradually losing potential, gaining specificity, becoming one thing fully, rather than many things potentially. And this is life's pattern. Potential narrowing into actuality. Possibility becoming reality. The fertilized egg, totipotent, capable of becoming anything, any cell type, any tissue. But as development proceeds, potential narrows, cells commit, specialize, become teeth or neurons or muscle, losing the option to become other things, gaining the ability to perform specific functions excellently. But stem cells retain that earlier state, that broader potential. They remain less committed, more flexible, ready to become what's needed when it's needed. This is their power, their unique capability. And as you drift even deeper, beyond dreams now, beyond imagery, just the pure void, the healing darkness, know that this process continues all night, every night, as long as you live. Your body regenerating, repairing, maintaining itself. The foods you ate today, they're being broken down now, in your stomach, your intestines. Amino acids absorbed, fatty acids, glucose, vitamins, minerals, phytochemicals, all crossing intestinal barriers, entering blood, traveling to liver, being processed, distributed, sent to cells throughout your body. Your liver, that great chemical plant, it's transforming nutrients, storing some, converting others, packaging them for delivery, and it's detoxifying, breaking down toxins, drugs, alcohol if you consumed it, metabolic waste products, converting them to water-soluble forms, sending them to kidneys for excretion. This is continuous, automatic, essential. Your liver regenerating even as it works, new hepatocytes forming, replacing old ones, the organ maintaining itself while maintaining you, your kidneys, filtering blood, removing waste, balancing electrolytes, conserving what should stay, excreting what should go, producing urine, regulating blood pressure through renin, producing erythropoietin that signals bone marrow to make more red blood cells when needed, complex organs, underappreciated, working quietly, constantly, keeping your internal environment stable, and your heart, that muscular pump, beating 70 times per minute, about 100,000 times per day, over 2.5 billion times in a lifetime, never resting, never stopping. Cardiac muscle cells, cardiomyocytes, they're among the longest-lived cells in your body, most formed during development and early childhood, lasting your entire life, gradually being replaced, very slowly, perhaps 1% per year, enough to maintain function, not enough to fully regenerate after major damage. This is why heart health is crucial, why prevention matters more than treatment. Your heart can't regenerate the way your liver or skin can. Damage persists, scars remain. Function may recover partially, through surviving tissue compensating, through medication supporting, but not through regeneration, not through new muscle replacing dead muscle. So protect your heart through diet, through exercise, through stress management, through all the mechanisms we've discussed. Support your endothelium, reduce inflammation, maintain healthy blood pressure and lipids, keep coronary arteries clear, flexible, responsive. This is investment in your future, in your quality of life, in your lifespan and health span, floating in the void, timeless, weightless, boundaryless, just existence, just being. If some quantum of awareness remains, let it rest on this final knowing: you are a biological miracle, a collection of trillions of cells, cooperating with exquisite precision. Each cell descended from that first cell, the fertilized egg, through countless divisions, each carrying the same DNA, but expressing different genes, becoming different things, performing different functions, yet all working together, all part of the whole, all you. And within this collection, within this community of cells, stem cells persist, your most precious cells, your regenerative capacity made manifest. They're there now, in your marrow, in your tissues, waiting, ready, capable of becoming whatever you need, whenever you need it. They don't need your conscious direction. They respond to signals, to damage, to normal turnover. They know their function. They perform it continuously, but they need your support. They need nutrients. They need signals from healthy foods. They need low inflammation. They need metabolic health. They need adequate sleep. They need everything we've discussed. Everything that creates the conditions for optimal cellular function. And you've provided that support today through the foods you chose, through resting now, through learning about these processes, through caring about your health, your vitality, your future self. This care, this attention, it matters. It changes outcomes. It influences trajectory. It activates healing. The body responds to being cared for, not through mysticism, not through wishful thinking, but through biology, through providing what's needed, through removing obstacles, through creating conditions where healing can proceed, where stem cells can function, where regeneration can happen, where homeostasis can be maintained. Complete dissolution now. No more words needed, no more learning, just rest, just healing, just the automatic biological processes that sustain life, that create health, that generate tomorrow from the raw materials of today. Your mesenchymal stem cells dividing in the dark, your hematopoietic lineages branching into immune function, your endothelial progenitors floating, seeking damaged vessels, your neural progenitors in hippocampus slowly dividing, slowly creating, your intestinal stem cells in their crypts rapidly dividing, constantly renewing, your satellite cells in muscle, waiting for injury or exercise, ready to repair or strengthen. All of this, happening now, has happened every night of your life, will happen every night remaining. This is not special. This is not unusual. This is normal. This is biology. This is life sustaining itself, and the foods, the humble foods, berries and leafy greens, fatty fish and nuts, mushrooms and fermented vegetables, olive oil and dark chocolate, green tea and coffee, tomatoes and cruciferous vegetables, legumes and whole grains. They don't work magic. They work biology. They provide signals, nutrients, activators. They support what your body already knows how to do. They remove obstacles, reduce interference, clear the channels, so healing can proceed unimpeded, so regeneration can function optimally, so stem cells can respond appropriately. This is food as medicine, not metaphor, reality. Every meal an intervention, gentle but real. Every pattern a treatment, sustained and effective. Every day an opportunity to support or neglect. Every choice a vote for the future you'll inhabit, but not tonight. Tonight no choice is needed, no effort, no striving, no doing, just being, just resting, just healing, the body doing what it does best. When you get out of the way, when you provide what it needs, then step back, allow. The stem cells bloom in silent darkness. The DNA repairs letter by letter. The telomeres hold their ground. The microbiome ferments its feast. The immune cells patrol and protect. The blood vessels dilate and constrict. The heart beats its eternal rhythm. The breath flows in and out, in and out. All of this, gift of life, gift of evolution, gift of billions of years, of trial and error, of survival and adaptation, of optimization. You inherit this biological wisdom, this capacity, this resilience, this healing potential. And tomorrow when you wake, when consciousness returns, when awareness rekindles, you'll be different, renewed, regenerated, not dramatically, not miraculously, but truly, measurably, at the cellular level, where it matters. Millions of new cells replacing old, damaged proteins cleared and replaced, senescent cells removed, making space for fresh tissue, stem cells having divided and differentiated, repairs completed, maintenance performed. The body one day older chronologically, but perhaps not biologically, perhaps even younger. If the support was adequate, if conditions were right, this is the possibility, the potential, the hope. Not immortality, not perfection, but improvement, not prevention of all decline, but slowing, perhaps reversing, not escape from death, but extension of life, of health span, of vitality. Deep in the marrow, the stem cells rest now, their division complete, their work for tonight done. Some have left their niches, entered circulation, found their destinations. Others remain, maintaining the pool, ready for tomorrow's needs. The balance maintained, the potential preserved, the regenerative capacity sustained for another day, and your blood, slowly circulating, carries the evidence. Fresh red blood cells, brand new, just born, starting their 4-month lifespan. Young white blood cells, newly differentiated, joining the immune patrol. Endothelial progenitors, having repaired their vessel, integrating into the wall. All of this invisible to you, unfelt, unnoticed, but real, but happening, but essential. Let the last whisper carry you deeper still, past all thought, all awareness, all sensation, into pure rest, pure healing, pure biological process. The anthocyanins from berries, still circulating, still signaling. The omega-3s from fish, integrated into membranes, still protecting. The sulforaphane from broccoli, having activated NRF2, its work continuing. The curcumin from turmeric, reducing NF-κB, calming inflammation. The EGCG from green tea, modulating angiogenesis, supporting endothelium. The resveratrol from grapes, activating sirtuins, supporting DNA repair. The beta-glucans from mushrooms, training immune cells, enhancing surveillance. The butyrate from fermented fiber, feeding colonocytes, strengthening barriers. All of these compounds working in concert, in synergy, creating effects greater than their sum, supporting all 5 defense systems: regeneration, angiogenesis, microbiome, DNA protection, immunity, all enhanced, all optimized, all functioning better because of food, because of choices made, patterns maintained, care taken, And now, at the deepest point, at the nadir of the night, growth hormone peaks, flooding your system, telling tissues to repair, to build, to strengthen, telling muscles to synthesize protein, to recover from today's use, telling bones to remodel, to maintain density, telling organs to regenerate, to restore function. This happens every night, in deep sleep, in stage 3 and 4, the slow wave sleep, the delta waves, the deepest rest. This is when healing peaks, when growth occurs, when repair is prioritized, your body shifting resources from daily function to maintenance, from consciousness to regeneration, from movement to healing. This is why sleep matters so profoundly. This is why sleep deprivation is so harmful. Not just the tiredness, not just the impairment, but the lost opportunity, the missed window, the foregone healing. Night after night, the deficit accumulates, the damage persists, the regenerative capacity declines, the biological age increases. But when sleep is adequate, when depth is achieved, when duration is sufficient, then healing happens, regeneration proceeds, maintenance completes, the body restores itself, prepares for tomorrow, maintains its vitality. Nothing left to learn now, nothing left to understand, just the pure experience of healing, of rest, of biological renewal, just the body doing what it's done since you were born, what it will do until you die, maintaining, repairing, regenerating, keeping you alive, keeping you functional, keeping you you. The body keeps healing. Quiet stem cells bloom within. Blood cells born and die and are replaced. Vessel walls repaired by floating progenitors. Gut lining renewed every few days. Skin cycling through its month-long replacement. Bones remodeling to maintain their strength. Liver regenerating even as it detoxifies. All of this, continuous, automatic, intelligent. Your body knowing what to do, doing it without instruction. 50 trillion cells cooperating, coordinating, communicating, creating you, maintaining you, sustaining you through metabolism and signaling and genetic expression, through stem cells and differentiation and tissue renewal, through the ancient machinery of biological life. And the foods that support this, these humble foods, they're gifts from plants and animals and fungi and bacteria, from evolution's long experiment, from deep time's accumulated wisdom. Their molecules speaking to your molecules, their information becoming your health. This partnership, this ancient symbiosis, this mutual dependence. You eat them, they heal you. Together you persist, together you thrive. No supplement replicates this. No pill captures the complexity, the synergies, the matrix, the whole food in its completeness. This is why we return to food, to meals, to the simple act of eating well. Not because it's easy, not because it's trendy, but because it works, because biology responds, because health improves, because healing happens. Total darkness now, complete surrender, no awareness, No thought, no sensation, just biological process, just cellular function, just life sustaining itself. And in this void, in this healing dark, your stem cells have done their work. They've divided when needed, differentiated where called, mobilized in response to signals. They've maintained tissue, repaired damage, replaced what was lost. They've kept you, despite constant molecular turnover, despite cellular death and renewal. This continuity through change, this persistence through flux, this is the paradox of life, the mystery of identity. You're not the same molecules you were 7 years ago, 10 years ago. Every atom has been replaced, every protein rebuilt, every membrane renewed, yet you remain continuous, coherent, yourself. Because the pattern persists, the organization continues, the information in your DNA expressed through your cells, creating structures that maintain themselves, that repair themselves, that replace themselves, while retaining form, function, memory, identity. This is you, this process, this pattern, this organized complexity. And stem cells are the keepers of potential, the renewal mechanism, the reason you can maintain yourself despite wear and tear, despite damage and aging, despite time's relentless advance. Sleep deepens further still, if that's possible. Beyond sleep into something like suspended animation. Metabolic rate lowered, body temperature dropped slightly, all non-essential functions minimized, all resources directed to repair. This is the healing state, the regenerative mode, the maintenance program running. And while you rest in this deep state, while conscious mind is completely offline, your biological mind continues, your cellular intelligence operates, making 1 trillion decisions per second, adapting to conditions, maintaining homeostasis, performing repairs, generating tomorrow's vitality. You don't need to do anything. You are this doing, not separate from your biology, but identical with it. You are your cells, your metabolism, your stem cells dividing. You are the healing, the regeneration, the continuous renewal. And in the morning, when light comes, when you wake, the process will continue, different but continuous. Metabolism increasing, body temperature rising, conscious mind re-engaging, movement resuming. But the cellular work never stops, the healing never ceases, the regeneration never pauses. Day or night, wake or sleep, this is constant, this is life, this is the price and privilege of being biological. The foods you'll eat tomorrow, they'll support tomorrow's healing. The movement you'll do, it'll signal tomorrow's adaptations. The sleep you'll have tomorrow night, it'll enable tomorrow night's regeneration. Each day, each choice, each pattern, building on the last, creating trajectory, shaping biology, determining health. But that's tomorrow's concern. Tonight is for rest, for release, for repair. Tonight is for trusting the body's wisdom, for allowing the healing, for surrendering to the automatic processes that sustain life. The body keeps healing, quiet, steady, certain. Stem cells bloom within, tiny gardens in marrow darkness, potential waiting, ready, capable, and will keep drifting, floating together through health science, through biological truth, through the poetry of cellular renewal. This learning continues, even in deepest sleep. These patterns establish, even below consciousness. This care manifests, even without trying. The body responds to knowledge, to attention, to nutrition. Healing happens. Regeneration proceeds. Stem cells activate, round and round. The cycle continues. Damage and repair, breakdown and renewal, death and birth at the cellular level, entropy and organization in constant balance. This is life. This is health. This is the gift of a well-functioning body, and you support it through choices, through care, through consistency, through eating foods that signal healing, that provide materials, through resting when needed, through moving regularly, through managing stress where possible, through connecting with others, through all the behaviors that create conditions for optimal function. The stem cells respond to all of it, to the whole pattern. They function better when supported, worse when neglected. This is not magic. This is not mystery. This is biology responding to environment. This is you taking care of you in the most fundamental way. By providing what your cells need, then allowing them to do what they know how to do. And so we end where we began, in the floating, in the drifting, in the space between wake and sleep, between learning and resting, where information becomes integration, where knowledge becomes knowing, where the conscious effort releases into automatic function. Your body knows now, even if your mind forgets. Your cells remember, even if you don't recall the details. The pattern is established, the support is provided, the healing happens. Tonight, tomorrow, every night, every day. For as long as you maintain this care, this attention, this support, the regeneration continues, the stem cells function, the healing proceeds, the body keeps healing. Quiet stem cells bloom within and will keep drifting, floating together through health science, through the night, through all the nights to come. As long as life persists, as long as cells divide, as long as patterns maintain, the healing never stops, the renewal never ceases, the miracle continues. Rest now, complete, deep healing. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the science of health, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through how cells defend, repair, and renew themselves. Foods that activate your body's healing systems, the quiet intelligence of your microbiome at work. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of regeneration itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this health learning video helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too. But only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into cellular health. Right now, in this very moment, your body is orchestrating something extraordinary. Billions of tiny repair crews moving through darkness, invisible architects, rebuilding you cell by cell while consciousness fades, your eyelids growing heavier, heavier as we sink into the microscopic world. Deep in your tissue, blood vessels are dancing, a delicate balance, angiogenesis, the body's wisdom of knowing exactly when to grow new vessels, when to prune old ones, like a gardener tending invisible vines, threading through organs, feeding every cell. Too many vessels, and disease can take hold. Too few, and tissue starves. But your body knows, it knows, this ancient balance, written into your biology, millions of years of evolutionary memory. And there are foods, simple foods, that speak this language. Dark berries, their deep purple voices, whispering to your endothelial cells, those delicate inner linings of blood vessels, telling them, slow down, be selective, grow with intention. Green tea leaves, steeped in hot water, releasing catechins, molecules that float, drift through your bloodstream, landing on cellular doorways, gentle messengers, maintaining vascular balance. Each sip you took today, still echoing through tissues, even now as you sink deeper, your breath slowing, each exhale, releasing tension, releasing the day, releasing everything that no longer serves. While you sleep, your immune system is fully awake. Sentinels patrol, silent guardians, natural killer cells, floating through blood, touching, tasting every cell they encounter, asking the question, are you healthy? Are you self? Are you safe? And when they find a cell, transformed, damaged, potentially dangerous, they don't hesitate. They release perforins, tiny molecular spears, puncturing the membrane, then granzymes, pouring in, triggering, a peaceful dismantling, apoptosis, the programmed death that protects the living. T-cells learning, in the shadows of your thymus, each one trained to recognize one specific threat, an enormous library of molecular memories, ready, waiting, like monks in a monastery, each devoted to one prayer, one purpose, and macrophages, those great devourers, crawling through tissue, engulfing debris, bacteria, dead cells, then changing, shifting their chemical voice from inflammation to resolution, from alarm to healing. They know when to fight and when to rebuild. Let your body sink heavier, the pillow holding your head perfectly, your spine settling, vertebra by vertebra, everything releasing, inflammation, that ancient response. fire in the tissue can be your ally. A splinter enters, and immediately the area swells, grows warm, immune cells rushing in, clearing the threat. But then the fire must subside. The inflammation must resolve. Chronic low-grade inflammation is different, a smouldering that never quite extinguishes, aging you, slowly, silently, like rust spreading through machinery. But your body holds the antidote, woven into its deepest systems, those omega-3 fatty acids from wild salmon, from sardines swimming in cold waters, from walnuts cracking open. They transform inside your cells into specialized molecules, resolvins, protectins, merisins, chemical peacemakers that gently guide inflammation back to quiet. Extra virgin olive oil, golden green, pressed from ancient trees, carries oleocanthal, a molecule that mimics the action of aspirin, dampening inflammatory pathways, soothing tissue. 1 tablespoon a day, and your cells receive this Mediterranean whisper, this liquid calm. Your eyes completely still now, behind closed lids, muscles twitching as dreams begin to form, and deeper still, inside the nucleus of every cell, your DNA is being tended. DNA repair pathways activating us continuously, base excision repair, nucleotide excision repair, mismatch repair, homologous recombination, each with its own specialty, its own tools, enzymes, reading the double helix like editors, reviewing text, finding errors, cutting them out, splicing in, perfect replacements, every day, thousands of times, radiation, chemicals, metabolic byproducts damage your DNA. But every night, especially between 2 and 4 a.m., when growth hormone peaks, when melatonin floods, your system repair accelerates. And at the tips of each chromosome, telomeres, those protective caps, like the plastic ends of shoelaces, keeping everything from fraying. With each cell division, they shorten, a biological clock counting down. But telomerase, that remarkable enzyme, can lengthen them, add back what was lost. The foods you choose determine how fast that clock runs down. Chronic stress, oxidative damage, speed the shortening, but leafy greens, fermented foods, practices of calm, like this moment, right now, they preserve, they protect those precious genetic bookends, sinking deeper into cellular night, where the damaged are removed, where senescent cells, those that have stopped dividing but won't quite die, are finally cleared away. Cellular senescence can be protective, stopping damaged cells from becoming cancer, but accumulated senescent cells secrete inflammatory factors, aging nearby tissue, zombie cells, the scientists call them, not quite dead, not quite alive. Your immune system knows them and gradually, quietly, removes them through senolysis, the clearing that happens mostly during deep sleep, the very sleep you're entering now. And when a cell is truly beyond repair, apoptosis begins. The mitochondria, those power plants, release cytochrome C, a signal of ending. Caspases activate like dominoes falling, dismantling the cell from within. Membrane blebbing, nuclear condensation, everything packaged neatly for macrophages to consume. No inflammation, no alarm, just a quiet return to components to be recycled. Your breath, so soft now, barely moving, and inside, autophagy accelerates. Auto, self, phagy, eating the cell, consuming its own damaged parts, misfolded proteins, broken organelles, all gathered into double membrane sacs, autophagosomes, then fused with lysosomes, those acidic cauldrons where everything dissolves back to amino acids, lipids, simple sugars. This is how cells stay young, by constantly removing the old, the broken, turning them into building blocks for new structures, a cellular fountain of youth. And it accelerates when you fast, when you sleep, when you exercise, when you consume sulforaphane from broccoli sprouts or resveratrol from grapes. Mitophagy, a special form, eating damaged mitochondria, because mitochondria, like tiny bacteria descended from ancient symbiotes, have their own DNA, their own membranes, and when they fail, they leak reactive oxygen species, free radicals that damage everything nearby. But PINK1 and Parkin, proteins that sense mitochondrial distress, they tag the damaged for destruction, wrapping them in autophagosomes, clearing them away, making room for mitochondrial biogenesis, the birth of new energy centers. Let go completely. There's nowhere to be, nothing to remember. Just this soft, dark repair. Inside each cell, inside those new mitochondria, energy is being generated. Glucose and oxygen meeting in the cristae, those folded inner membranes, electrons flowing down the respiratory chain, ATP synthase spinning like molecular turbines, creating adenosine triphosphate, the universal currency of cellular life. But this process creates oxidative stress, those reactive oxygen species, superoxide, hydrogen peroxide, hydroxyl radicals, like sparks from a fire. They can damage lipids, proteins, DNA itself, unless your antioxidant systems neutralize them. Superoxide dismutase, converting superoxide to hydrogen peroxide, catalase, and glutathione peroxidase, breaking down that peroxide to water, harmless water, and glutathione itself, that master antioxidant, cycling between reduced and oxidized forms, accepting electrons from free radicals, stabilizing them. Your body makes glutathione from 3 amino acids, but it needs sulfur from garlic, onions, cruciferous vegetables. It needs selenium from Brazil nuts, just 2 or 3 a day, and zinc from pumpkin seeds, oysters, signaling hundreds of enzymes, darkness wrapping around you, warm, safe. You are so heavy now. Nitric oxide, that tiny molecule, 1 nitrogen, 1 oxygen, produced by endothelial cells lining every blood vessel. It diffuses into smooth muscle, causing relaxation, vasodilation, blood flowing freely, delivering oxygen, nutrients to tissue, starving, no more. And nitric oxide does more. It prevents platelets from clumping. It inhibits white blood cells from sticking to vessel walls. It maintains that critical endothelial health, the foundation of cardiovascular longevity. Beets, leafy greens, rich in nitrates. Your saliva converts them to nitrites, then in the acidic stomach to nitric oxide, absorbed into blood, a vegetable becoming a vasodilator. Food as medicine, medicine as food. Your stem cells resting in their niches, waiting. Those small populations of unspecialized cells holding infinite potential. They can become anything, any cell type needed for repair. In bone marrow, hematopoietic stem cells give rise to all blood cells, red cells, carrying oxygen, white cells, defending, platelets, clotting wounds, a constant renewal, 2 million red blood cells created every single second in the gut lining, in hair follicles, in the base of your epidermis. Stem cells divide asymmetrically. 1 daughter. In your gut, 3 pounds of bacteria, fungi, viruses, archaea, your microbiome, more cells than in your entire body, more genes than in your genome. They are not invaders, they are partners, evolved together for millennia. Diversity is health. Hundreds of species, each occupying its own niche, some breaking down complex fibers that you cannot digest, producing short-chain fatty acids, butyrate, propionate, acetate. These molecules feed your colonocytes, the cells lining your colon. They reduce inflammation. They strengthen the gut barrier. They even travel to the liver, the brain, influencing metabolism everywhere. Akkermansia mucinifera, a keystone species living in the mucus layer. It consumes mucin and in doing so stimulates mucus production, maintaining gut barrier integrity, preventing leaky gut where bacterial fragments slip through into blood, triggering systemic inflammation. People with abundant Akkermansia have better metabolic health, better insulin sensitivity, less obesity, and you can feed it with polyphenols from pomegranates, green tea, cranberries, Lactobacillus, bifidobacterium, species that ferment sugars, producing lactic acid, lowering pH, creating an environment hostile to pathogens. They're enriched by fermented foods, kimchi, with its spicy, probiotic, tang, sauerkraut, sour alive with bacteria, yogurt, creamy cultures, tangy kefir, ancient foods that humans have been eating for thousands of years, knowing, without knowing, that they supported the invisible ecosystem within. Your intestinal lining is only 1 cell thick, the most renewable tissue in the body, every 3 to 5 days, completely replaced. And those cells must form tight junctions like hands, holding hands, preventing anything from slipping between. But stress, poor diet, alcohol, antibiotics, NSAID painkillers, they loosen those junctions. Zonulin proteins increase, gaps appear, and through those gaps, lipopolysaccharides from bacterial membranes enter the bloodstream. The immune system detects them, responds. Inflammation rises. Leaky gut may be at the root of autoimmune conditions, allergies, brain fog, mood disorders. The gut and the brain, connected by the vagus nerve, by blood, by signaling molecules that travel both ways. But fiber, polyphenols, omega-3s, they tighten those junctions, they feed beneficial bacteria, they calm. The immune response, healing, can begin in the dark, digesting nothing, fasting through the night, allowing the gut to rest and repair. So heavy, so still, your breath like distant waves, slow, rhythmic. Polyphenols, those colourful compounds from plants, flavonoids, anthocyanins that make berries purple, blue, quercetin in onions, apples, making your eyes water when you cut them, but inside they're activating antioxidant response elements, turning on genes for detoxification, for protection. Curcumin from turmeric, golden, bright, it modulates dozens of signaling pathways. NF-kappa B, the master switch of inflammation. Curcumin turns it down, paired with black pepper. Piperine, absorption increases 20-fold, traveling through your liver, your brain, your joints, reducing pain, reducing the slow burn of chronic inflammation. Lycopene, red pigment in tomatoes, watermelon. When tomatoes are cooked, their cell walls break down, releasing lycopene, which then dissolves in olive oil, becomes bioavailable. It concentrates in the prostate, the testes, in cardiovascular tissue. A powerful antioxidant protecting lipids from oxidation. LDL cholesterol, when oxidized, becomes inflammatory, dangerous, but lycopene prevents that transformation. Anthocyanins from blueberries, blackberries, cherries, they cross the blood-brain barrier, accumulating in the hippocampus, supporting memory, neuroplasticity. They improve endothelial function, reducing arterial stiffness, making vessels supple, young, again. Green tea, especially matcha, where the whole leaf is ground, consumed, provides L-theanine an amino acid that crosses into the brain, increasing alpha waves, the same brain waves present right now as you drift toward sleep, calm, focus without jitters. And EGCG, epigallocatechin-galate, the primary catechin, it activates AMPK, that cellular energy sensor, mimicking some effects of fasting, of exercise, dark chocolate, at least 70% cacao, rich in flavonols. They increase cerebral blood flow, they improve insulin sensitivity, they feed gut bacteria, which then produce anti-inflammatory compounds. Just a small piece, mindfully melting on your tongue, is enough to deliver these benefits, pleasure and health, intertwined deeper now into the space between wake and sleep, the hypnagogic realm where thoughts become images, images dissolve, cellular repair, intensifying omega-3 fatty acids, EPA and DHA from fatty fish, salmon, mackerel, sardines, anchovies, swimming in cold northern waters, their flesh concentrated with these essential fats. You cannot make them in sufficient quantities. You must obtain them from food. They incorporate into every cell membrane, making them fluid, flexible. Receptors can move, cluster, signal properly, and they're converted into resolvin, protectins, molecules that actively resolve inflammation. They don't just suppress it, they guide the immune system back to balance, back to homeostasis. The brain is 60% fat, much of that. DHA, neuronal membranes, synaptic vesicles, all enriched with omega-3s, supporting neurotransmission, learning, memory, mood regulation. Low omega-3 is linked to depression, anxiety, cognitive decline. But even modest supplementation can shift the trajectory. Walnuts, the only nut rich in ALA, alpha-linolenic acid, a plant-based omega-3. Your body can convert some of it to EPA and DHA, though not efficiently, but still, walnuts offer melatonin, polyphenols, fiber. A handful a day improves gut microbiome, diversity, reduces inflammation, supports brain health. Their very shape, like a brain, an ancient signature of their benefit. Almonds, rich in vitamin E, a fat-soluble antioxidant, protecting cell membranes from lipid peroxidation and magnesium 300 enzymatic reactions depend on it. ATP synthesis, DNA repair, muscle relaxation, nerve function. Most people are deficient in magnesium. That's because soils are depleted, because stress depletes it from cells. Everything softening, dissolving, boundaries between body and bed fading. AMPK, AMP-activated protein kinase, that cellular energy sensor, when energy runs low, when ATP drops, AMPK activates, it shifts metabolism toward catabolism, breaking down fat, glycogen, producing energy. It inhibits anabolic processes synthesis, growth, and crucially, it activates autophagy, clearing damaged components, increasing the mitochondrial biogenesis. It's the mechanism by which fasting, exercise, certain compounds extend lifespan in every organism tested. mTOR, mechanistic target of rapamycin, is the opposite. When nutrients are abundant, especially amino acids like leucine, mTOR activates. It promotes growth, protein synthesis, cell division. This is necessary for building muscle, healing wounds, but chronic mTOR activation accelerates aging, increases cancer risk. The key is oscillation. Periods of mTOR activation, followed by mTOR inhibition, feast and fast, build and clean. Your ancestors lived this way by necessity, and your body is designed for this rhythm. Fasting mimicking effects can come from compounds, resveratrol, from grapes, from red wine in moderation, activates sirtuins, those longevity genes, which decetylate histons and other proteins, altering gene expression toward stress resistance, DNA repair, spermidine in wheat germ, soybeans, aged cheese, mushrooms, induces autophagy, extends lifespan in yeast, flies, worms, mice. Even human studies show those with higher spermidine intake live longer with less cardiovascular disease. Your circadian rhythm aligning to the dark suprachiasmatic nucleus in your hypothalamus, detecting the absence of blue light, signaling the pineal gland to secrete melatonin. Melatonin, more than a sleep signal, it's a powerful antioxidant, scavenging hydroxyl radicals, one of the few antioxidants that can enter mitochondria, protecting them from within. It stimulates antioxidant enzymes. It modulates the immune system. It even has anti-cancer properties by regulating cell division, apoptosis. During sleep, especially deep slow-wave sleep, cellular repair peaks, growth hormone pulses from the pituitary. It stimulates tissue repair, muscle growth, fat breakdown. Children secrete large amounts, adults less, but it's still crucial, and it's primarily released during the first third of the night. Deep, dreamless sleep. Cortisol should be low now, but if stress is chronic, if you lie here, mind racing, cortisol remains elevated. It suppresses the immune system, dampens T-cell function, NK cell activity, increases inflammation, raises blood sugar, breaks down muscle tissue. Chronic stress is a thief, stealing your health, your resilience, your longevity. But this moment, right here, listening to softness, allowing muscles to release, you are actively lowering cortisol, activating the parasympathetic nervous system. Rest, digest, heal. The vagus nerve sending signals, heart rate, slowing, digestion, resuming immune function. recovering. Epigenetics, the layer above genetics, methyl groups, acetyl groups, attaching to DNA, histones, not changing the sequence, but changing which genes are expressed, which silenced. DNA methylation usually silences genes, and patterns of methylation are influenced by diet, stress, toxins, exercise, even the foods your grandmother ate while pregnant may have marked your epigenome, passed down through generations, but it's reversible. Folate from leafy greens, B12 from animal products, betaine from beets. They provide methyl groups for proper methylation. Same S-adenosylmethionine, the universal methyl donor, synthesized in your liver right now. Histone acetylation opens up chromatin, allows transcription. Butyrate from gut bacteria is a histone deacetylase inhibitor. It keeps histones acetylated, keeps genes accessible. This is one way fiber, gut health, influences gene expression throughout the body. So much happening silently, invisibly, while you rest. Nutrient sensing pathways, insulin signaling, IGF-1, when you eat, especially refined carbs, sugar, insulin spikes. Glucose enters cells, but chronic high insulin leads to insulin resistance. Cells stop listening. Glucose remains in blood, causing glycation, where sugar binds to proteins, forming advanced glycation end products, AGEs. They stiffen tissues, crosslink, collagen, age your skin, your vessels, your organs. But insulin sensitivity can be restored through fasting, through exercise, through foods low on the glycemic index, cinnamon, apple cider vinegar. They blunt glucose spikes, fiber slows sugar absorption, resistant starch from cooled potatoes, cooled rice feeds bacteria, improves metabolic health. Your cells communicating always. Cytokines, chemical messengers, interleukins, interferons, tumor necrosis factor. They can be pro-inflammatory or anti-inflammatory. The balance determines your health trajectory. IL-6 can promote or resolve inflammation depending on context. IL-10, strongly anti-inflammatory. TGF-beta, regulating immune responses, tissue repair, growth factors like VEGF, vascular endothelial, growth factor, stimulating angiogenesis. In wounds, this is healing. In tumors, it's dangerous. Your body must regulate precisely. And anti-angiogenic foods help. They don't stop angiogenesis. They balance it. Green tea, soy, tomatoes, berries, they prevent excessive vessel growth. They starve micrometastases before they can establish blood supply, a dietary form of chemoprevention, tissue regeneration, continuous, your skin renewing every 2 to 4 weeks, your liver regenerating within months, even if 2/3 is removed, it grows back, the only organ with such capacity, and the gut every 3 to 5 days. Completely new wound healing occurs in phases: hemostasis, clotting, then inflammation, immune cells, clearing debris, then proliferation, new tissue, forming, granulation, angiogenesis. Finally, remodeling, collagen, reorganizing, scar, fading. This process requires vitamin C for collagen synthesis, zinc for cell division, protein for building blocks, and adequate blood flow, bringing oxygen, nutrients, anything that improves circulation, improves healing. The brain has its own waste clearance system, the glymphatic system. It activates during sleep, especially during deep sleep. Cerebrospinal fluid flowing through channels along blood vessels, washing through brain tissue, carrying away metabolic waste, beta amyloid, tau, proteins that accumulate during waking hours and, if not cleared, contribute to neurodegeneration. Sleep on your side enhances glymphatic clearance. The lateral position allows optimal flow. Chronic sleep deprivation impairs this system. Wastes build up, brain fog, memory problems, eventually disease. But tonight, as you sleep deeply, your brain is bathing in clear fluid, cleansing, renewing, preparing for tomorrow. Let go of everything. The body knows what to do. It has always known. Cellular detoxification happening constantly. Phase Y, enzymes in the liver. Cytochrome P450s, taking toxins, drugs, hormones, making them more reactive, sometimes more dangerous, temporarily. This is why grapefruit juice can interact with medications. It inhibits certain P450s, changing drug metabolism. But then, phase 2, conjugation, glucuronidation, sulfation, methylation, acetylation, glutathione conjugation. These reactions attach water-soluble groups to toxins, making them excretable through urine, bile. Glutathione, that master detoxifier, conjugates to thousands of compounds, heavy metals, pesticides, metabolic byproducts, but it gets depleted by toxins, by alcohol, by acetaminophen, and it must be regenerated through glutathione reductase, using NADPH from the pentose phosphate pathway. Cruciferous vegetable, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, cauliflower, kale, they contain glucosinolates, which break down to sulforaphane isothiocyanates. These activate NRF2, a transcription factor that turns on antioxidant response elements, genes for glutathione synthesis, phase 2 enzymes, catalysts, ESOD, a coordinated upregulation of cellular defense. Just eating broccoli sprouts, 3-day-old, highest in sulforaphane, can measurably increase these protective systems within hours, food as genetic instruction. Your body, mostly water, 60% of your weight. And water is not passive, it's structured around proteins, around cell membranes, hydrogen bonds forming, breaking constantly. Cellular hydration isn't just about drinking water, it's about electrolytes, maintaining osmotic gradients, sodium, potassium, the sodium-potassium pump, ATPase, using ATP to move 3 sodium ions out, 2 potassium ions in, maintaining the electrochemical gradient that powers nerve impulses, muscle contractions, nutrient transport. Magnesium required for ATP to function. An ATP molecule is really ATP. Without magnesium, energy metabolism falters. Over 300 enzymes need it, and most people are deficient. Selenium in Brazil nuts, shellfish, an essential component of glutathione peroxidase, of thyrodoxine reductase, antioxidant enzymes that protect your DNA, your lipids. Too much selenium is toxic, but 2 Brazil nuts provides the perfect amount: zinc for immune cells, for wound healing, for taste and smell, for hundreds of zinc finger transcription factors that bind DNA, regulate genes. Oysters are richest, but pumpkin seeds, chickpeas, cashews provide plant-based sources. Iron, carefully regulated. Too little, and you're anemic. Oxygen delivery, impaired. Too much, and it generates hydroxyl radicals through Fenton reactions, causing oxidative damage. Most of the body's iron is bound to hemoglobin in red blood cells. Ferritin stores excess in the liver. Transferrin transports it in blood. This careful choreography of uptake, storage, excretion. Women lose iron with menstruation and often need supplementation. Men rarely do. Vitamin C enhances iron absorption. Tannins in tea inhibit it. Everything connected, everything in balance. The cell membrane, not just a barrier, it's a dynamic, fluid structure, a lipid bilayer, phospholipids, with hydrophilic heads facing water, hydrophobic tails facing inward, studded with proteins, receptors, channels, transporters, cholesterol, interspersed, modulating fluidity. Too fluid, and the membrane leaks. Too rigid, and it can't function properly. Cholesterol, often vilified, but essential for membrane integrity, for synthesizing steroid hormones, estrogen, testosterone, cortisol, for vitamin D production in skin. The problem is not cholesterol itself, but oxidized LDL cholesterol, small dense particles that infiltrate arterial walls, triggering immune responses, atherosclerosis. But large, fluffy LDL is relatively benign, and HDL, high-density lipoprotein, carries cholesterol back to the liver for excretion. Reverse cholesterol transport, protective. What matters is the balance, the particle size, the oxidation, status, and diet influences this. Saturated fat increases LDL, but also increases HDL and particle size. Trans fats, the artificial ones, unambiguously harmful. Unsaturated fats, especially olive oil, avocados, nuts, improve the lipid profile, reduce oxidation, support endothelial health. Lipid rafts, specialized domains in the membrane, enriched with cholesterol, sphingolipids, where receptors cluster, where signaling is amplified. Proteins move in and out of these rafts dynamically. It's a level of organization within the membrane, allowing precise spatial control of cellular communication, drifting weightless through the molecular, the microscopic, everything dissolving into sensation, warm, dark, safe, cellular energy efficiency, mitochondria generating ATP, but how efficiently depends on mitochondrial coupling. Coupled respiration, most energy becomes ATP. Uncoupled, some energy dissipates as heat. Brown adipose tissue has uncoupled mitochondria deliberately. It burns calories as heat, thermogenesis. Babies have lots to stay warm. Adults retain some in the neck, shoulders, supraclavicular region, and it can be increased through cold exposure, exercise. Irisin, a myokine from muscle, stimulates browning of white fat. White adipose tissue stores energy as triglycerides, but in excess, especially visceral fat, around organs, it becomes inflammatory, secreting cytokines like IL-6, TNF-alpha, resistin, reducing insulin sensitivity, adipokines, leptin, adiponectin. The balance shifts toward metabolic dysfunction. But weight loss, even modest, reduces inflammation, improves metabolic flexibility, the ability only to switch between burning glucose and fat. A metabolically flexible person can fast comfortably, can exercise, fasted, can adapt to varied diets. Metabolic flexibility requires healthy mitochondria, adequate insulin sensitivity, balanced hormones, and it's enhanced by fasting, by ketogenic diets, by exercise, by avoiding constant grazing on high glycemic foods. When you fast, insulin drops, glucagon rises, stimulating lipolysis, fat breakdown, free fatty acids travel to the liver, converted to ketone bodies, beta-hydroxybutyrate, acetoacetate. These cross the blood-brain barrier, fueling the brain. They also signal, they activate AMPK, inhibit mTOR, promote autophagy. They're anti-inflammatory, neuroprotective. They extend lifespan. In animal models, you don't need a ketogenic diet to access these benefits. Intermittent fasting, time-restricted eating, even just 12 hours overnight allows a transition into fat burning, into mild ketosis, hormesis, the principle that mild stress strengthens Too much stress damages, but just enough activates adaptive responses, leaving you stronger, more resilient. Exercise is hormesis, muscles stressed, microtears, in fibers, inflammation, but then repair, satellite cells fusing, forming new fibers, mitochondrial biogenesis, angiogenesis, bringing more blood flow. The muscle grows, adapts, become more fatigue resistant. And not just the muscle, exercise releases myokines, IL-6 from contracting muscle, paradoxically anti-inflammatory, despite being a pro-inflammatory cytokine elsewhere. Context matters. Irisin, promoting, browning, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, supporting neuroplasticity, learning, memory. Exercise is medicine for the brain as much as the body. Muscle immune crosstalk. Muscles are endocrine organs. They communicate to you with immune cells, modulating systemic inflammation, supporting immune surveillance. People with greater muscle mass have better immune function, better outcomes from infections, from vaccines, sarcopenia. Age-related muscle loss is not inevitable. Resistance training, adequate protein can preserve, even build muscle at any age. You're so relaxed now, barely as aware as of your limbs, your breathing, automatic, shallow, perfect. Cold exposure, another hormetic, stress, activates brown fat, increases norepinephrine, dopamine, enhances mood, focus, reduces inflammation, improves insulin sensitivity. Even brief, cold showers trigger adaptive responses. Heat exposure, sauna, increases heat shock proteins, chaperones that refold misfolded proteins or target them for degradation. Protects against protein aggregation, cardiovascular disease, even Alzheimer's. Regular sauna use 4 to 7 times per week associated with significantly reduced mortality, all-cause cardiovascular, even dementia. Hormesis extends to phytochemicals, plant toxins in small amounts, activating stress response pathways, NRF2, sirtuins, AMPK. They're called xenohormetics, resveratrol, curcumin, sulforaphane, quercetin. Plants produce them as defense compounds against insects, pathogens, and when we eat them, they activate our own defenses. An evolutionary partnership. Your stem cells are responding to signals, growth factors like FGF, fibroblast growth factor, EGF, epidermal growth factor. They bind to receptors, triggering cascades, MAPK, PI3K ACT, pathways that promote proliferation, differentiation, or maintain quiescence, keeping stem cells in reserve. The bone marrow niche is hypoxic, low oxygen. This preserves hematopoietic stem cells, prevents oxidative damage, maintains stemness. But when needed, they're mobilized, enter circulation, home to sites of injury, infection. Begin differentiation into needed cell types. In the gut, crypt base, columnar cells, the stem cells divide daily. One daughter climbs the crypt, differentiating, becoming enterocyte, goblet cell, Paneth cell, enteroendocrine cell. The other stays behind, dividing. Again, a constant renewal that allows the gut to replace itself so frequently. This rapid turnover makes the gut vulnerable to chemotherapy, radiation, which target rapidly dividing cells, but it also means the gut can recover quickly. When the insult ceases, resilience built into the system everywhere inside you right now, cells dividing, dying, cleaning, building an invisible architecture of maintenance. Free radicals not always bad. Reactive oxygen species in controlled amounts are signaling molecules. Hydrogen peroxide acts as a second messenger. After growth factors bind receptors, ROS, are generated briefly, locally. They oxidize cysteine residues on proteins, activating them. Then antioxidants quench the signal. This is redox signaling, and it's essential for normal cellular function. Too many antioxidants can interfere with this, can blunt the benefits of exercise. The hormetic stress that triggers adaptation involves ROS, high-dose antioxidant supplements, especially synthetic ones, may not be beneficial, may even be harmful, but antioxidants from food are different. They come with fiber, polyphenols, other compounds in a matrix that modulates absorption, and they support the body's own antioxidant systems rather than replacing them. Redox balance, not the absence of oxidants, but the appropriate ratio, enough for signaling, not so much. That damage accumulates. Your body manages this exquisitely, given the right inputs. Sinking. Every cell in your body bathed in interstitial fluid, the space between cells where nutrients diffuse in, wastes diffuse out, lymphatic vessels collecting excess fluid, returning it to circulation, immune cells patrolling through lymph to lymph nodes where antigens are presented, adaptive responses initiated. The lymphatic system has no pump. It relies on muscle contractions, breathing, movement. Sedentary lifestyle allows fluid to stagnate, wastes accumulate. Movement, even gentle walking, yoga, stimulates lymphatic flow, enhances detoxification, immune function. Deep in, the brain, the pineal gland, secreting melatonin more and more as the night deepens. Darkness is not the absence of light. It's a signal, an instruction to the body. Now is the time for repair, for restoration, for dreams. and dreams are not random noise. They're processing emotional memories being integrated, synaptic pruning, strengthening important connections, weakening irrelevant ones, the hippocampus replaying the day's events, consolidating them into long-term memory in the cortex. REM sleep, rapid eye movement, when most dreaming occurs, characterized by theta waves, similar to waking consciousness, but the body is paralyzed, atonia, so you don't act out your dreams. Acetylcholine, high, driving, cortical activation, norepinephrine, serotonin, low. This unique neurochemical state allows for creative associations, emotional processing. Sleep deprivation impairs memory consolidation, emotional regulation, immune function, metabolic health. Even one night of poor sleep reduces insulin sensitivity, increases ghrelin, the hunger hormone, decreases leptin, the satiety hormone. You feel hungrier, crave high-calorie foods, a vicious cycle leading to weight gain, metabolic disease, but sufficient sleep, 7 to 9 hours, for most adults, restores all of this. Prioritizing sleep is one of the most powerful health interventions available, and it's free. Melatonin, synthesized from serotonin via arylylkylamine N-acetyltransferase, peaks around 2 to 4 a.m., binding MT1 and MT2 receptors across brain and periphery, slowing wake-promoting orexin neurons in the hypothalamus, lowering core temperature, quieting alertness. Blue light from screens suppresses it sharply. Even dim exposure delays onset, diminishes amplitude, mimicking perpetual daylight, disrupting ancestral rhythm. Sleep cycles, 90-minute loops, alternating non-REM, stages 1 through 3, and REM, early night, dominated by deep slow-wave sleep, delta waves, where growth hormone pulses, tissue repair surges, immune cytokines rise. Late night, REM dominates, brain activity rivals wakefulness, yet voluntary muscles, flaccid via glycine and GABA inhibition. From brainstem, preventing enactment, PGO waves, pontogeniculo-occipital, spark vivid imagery, emotional salience, processed without noradrenergic filter, allowing fear extinction, trauma integration, creativity blooms, hippocampal replay during slow wave, sharp wave ripples, compressed daytime sequences 10 to 20 times faster, transferring to neocortex for durable storage. REM complements by weakening extraneous synapses, homeostatic scaling down, clearing noise, preserving signal. Deprived of this, memories fade, anxiety lingers, novel solutions evade. Metabolically, sleep debt mimics fasting stress, cortisol rises, insulin resistance climbs. Within 24 hours, adipose tissue inflames, gut permeability increases, microbiota shifts toward obesogenic profiles. Longitudinal studies, as of late 2025, confirm habitual short sleep, under 6 hours, doubles diabetes risk, triples obesity, independently of diet or exercise, while extension trials, adding 1 to 2 hours, reverses markers in weeks. Neuroimmune crosstalk, profound. During sleep, T cells rise, pro-inflammatory cytokines dip, allowing repair, chronic deprivation, sustains low-grade inflammation, accelerating atherosclerosis, neurodegeneration, cancer progression, even vaccination efficacy drops, antibody titers halved in sleep-restricted cohorts. Circadian genes, clock, BMAL1, purr, cry, orchestrate thousands of transcript in every cell, misalignment, shift work, jet lag, desynchronizes organs, liver clocks lag brain, gut clocks drift, driving metabolic chaos, melatonin, beyond sleep, directly antioxidant, mitochondrial protector, sirtuin activator, cancer suppressor, in high doses, restoration cascades, autophagy ramps, mitophagy clears damaged mitochondria, glymphatic flow peaks, tenfold clearance of amyloid beta, alpha-synuclein, tau, preventing aggregates, DNA repair enzymes peak, PARP, ERCC1, fixing wake-induced lesions, hormesis resolved. Mastery lies in hygiene, consistent timing, even weekends, anchors rhythm, morning light, 10,000 lux, sets phase, evening dimness, amber hues, preserves melatonin, cool darkness, 60 to 67 Fahrenheit, signals depth, no caffeine past noon, alcohol fragments REM, exercise early, enhances slow wave, magnesium, glycine, apigenin, gentle aids, without tolerance, in an always-on world, sleep remains, the ultimate recovery modality, non-negotiable, profoundly regenerative, shaping cognition, mood, metabolism, immunity, longevity, all from surrender to ancient darkness. You're deep in it now. Slow wave sleep, delta waves, the deepest, most restorative stage, growth hormone, pulsing, immune system, recalibrating, the glymphatic system, flushing, wastes from the brain, memories, dissolving, reforming, time, losing, meaning, your microbiome, even now, active, fermenting, fibers that reached the colon, undigested, producing butyrate, which diffuses into colonocytes, providing 70% of their energy and signaling beyond. Butyrate travels to the liver, suppresses gluconeogenesis, improves insulin sensitivity. It travels to the brain, crosses the blood-brain barrier, acts as an HDAC inhibitor, influences gene expression, mood, cognition, propionate, another short-chain fatty acid, reduces cholesterol synthesis in the liver, signals satiety through gut hormones like PFRI, GLP-1. These hormones slow gastric emptying, reduce appetite. This is one way. Fiber promotes weight loss, acetate. The third, major SCFA, absorbed into blood, used by peripheral tissues for energy, affects lipid metabolism, influences appetite regulation in the brain, your gut bacteria, producing vitamins, B vitamins, vitamin K2, essential nutrients. You don't get enough of from diet alone. They're synthesizing neurotransmitters, precursors, GABA, serotonin. 90% of serotonin is made in the gut, not in the brain. The gut, truly a second brain. The enteric nervous system, 500 million neurons, lining the GI tract, more than the spinal cord. It can operate independently of the brain, controlling peristalsis, secretion, blood flow, but it's connected to the CNS via the vagus nerve, sending signals up, receiving signals down. The gut-brain axis, bidirectional communication. Stress affects the gut, altering motility, increasing permeability, shifting the microbiome toward dysbiosis, and gut dysfunction affects the brain. Mood disorders, anxiety, depression often linked us to gut issues. Treating the gut can improve mental health, psychobiotics, probiotics that affect the brain. Lactobacillus rhamnosus, Bifidobacterium longum. They reduce anxiety, depression in animal models and some human trials. The mechanisms are unclear, but likely involve SCF is neurotransmitter production, immune modulation, vagal signaling, floating through inner space, awareness, flickering like a candle, almost extinguished. Cytokine balance, the conversation of the immune system. Pro-inflammatory, necessary for fighting infection, clearing damage, but chronic elevation drives disease. IL-1, IL-6, TNF-alpha, elevated in obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, Alzheimer's, depression. They're called inflammaging, the low-grade chronic inflammation of aging. But anti-inflammatory cytokines, IL-10, TGF-beta, IL-4, they counterbalance, they resolve, they instruct macrophages to switch from M1, pro-inflammatory, to M2, anti-inflammatory, tissue-repairing phenotype. This balance is influenced by diet. Omega-3s, polyphenols, fiber shift toward anti-inflammatory. Omega-6, especially from processed seed oils, when excessive, shift toward pro-inflammatory, but omega-6 aren't inherently bad. The ratio matters. Ancestral diets had ratios of 1:1 to 4.1 omega-6 to omega-3. Modern Western diets, 20.1 or higher. This imbalance contributes to chronic inflammation. VEGF, vascular endothelial growth factor, in wounds. It's essential, stimulating new blood vessels to reach healing tissue. In exercise, it supports angiogenesis in muscles, improving oxygen delivery, performance in the brain. It supports neurogenesis, the birth of new neurons in the hippocampus. But in cancer, VEGF is hijacked. Tumors secrete it, recruiting blood vessels. Angiogenesis allows them just to grow beyond for a few millimeters and to metastasize, cells entering vessels, traveling to distant sites, establishing new colonies. Anti-angiogenic therapy blocks VEGF, starves tumors, and diet, provides natural VEGF inhibitors. Soy contains genistein. Green tea, EGCG, tomatoes, lycopene, berries, ellagic acid. They don't block VEGF completely, they modulate it, keep it in balance, allowing normal angiogenesis, preventing pathological. This is the power of food. Its information, signaling molecules are entering the cells, binding receptors, altering gene expression. You are literally built from what you eat. Every cell replaced over time with new atoms from food. You become your diet. Your liver, the great metabolic hub, receives blood from the gut via the portal vein. First pass for nutrients, toxins, drugs. It filters, detoxifies, synthesizes proteins, glucose, ketones, cholesterol, bile, a multitasking organ with over 500 functions, phase Y enzymes, creating intermediate metabolites. Phase 2, conjugating them, making them water-soluble, then excretion into bile, which flows to the gallbladder, concentrated, and during meals, released into the small intestine. Bile acids emulsify fats, aid absorption, but also are signaling molecules as binding to FXR, farnesoid X receptor, TGR5, regulating metabolism, inflammation, even microbiome composition. Gut bacteria can deconjugate bile acids, modifying them. Some are reabsorbed, enterohepatic circulation, 95% recycled, 5% excreted in feces. This is one way. Soluble fiber lowers cholesterol. It binds bile acids, preventing reabsorption. The liver must make more, using cholesterol from the blood. Everything connected: liver, gut, microbiome, immune system, a web of interactions so complex no computer can fully model it, yet your body navigates it effortlessly. Billions of years of evolution encoded in every cell. The thymus behind your breastbone, where T cells mature. It's large in children and shrinks with age. Thymic involution. By middle age, mostly fat. This is why immune function declines. Fewer new T cells produced. The repertoire narrows. You become more susceptible to infections, less able to respond to vaccines. But thymic function can be partially preserved: caloric restriction, intermittent fasting, growth hormone, which is why growth hormone levels correlate with thymic size, and certain compounds, metformin, rapamycin, in animal studies, slow thymic aging. Clinical trials are underway to test if these or other interventions can reverse immunosenescence. Aging is not a linear decline. It's a process, amenable to intervention, slowing, possibly, even partially, reversing the field of geroscience. Aging biology is exploding. Senolytics, that clear, senescent cells, NAD+ precursors that restore mitochondrial function, parabiosis experiments showing young blood rejuvenates. Old tissues, we're at the beginning of understanding how to extend health span, the years of healthy life. But you don't need drugs to start. The lifestyle factors, sleep, diet, exercise, stress management, social connection, they're foundational. Animal studies show that diet and exercise can match or exceed the benefits of any drug, and they're available now. No prescription needed. Your body already knows how to heal. You just need to remove the obstacles, provide the inputs it requires, then step back. Let the wisdom of billions of years of evolution unfold. Almost asleep now. Thoughts fragmenting, images arising, dissolving. The boundary between inner and outer gone. Phospholipids in every cell membrane, a hydrophilic head, glycerol backbone, phosphate group, two hydrophobic fatty acid tails. They spontaneously form bilayers in water, the basis of cellular life. Without membranes, no compartmentalization, no gradients, no life, and the fatty acids in those membranes determine fluidity, function, saturated fats, straight, pack tightly, rigid membranes, unsaturated fats kinked from double bonds, can't pack as tightly, more fluid membranes. This affects receptor function, ion channels, everything embedded in that membrane, eating fish rich in omega-3s. Those incorporate into membranes, making them more fluid, improving receptor sensitivity, including insulin receptors. This is one mechanism by which omega-3s improve metabolic health. Phosphatidylserine, a specific phospholipid enriched in the brain, supports memory, cognition, reduces cortisol in response to stress, found in soybeans, white beans, egg yolks, but cooking degrades it. Supplementation is common, especially in older adults or those with cognitive decline. Phosphatidylcholine, another key phospholipid, precursor to acetylcholine, the neurotransmitter for learning, memory, muscle contraction, found in eggs, liver, soybeans. It can be converted to trimethylamine by gut bacteria, then to TMAO in the liver, which in excess may contribute to cardiovascular disease. But in the context of a whole foods diet with fiber, polyphenols, the production of TMAO is minimized. Again, context matters. Barely aware, Now, consciousness, like fog, lifting, settling, drifting, ceramides, sphingolipids that accumulate in insulin resistance. They interfere with insulin signaling in muscle, liver, adipose, high-fat diets, especially saturated fats, can increase ceramide levels, but exercise reduces them. Adiponectin, the beneficial adipokine, reduces them. Certain foods, like green tea, bergamot, may help lower ceramides, and emerging research shows that targeting ceramide metabolism could be a therapeutic strategy for diabetes, metabolic syndrome. But again, you don't need to worry about individual gas molecules. Just eat real food, move your body, sleep well. The complexity takes care of itself. Your bones, living tissue, constantly remodeling, osteoclasts, breaking down old bone, osteoblasts, building new bone. In youth, building outpaces breakdown. Bones grow, strengthen, peak bone mass reached around age 30, then gradually breakdown exceeds building, especially in women after menopause, when estrogen tone declines. But bone health is modifiable. Weight-bearing exercise signals osteoblasts to strengthen. Calcium, vitamin D, vitamin K2, magnesium are essential. Protein provides the matrix, collagen, upon which minerals are deposited. Vitamin K2, often overlooked, activates osteocalcin, which binds calcium into bone. Also activates matrix clay protein, which prevents calcium from depositing in arteries, soft tissues. So K2 directs calcium to bones, away from blood vessels. Found in natto, fermented soybeans, egg yolks from pastured chickens, hard cheeses. Sunlight converts 7-dehydrocholesterol in your skin to vitamin D3, which travels to the liver, then kidneys, becoming active calcitriol. This hormone increases calcium absorption in the gut. It also modulates immune function, gene expression. Vitamin D receptors are found in nearly every cell. It's more than a vitamin, it's a hormone system. But modern life keeps us indoors. Deficiency is epidemic. Supplementation or regular sun exposure, especially in winter, is essential for most people. Deep, deep in cellular night, where everything is silent, still, dark, warm, safe. NAD+, nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, a coenzyme in every cell, essential for glycolysis, the citric acid cycle, oxidative phosphorylation. All of energy, metabolism, depends on it, but also it's consumed by sirtuins, those longevity proteins, and by PARPs, poly-ADP ribose polymerases, that repair DNA damage. With age, NAD+ levels decline. Some researchers believe this is a central driver of aging. Declining energy, declining DNA repair, declining sirtuin activity. But NAD+ can be boosted through precursors, nicotinamide riboside, N-R-nicotinamide mononucleotide, NMN, both convert to NAD+ in cells or through lifestyle. Exercise increases NAD+. Fasting increases it. Eating foods with niacin, B3, also helps. Mushrooms, green vegetables, fish. But supplementation with NR or NMN is becoming popular for those seeking to optimize cellular function, though long-term effect in humans are still being studied. Senescent cells. We touched on them earlier, but they deserve more attention. They accumulate with age in nearly every tissue, and they secrete a toxic cocktail of inflammatory cytokines, proteases, growth factors, called the SAS, senescence-associated secretory phenotype. This poisons the tissue microenvironment, inhibits stem cell function, promotes fibrosis. Cancer accelerates aging, but senolytics, drugs or compounds that selectively kill senescent cells, they clear them, and in mice, this extends health span, delays age-related diseases, even extends lifespan. The combination of dasatinib, a cancer drug, and quercetin, the flavonoid from onions, is the most studied senolytic. Human trials are ongoing in diseases like idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, osteoarthritis, kidney disease. Fisetin, another flavonoid from strawberries, cucumbers, also has senolytic properties, and it crosses the blood-brain barrier, potentially clearing senescent cells from the brain. Some people are already experimenting with intermittent high-dose fisetin or quercetin. Self-experimentation in aging is growing, but caution is warranted until we understand long-term effects. Your consciousness flickering out, in, out. No longer sure if you're thinking or dreaming. The extracellular matrix, the scaffold between cells, collagen, elastin, glycosaminoglycans, hyaluronic acid. It provides structural support, but also influences cell behavior through integrins, receptors that span the membrane. Cells sense the stiffness, the composition of the matrix, and respond, differentiating, migrating, proliferating accordingly. With age, the matrix changes. Collagen crosslinks become stiffer. Elastin fragments, glycation from high blood sugar damages matrix proteins. Ages accumulate. The tissue environment shifts, and cells behave differently. Stem cells become quiescent. Fibroblasts produce more collagen, leading to fibrosis. But matrix remodeling is continuous. Metalloproteinases, MMPs, degrade old matrix. New components are synthesized. Vitamin C is essential for collagen synthesis, copper for cross-linking amino acids, glycine, proline, hydroxyproline from bone broth, gelatin provide building blocks, and movement, mechanical stress signals cells to maintain the matrix. Immobility leads to atrophy, degradation. This is why bed rest is so detrimental. Muscles atrophy, bones weaken, cardiovascular fitness declines rapidly. Movement is life. Breathing so shallow, so soft, barely there. Autophagy. Let's return to this because it's central to cellular rejuvenation. The word means self-eating, but it's not destructive. It's recycling. It's renewal. When you eat constantly, mTOR is active. Protein synthesis is high. Autophagy is low. Growth mode. But growth without clearance leads to accumulation of damage. This is why constant eating, especially high-protein meals, may accelerate aging, but when you fast, even just overnight, 16 hours, mTOR decreases, AMPK increases, autophagy ramps up, damaged mitochondria, misfolded proteins, lipid droplets, aggregates, all targeted, packaged, digested in mice. Lifelong caloric restriction extends lifespan by 30 to 40%. In every organism tested, reduced calories extends life. The mechanisms include autophagy, reduced mTOR, increased sirtuins, reduced oxidative stress, improved insulin sensitivity. Less food equals longer life. To a point, obviously, starvation is harmful. But in humans, prolonged caloric restriction is difficult, maybe unsustainable. But intermittent fasting, time-restricted eating, fasting mimicking diets, they provide many of the same benefits without chronic hunger, without social disruption. And certain foods mimic fasting. They're called caloric restriction mimetics: resveratrol, rapamycin, metformin, spermidine. They activate the same pathways that fasting activates, though whether they extend human lifespan remains to be proven. You're in the deepest place now, where repair is maximal, where the body fully takes over. Apoptosis, programmed cell death, is essential. During development, fingers and toes form as webs of tissue, then cells in between undergo apoptosis, sculpting the digits. Throughout life, billions of cells die every day, and billions are born, replaced perfectly. Apoptosis prevents cancer when a cell suffers too much DNA damage. 53, as guardian of the genome, activates. It halts. The cell cycle activates DNA repair. If repair succeeds, the cell continues. If not, P53 triggers apoptosis. Better, one cell dies than risk a tumor. But P53 is the most commonly mutated gene in cancer. Over 50% of cancers have these 53 mutations. Without this guardian, damaged cells proliferate, accumulate mutations, eventually ascend, become malignant. Yet most cells, most of the time, function perfectly. Trillions of divisions with high fidelity, errors are rare, and when they occur, they're corrected, or the cell is eliminated. This is the robustness of biological systems: redundancy, error correction, fail-safes, all ensuring the integrity of the organism. There are two main pathways: extrinsic and intrinsic. The extrinsic, triggered by death ligands, like FASL or TNF, binding receptors on the surface, activating caspase-8, starting the executioner cascade. The intrinsic, mitochondrial pathway responds to internal stress, DNA damage, oxidative hits. P53 upregulates BAX and BAC, permeabilizing the outer membrane, releasing cytochrome C, forming the apoptosis, activating caspase-9. Both converge on caspase-3, 6, 7, the molecular scissors, cleaving hundreds of targets. Lamin for nuclear collapse, gelselin for cytoskeleton, DNA fragmentation factor for orderly chromatin breakdown. The result: blebbing, shrinkage, DNA laddering, all without inflammation. Unlike necrosis, which spills contents, triggers immune alarm, apoptosis is quiet, efficient. Phagocytes engulf the remnants, marked by phosphatidylserine flip, recycling nutrients, no scar, no chaos. Dysregulation is catastrophic. Too little, cancer, autoimmunity. Too much, neurodegeneration, tissue wasting. Therapies target it. BH3 mimetics, like venetoclax, push resistant leukemias into apoptosis by mimicking pro-death signals. CAR T cells induce it in tumours via perforin and granzyme, restoring the failsafe. In aging, apoptosis resistance rises. Senescent cells evade it, accumulate, secrete inflammatory factors, driving systemic decline. Clearing them with senolytics restores tissue homeostasis, improves function. In mouse models, extends health span. Human trials, as of 2025, show promise for frailty, osteoarthritis, even pulmonary fibrosis. Sleep-driven cellular repair is real, measurable. Studies show sleep deprivation reduces autophagy, increases oxidative stress, impairs mitochondrial function, increases inflammation. Even one night of total sleep deprivation increases beta amyloid in the brain, that protein implicated in Alzheimer's, within hours, detectable on PET scans. But recovery sleep reverses this. The glymphatic system clears it. The brain resets. This is why pulling all-nighters is so harmful, especially repeatedly. Chronic sleep loss accelerates. Cognitive decline increases. Risk of dementia decades later. Prioritizing sleep is prioritizing longevity. It's non-negotiable. 7 to 9 hours, consistent schedule, dark room, cool temperature, no screens, before bed. These simple steps profoundly impact health. During deep, slow-wave sleep, growth hormone surges, triggering tissue repair, protein synthesis, immune modulation, while REM sleep consolidates memory, prunes synapses, enhances plasticity, autophagy peaks. clearing misfolded proteins, damaged organelles, in neurons, especially critical where turnover is lifelong. The glymphatic flow, discovered only a decade ago, expands perivascular spaces tenfold during sleep, driven by arterial pulsations and aquaporin 4 channels, flushing interstitial waste into cerebrospinal fluid, then venous drainage, beta amyloid, tau, alpha-synuclein, all cleared faster. Awake clearance is sluggish, explaining overnight buildup and chronic accumulation in insomniacs. Recent 2025 studies using wearable EEG and CSF sampling confirm that even partial restriction, 4 hours per night, for a week, double STO levels impairs DNA repair in circulating lymphocytes, while extension sleep after DET only partially compensates. The damage compounds epigenetic clocks accelerate. Telomere attrition hastens. Circadian alignment matters equally. Shift work, jet lag, misaligns repair cycles, increases cancer risk by 20%. In long-term studies, melatonin, suppressed by blue light, not only regulates sleep, but directly scavenges radicals, inhibits mTOR, activates sirtuins, a true longevity hormone. Practical mastery thus means ritual, dim lights, evening wind down, magnesium, glycine, or tart cherry. To boost endogenous melatonin, morning sunlight anchors the clock. Exercise early, avoids late cortisol spikes. Cold bedroom, 16 to 18 Celsius, signals ancestral cave. Deepening slow wave, the return, sharper cognition, stable mood, lower inflammation, stronger immunity, slower aging, all from the simplest, most ancient intervention. Rest. Let everything go. The body knows. Trust it. Surrender to the dark, to the repair, to the regeneration happening right now in every cell. Your skin, the largest organ, a barrier against the world, but also an immune organ. Langerhans cells in the epidermis, dendritic cells capturing antigens, presenting them to T cells. The skin is a first line of defense, and it regenerates constantly. Keratinocytes dividing in the basal layer, migrating upward, differentiating, flattening, eventually dying, forming the stratum corneum, dead cells filled with keratin that you shed constantly every 28 days, completely renewed. But skin aging is visible. Wrinkles, sagging, pigmentation from intrinsic factors, genetics, and extrinsic UV radiation, pollution, smoking, collagen, and elastin in the dermis degrade. The matrix weakens, but antioxidants, topical and oral, can protect. Vitamin C stimulates collagen synthesis. Vitamin A, retinoids, increase cell turnover. Niacinamide improves barrier function, reduces inflammation. Sunscreen daily prevents UV damage, the most effective anti-aging intervention for skin and hydration from within. Drinking water is important, but also healthy fats in the diet. They're incorporated into skin, lipid barrier, keeping moisture in, ceramides, cholesterol, fatty acids, all needed for supple, healthy skin. The epidermis, outermost shield, comprises 5 layers: stratum basal, where stem cells divide; stratum spinosum, prickly with desmosomes; stratum granulosum, granules for waterproofing; stratum lucidum, clear in thick skin; and stratum corneum, the brick wall, corneocytes mortared by lipids, impermeable to water, pathogens, yet flexible. Immune sentinels abound. Langerhans patrol, sampling threats, migrating to lymph nodes, priming adaptive responses. Melanocytes dull melanin, shielding DNA, while Merkel cells sense touch. Beneath lies the dermis, dense connective tissue. Fibroblasts weave collagen, elastin, for strength and snap. Blood vessels nourish, nerve signal, hair follicles, glands, rooted here. Hypodermis anchors, cushions with fat, insulates. Renewal relies on epidermal stem cells in bulge and basal, proliferating, differentiating, pushing upward in 28 to 40 days. Full turnover, but with age, slows. Thinning epidermis, flattening junction, reduced grip, aging bifurcates, chronological, inevitable, hormonal dip, telomere attrition, mitochondrial fade, senescent cells accumulate, secreting saspus, inflammatory cocktail, degrading matrix, accelerating decline. As of late 2025, reviews highlight impaired autophagy, oxidative overload, epigenetic drift. The dermis, thicker than epidermis, mostly extracellular matrix, type I collagen bundles, for tensile strength, elastin fibers, for recoil, hyaluronic acid, glycosaminoglycans, holding water, plumping tissue, fibroblasts, the architects, sensing tension, remodeling constantly, producing, degrading, via MMPs and TIMPs, balance critical, papillary dermis, loose, interdigitates with epidermis, for anchorage, reticular dermis, dense, deep strength, vascular plexus, thermoregulation, nutrient delivery, sensory nerves, Pacinian for vibration, Meissner for light touch, free endings for pain, temperature, hypodermis, subcutaneous fat, varies by site, CX, age, adipocytes store energy, secrete adipokines, leptin, adiponectin, influencing inflammation, insulin sensitivity, act as endocrine organ, mechanical cushion, thermal blanket. With age, fat redistributes, facial atrophy contributes sagging, while abdominal gains, stem cells drive renewal, epidermal in interfollicular basal, hair bulge, sebaceous glands, quiescent mostly, activated by injury or normal turnover, notch, want, beta-catenin signaling, guide differentiation, keratinocytes commit, express keratins, involucrin, loricrin, forming envelope, lipids extruded, ceramides, cholesterol, waterproof mortar, melanocytes transfer melanosomes for UV shield, turnover slows from 28 days young to 50 plus in elderly, stem pool depletes, niche stiffens, chronological aging, intrinsic, hormonal, postmenopause estrogen drops, thins dermis, slows fibroblasts, reduces collagen 7% per decade after 20, glycosylation stiffens, advanced glycation end products, cross-link fibers, yellowing, brittleness, mitochondrial ROS rises, 8-oxoguanine accumulates, DNA damage unchecked, telomeres shorten in dermal cells too, P16, 21 rise, senescence spreads, SASP, senescence associated secretory phenotype, IL-6, IL-8, MMPs, TGF-beta, from stubborn cells, evading apoptosis, paracrine sabotage, degrading neighbors, recruiting immune, yet clearance fails, inflammaging ensues, low-grade fire, accelerating loss, autophagy declines, lysosomes clog, proteostasis falters, epigenetic marks drift, H3K27Me3 loss, H3K4Me3 gain, rejuvenation barriers, late 2025 insights, multiomic studies, reveal fibroblast subpopulations decline differently, papillary shrink first, visible thinning, reticular persist, but dysfunctional. Single-cell atlases show WAP-TIAS signaling fades, mechanotransduction weakens, stiff matrix vicious cycle, NAD plus depletion in dermis too, linking to sirtuin silence, collagen transcription falls, emerging counters, beyond surface, rapamycin analogues, boost autophagy, in skin models, clear senescent, restore thickness, peptide bioregulators, GHKQ, stimulate remodeling, stem cell exosomes, carry mRNAs, rejuvenate niche, red light therapy, 660 deanimians, boost mitochondrial cytochrome, collagen upregulation in RCTs, visible firmness gains, fasting mimetics, spermidine, topical, oral, enhance autophagy, delay senescence markers. Yet foundation remains, UV avoidance, smoke cessation, glycemic control, sleep depth, exercise load, all preserve dermal vitality. From within, the matrix endures when lifestyle aligns, reflecting resilience, not just time, photoaging, extrinsic assault, dominates exposed sites, UV penetrates, generates ROS, activates MMPs, matrix metalloproteinases, shredding collagen, elastin clumps, solar elastosis, deep wrinkles, pigment chaos, vessels dilate, pollution amplifies, via AHR pathways, smoking constricts, starves oxygen, all converge on frailty. The microbiome, trillions of commensals, Cutibacterium, Staphylococcus, Corynebacterium, shift with age, diversity dips, in frail skin, premature appearance links to fragile networks, Acinetobacter rise, resilient communities in delayed ages, produce ceramides, antimicrobials, bolstering barrier. Recent 2025 studies show manipulation via topicals restores balance, improves elasticity, hydration, senescent fibroblasts, key culprits, resist apoptosis, spread inflammation, senolytics emerge, dasatinib plus quercetin, clear them in trials, restoring firmness in mice, human skin models, as of 2025, promise for frailty without cancer spike when targeted, protection stacks, broad spectrum sunscreen, mineral or chemical, reapplied, neutralizes 80% of visible aging, topical antioxidants, vitamin C stabilizes collagen, ferulic pairs, astaxanthin quenches singlet oxygen, resveratrol modulates sirtuins, niacinamide calms, strengthens lipids, retinoids, gold standard, accelerate turnover, boost hyaluronic, but gently, to avoid irritation, from within, carotenoids, from carrots, tomatoes, shield UV, polyphenols, berries, green tea, tame inflammation, omega-3s, fish, nuts, integrate into ceramides, collagen peptides, oral, mixed results, but meta-analyses 2025 show hydration gains, elasticity bumps, probiotics, prebiotics, nurture microbiome via gut-skin axis, reducing systemic fire, hydration holistic, humectants draw, occlusive seal, but diets fats, essential, avocados, salmon, build barrier, water alone insufficient, without lipids, sleep, exercise, stress mastery, all amplify for skin that reflects not just years, but vitality, deeper, deeper, almost not here anymore. Neurotransmitters, the brain's chemical language, serotonin, dopamine, GABA, glutamate, acetylcholine, norepinephrine, each with specific roles: mood, motivation, calm, excitation, memory, arousal, and they're made from amino acids. Tryptophan becomes serotonin, then melatonin. Tyrosine becomes dopamine, then norepinephrine, then epinephrine. Glutamate becomes GABA by the enzyme GAD, which requires vitamin B6. Diet provides the precursors. Turkey is famous for tryptophan, but any protein contains it, and it competes with other amino acids for transport into the brain. This is why a high-carb meal can increase serotonin, insulin, drives other amino acids into muscle, leaving tryptophan to cross the blood-brain barrier unopposed. This is one reason carbs are comforting. They increase serotonin temporarily, but refined carbs cause blood sugar spikes, insulin spikes, then crashes, leading to mood swings, cravings, a roller coaster. But complex carbs with fiber release glucose slowly, steady insulin, steady mood, sweet potatoes, oats, quinoa, lentils, paired with protein, healthy fats. They provide sustained energy and stable neurotransmitter production. Everything fading. Now, just softness, warmth, the hum of existence, the rhythm of breath, heartbeat, cellular repair, telomeres, those protective caps we mentioned. They're like a molecular clock. Each division they shorten, after 50 to 70 divisions. The Hayflick limit: cells stop dividing, enter senescence, or die, but telomerase can extend them. Germ cells, stem cells, have telomerase. They're essentially immortal. In terms of replicative potential, most somatic cells don't have active telomerase, so they age, senesce, but lifestyle affects telomere length. Chronic stress shortens them. Meditation lengthens them. Exercise lengthens them. Poor diet, smoking, obesity shorten them. It's measurable. A blood test can determine your leukocyte telomere length, an indicator of biological age. People with longer telomeres live longer, have less disease. But is it causal or correlation? Unclear. Some studies suggest artificially extending telomeres in somatic cells could increase cancer risk because cancer cells reactivate. Telomerase. Becoming immortal. This is part of what makes cancer so dangerous. But in the context of healthy lifestyle, telomere preservation is a marker of overall cellular health, not the cause, but a reflection. Diving deeper, telomeres consist of repetitive T-tag sequences at chromosome ends, shielding genetic code from erosion like aglets on shoelaces, preventing fraying. During replication, DNA polymerase can't fully copy the lagging strand, leading to progressive shortening. Critical length triggers 53 and other checkpoints, halting division to avoid genomic instability. Telomerase, a reverse transcriptase, adds repeats using its RNA template. In embryos, it's highly active, but postnatally silenced in most tissues, except where renewal is constant, like bone marrow or intestinal lining. Reactivation in cancer, seen in 85-90% of tumors, enables limitless replication, a hallmark of malignancy. Epigenetic factors influence expression. Stress hormones like cortisol accelerate attrition via oxidative damage, inflammation, while antioxidants in berries, greens, protect them. Omega-3s from fish correlate with longer lengths. Even social connections buffer against shortening. Twin studies show genetics account for about 70%, environment the rest. Recent research as of 2025 explores TA65 from astragalus, or gene therapies to boost telomerase safely. Trials in mice extend lifespan without cancer spike if dosed carefully. Human studies ongoing for progeria or age-related frailty. But caution reigns. Balance is key. Too short. Aging accelerates. Too long. Risks oncogenesis. Measurement evolves beyond leukocytes. Saliva tests or epigenetic clocks integrate telomere data. For holistic aging scores, intervention stack. Combine exercise with mindfulness and nutrition for synergistic preservation. Ultimately, telomeres reflect cumulative wear, a modifiable window into vitality. Immune surveillance, continuous, natural killer cells, T cells, macrophages all patrolling, touching, tasting every cell, looking for the abnormal, the infected, the cancerous, and most of the time they find it early, before it's a problem. A cell begins to transform. NK cells detect altered surface proteins, MHC molecules, stress ligands. They bind, release perforins, granzymes. The cell dies quietly. No one even knows. This happens thousands of times throughout your life, probably every day. Cancerous cells arising and being eliminated only when immune surveillance fails does cancer take hold, grows, spreads. This is why immune health is everything. Sleep, nutrition, stress management, exercise, social connection, all enhance immune function, all reduce cancer risk. Almost gone, now drifting in the space before dreams, the threshold where self dissolves into sleep, the heart beating steadily 60 times a minute or slower as you deepen into rest. 100,000 beats a day, 40 million beats a year, 3 billion beats in a lifetime. If you live 80 years, never stopping, never resting, an electrical system pacing it, the SAY node, natural pacemaker, sending impulses through atria, AV node, ventricles, contraction in perfect sequence, pumping 5 liters of blood every minute. At rest, much more during exercise. Blood carrying oxygen, nutrients, hormones, immune cells to every tissue, and returning carbon dioxide, metabolic wastes to lungs, kidneys, liver for removal. Cardiovascular health depends on endothelial function, nitric oxide production, vascular compliance, preventing atherosclerosis, inflammation, and diet, exercise, sleep, stress management. They're the pillars, simple but profound. The lungs, breathing automatically. The medulla in the brainstem, sensing carbon dioxide levels, adjusting respiratory rate. You breathe without thinking, but you can also control it voluntarily. This dual as control is unique, and it's a bridge between conscious and unconscious, a way to influence the autonomic nervous system. Slow, deep breaths activate the parasympathetic, lowering heart rate, blood pressure, cortisol inducing calm. This is why breathwork, meditation are so powerful. They're tools to shift physiology toward healing. Barely breathing. Now the body completely relaxed. Every muscle soft, jaw slack, hands open, feet turned out, total surrender to gravity, to sleep, to the healing night. Glucose metabolism, insulin sensitivity, we've touched on, but let's complete the picture. When you eat carbohydrates, they break down to glucose, blood sugar rises, the pancreas detects this, beta cells secrete insulin signals muscle, fat, liver cells to take up glucose. Blood sugar drops back to normal. But if you eat constantly, especially refined carbs, insulin is constantly elevated. Cells downregulate insulin receptors. They become resistant. Now more insulin is needed to achieve the same effect. The pancreas works harder. Eventually, it can't keep up. Beta cells burn out. Blood sugar remains high. Type 2 diabetes, but this is reversible. In early stages, lose weight, especially visceral fat. Exercise regularly. Eat low glycemic foods. Intermittent fasting. Insulin sensitivity improves. Beta cells recover. Blood sugar normalizes. Even people with long-standing diabetes can sometimes reverse it with intensive lifestyle changes. Your body has such capacity for healing if given the right conditions. Mitochondria, the powerhouses, we've mentioned them, but they're extraordinary. They were once free-living bacteria billions of years ago. They were engulfed by another cell, endosymbiosis. Instead of being digested, they formed a partnership. The host cell provided protection, nutrients. The mitochondrion provided ATP, energy, and that partnership persists. In every eukaryotic cell, mitochondria still have their own DNA, circular, like bacteria, inherited only from your mother. Mitochondrial Eve, the most recent common ancestor of all humans, lived about 150,000 years ago in Africa. We all carry a piece of her in every cell. Mitochondrial dysfunction is implicated in aging, neurodegenerative diseases, metabolic disorders, anything that supports mitochondrial health, supports overall health. Exercise, fasting, cold exposure, polyphenols, coenzyme Q10, PQQ, all enhance mitochondrial function, biogenesis, the creation of new mitochondria, brain-gut axis, the bidirectional communication highway between the gastrointestinal tract and the central nervous system, linking the enteric nervous system with emotional and cognitive brain centers, influenced heavily by the gut microbiota through neural pathways like the vagus nerve, hormonal signals, immune messengers, and metabolic products. This axis maintains homeostasis in digestion, mood, stress response, and even immune function. Disruptions here contribute to disorders like IBS, anxiety, depression, and neurodegenerative diseases, but nurturing it with diverse microbiota through diet, probiotics, and stress management can enhance resilience, mental clarity, and overall well-being. Vagus nerve signaling, the longest cranial nerve, serving as the primary conduit in the gut-brain axis, carrying mostly afferent signals from gut to brain, sensing nutrients, microbial metabolites, inflammation, and mechanical stretch, directly modulating mood, appetite, immune responses, and inflammation via the cholinergic anti-inflammatory pathway. Vagal tone reflects parasympathetic balance. Low tone associates with chronic stress, poor digestion, and heightened inflammation, while stimulation through breathing, cold exposure, or singing boosts resilience, reduces anxiety, and supports gut healing, making it a key target for enhancing brain-gut harmony, immune memory, the adaptive immune system's hallmark ability to remember past invaders, formed by specialized B and T memory cells after initial exposure, enabling faster, stronger, and more targeted responses upon re-encounter. Memory B cells rapidly produce high-affinity antibodies, while memory T cells swiftly eliminate infected cells. This protects against recurrent infections, underpins vaccination success, and persists for decades in some cases. But with age or immunosuppression, memory wanes, increasing vulnerability. Yet lifestyle factors like nutrition and exercise can bolster its maintenance and efficacy. Cellular resilience, the cell's capacity to withstand and recover from stress, whether oxidative, metabolic, proteotoxic, or environmental, through adaptive responses like upregulated defense pathways, heat shock proteins, antioxidant systems, and DNA repair mechanisms. Resilience prevents collapse into apoptosis or senescence, allowing return to homeostasis, or even enhanced resistance via hormesis, declines with age, contributing to frailty and disease, but can be bolstered by intermittent stressors, caloric restriction, or compounds mimicking mild challenges, promoting longevity and robust function. Longevity pathways, intricate networks like sirtuins, AMPK, and mTOR, orchestrating cellular responses to nutrients and stress. Sirtuins, NAD-dependent deacetylases, promote DNA repair, mitochondrial health, and inflammation control. AMPK, the energy sensor, activates catabolism and autophagy during scarcity, inhibiting growth to conserve resources. mTOR, nutrient abundance detector, drives anabolism and proliferation, but chronic activation accelerates aging. Balancing these, suppressing mTOR, activating AMPK and sirtuins via fasting, exercise, or precursors, extends lifespan, enhances repair, and delays age-related decline. Disease prevention mechanisms, the body's multi-layered defenses, from barriers like skin and mucosa to innate immunity's rapid responders and adaptive immunity's precise targeting. Antioxidants neutralize free radicals, detox enzymes process toxins, DNA repair fixes mutations, apoptosis eliminates damaged cells, while lifestyle amplifies these. Nutrition fuels repair, exercise reduces inflammation, sleep restores balance, preventing chronic diseases like cancer, heart disease, and neurodegeneration. Through proactive harmony rather than reactive crisis. Cancer defense systems. Immune surveillance constantly patrols for aberrant cells. Natural killer cells and cytotoxic T cells detect and destroy transformed ones via missing self-recognition or stress ligands, supported by dendritic cells presenting antigens. and cytokines amplifying responses, tumor suppressors like 53 Halt proliferation in damaged cells, apoptosis clears threats, while DNA repair maintains genomic integrity. These systems eliminate most nascent cancers, but evasion through immunosuppression or hidden antigens allows escape. Yet bolstering surveillance via lifestyle or immunotherapy restores potent defense, tumor microenvironment control. The dynamic ecosystem surrounding cancer cells, comprising fibroblasts, immune cells, endothelium, and extracellular matrix. Initially hostile, it can be co-opted to support growth, angiogenesis, invasion, and metastasis, via secreted factors promoting inflammation, immune suppression, or remodeling stroma. Cancer cells orchestrate this shift, creating a permissive niche, but targeting it, disrupting supportive signals, re-educating immune infiltrates, or normalizing vessels can restrain progression, turning the environment against the tumor. Anti-inflammatory diet patterns, emphasizing whole plant foods, fatty fish, nuts, olive oil, and herbs rich in omega-3s, polyphenols, fiber, and antioxidants, while minimizing processed meats, refined carbs, sugars, and trans fats that fuel chronic inflammation. Patterns like Mediterranean or plant-based lower cytokines, improve gut microbiota, and enhance resilience, reducing risks of heart disease, diabetes, arthritis, and cognitive decline through daily choices that quench systemic fire. Whole food synergy, the magic of nutrients interacting in their natural matrix, where vitamins, minerals, phytochemicals, and fiber amplify each other's effects. Beyond isolated supplements, tomatoes' lycopene absorbs better with fat, spices boost curcumin's potency, fruits' compounds protect against oxidation. This orchestration enhances bioavailability, antioxidant power, and health benefits, explaining why whole foods outperform pills, promoting optimal absorption, disease prevention, and vibrant longevity. Nutrient bioavailability, the fraction of ingested nutrients actually absorbed and utilized, influenced by food form, matrix, preparation, and co-nutrients. Fat enhances fat-soluble vitamins. Vitamin C boosts iron. Cooking breaks down barriers in plants, while anti-nutrients like phytates bind minerals. Host factors, status, age, gut health further modulate, prioritizing diverse whole foods, optimal pairings, and digestion support maximizes uptake for true nourishment. Cellular self-renewal, the intricate balance of quiescence, activation, and regeneration via stem cells and autophagy, clearing damaged components, recycling for energy, and maintaining proteostasis, essential for tissue repair, longevity, and stemness. Autophagy sustains quiescence, fuels differentiation, and prevents senescence. While declining with age, it contributes to frailty, but activating via fasting or exercise revives renewal, supporting vitality and recovery, drifting through the microscopic, the molecular, the quantum, all boundaries dissolving. You're not separate from the world. You are continuous with it. Atoms flowing in, flowing out. The line between self and environment is arbitrary. Your food becomes you, water becomes you, air becomes you, and you become the world. Through exhaled carbon dioxide, shed skin, excreted waste. There is no fixed self, just a process, a pattern, a wave, passing through matter. This is not metaphor. This is just literal, physical truth. And in this continuous exchange, there is healing. There is renewal. Every moment you are being rebuilt. And tonight, in sleep, that rebuilding accelerates, intensifies. Every cell attended to, every system recalibrated. Nothing to do, nowhere to be, just this perfect moment of rest. The body taking over, doing what it has always done, what it will always do. Heal, repair, regenerate. The intelligence of the body is beyond comprehension. Trillions of cells coordinating, communicating, each performing its role in perfect concert. No conductor needed. It's emergent, self-organizing, resilient. Trust it. Trust the process. Trust the night. Trust the deep cellular wisdom that has kept life alive for 4 billion years. Sleep now. Deep, restorative, healing sleep. Let go of everything. Everything. The body keeps healing. Cellular health unfolding cell by cell, and will keep drifting, floating together through health science, looping softly, endlessly through the night. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing. Thump, thump, matching the rhythm of regeneration itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing. Each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. The body keeps healing, cellular health unfolding cell by cell, and will keep drifting, floating together through health science. And will keep drifting, floating together through the science of health, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight will drift through the microscopic blueprints of your existence, the 5 defense systems that protect your life, and the kitchen pharmacy that heals you from within. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing. Thump, thump, matching the rhythm of regeneration itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this health learning video helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into the DNA inside you, right now. As darkness wraps around you like velvet, 3 billion letters are being read, copied, corrected. Your DNA repair mechanisms are waking up. Molecular architects with tiny tools, scanning every chromosome, every gene, searching for damage, finding breaks in the double helix and stitching them back together, thread by golden thread. This happens thousands of times every single night, while you sleep, while you let go, while your conscious mind floats away into dreams. The machinery is elegant, precise, ancient. Base excision repair, nucleotide excision repair, mismatch repair, homologous recombination. Each system like a specialized craftsman, knowing exactly which tool to use, exactly how to remove the damaged section, and replace it with pristine code. Your cells have been doing this for billions of years, refined through deep time, perfected through survival, and tonight, as your breathing slows, as your eyelids grow heavier stones, this repair accelerates, amplifies, reaches its peak efficiency in the darkness. But the repair mechanisms need fuel. They need signals. They need the right molecular keys to unlock their full potential. And this is where the kitchen becomes a pharmacy, where food becomes information, speaking directly to your genes, turning switches on and off in precise patterns. Let your mind drift now through a garden, dark soil, morning dew, where cruciferous vegetables push up through the earth. Broccoli, with its fractal crowns of green, kale with leaves like dark emerald fans, bok choy, its white stems glowing in moonlight, and the tiny powerhouses called broccoli sprouts, so small, yet so mighty. Inside these vegetables, nested in their cellular architecture, lives a compound called sulforaphane. Say it slowly in your mind. Sulforaphane, like a spell, a chemical incantation. When you eat these plants, when you chew them slowly, savoring, an enzyme called myrosinus awakens and transforms glucoraphanin into sulforaphane. And this molecule, this beautiful molecular key, travels through your bloodstream, crosses into your cells, and activates something ancient, something powerful, the NRF2 pathway. Imagine NRF2 as a master switch, normally held captive in the cellular fluid, bound by a protein called KEAP1, but when sulforaphane arrives, it releases NRF2, sets it free, and NRF2 floats into the nucleus, that sacred inner chamber, and binds to the DNA, flipping on hundreds of protective genes at once, like turning on lights in a darkened house, room after room illuminating. These genes produce phase 2 detoxification enzymes, your body's cleanup crew, glutathione S-transferase, NADPH quinone oxidoreductase. Each name a prayer, each enzyme a guardian, neutralizing toxins, escorting them gently out of your cells, keeping your inner environment pristine, crystal clear as your breath deepens, and your thoughts begin to dissolve like sugar in warm water. The antioxidant defense system awakens: superoxide dismutase, catalase, glutathione peroxidase, fighting oxidative stress, those free radicals, those chaotic molecules with unpaired electrons, spinning, searching, damaging. But your antioxidants catch them, neutralize them, transform chaos into calm, just as sleep transforms the noise of the day into the silence of night. Feel that silence now, settling over you like snow, soft, complete, total. Now drift deeper into the red, the purple, the blue of berries, blueberries, small as promises, bursting with compounds called anthocyanins. These pigments, responsible for that deep twilight colour, are also keys, unlocking cellular repair, protecting your DNA from damage. When scientists exposed cells to DNA-damaging compounds, then added blueberry extract, the DNA breakage decreased dramatically. The anthocyanins wrapped around the DNA like a shield, like loving arms, protecting, preserving, and they do more. They cross the blood-brain barrier, those tiny molecules swimming into your brain, enhancing communication between neurons, improving memory, cognition, as if your thoughts become clearer, sharper, even as you drift towards sleep. Blackberries, raspberries, with their compound architecture, multiple tiny spheres fused together, each containing ellagic acid, another protector, another guardian of your genetic code. Ellagic acid inhibits the binding of carcinogens to DNA, blocks the initial mutation, prevents the first wrong step, and then there are cranberries, tart, bright, containing proanthocyanidins that protect the urinary tract, preventing bacteria from adhering to cell walls, and cherries, dark as midnight, packed with anthocyanins and melatonin. Yes, the sleep hormone itself, nature putting it directly into the fruit, as if the cherry knows you need to rest, need to repair, need to regenerate. Feel yourself sinking now as we drift to the Mediterranean, to ancient olive groves on hillsides, where trees with gnarled silver trunks produce extra virgin olive oil, that golden green liquid containing a compound called oleocanthal, which acts like ibuprofen in your body, reducing inflammation, that silent fire burning in tissues, aging you, damaging you. But the olive oil cools it, soothes it. And then there's allopurinol and hydroxytyrosol, polyphenols that protect your DNA, enhance autophagy, that cellular recycling program, where your cells break down damaged proteins, old mitochondria, cellular debris, and rebuild fresh components, like cleaning house while you sleep, throwing out the old, making space for the new. Your body does this best when you fast, when you rest, when you let go completely, as you're doing now, breathing slowly in and out, in and out. Tomatoes, bright red, almost glowing, hanging heavy on the vine, contain lycopene, that carotenoid pigment, powerful, persistent. Lycopene protects against DNA damage from ultraviolet light, from oxidative stress, It concentrates in the prostate, in the reproductive glands, in the adrenal glands, protecting these vulnerable tissues. And here's the beauty, the poetry. Lycopene becomes more bioavailable when tomatoes are cooked, when heat breaks down the cell walls, releases the compound, especially when combined with olive oil, the fat carrying it into your bloodstream. This is why a simple tomato sauce, simmered slowly, becomes medicine, becomes protection, becomes longevity in a bowl. Your eyelids are so heavy now, like velvet curtains, and behind them, inside the theatre of your skull, angiogenesis is happening, the growth of new blood vessels. Your body is laced with 60,000 miles of blood vessels, capillaries so tiny that red blood cells must squeeze through single file. And yet, this vast network needs constant maintenance, constant renewal. Endothelial cells, lining every vessel, divide, migrate, form new branches, new connections, delivering oxygen and nutrients to every cell, removing waste. This process must be perfectly balanced. Too much angiogenesis and tumors can feed themselves. Too little and tissues starve. Wounds won't heal, organs deteriorate. Certain foods are anti-angiogenic. They prevent the excessive blood vessel growth that feeds tumors. Green tea, with its catechin called EGCG, epigallocatechin gallate. Say it slowly, feeling the syllables. EGCG inhibits VEGF, vascular endothelial growth factor, that signal tumors use to demand more blood supply. The green tea quietly, gently, turns down that signal while allowing normal angiogenesis to continue. So your healthy tissues get what they need, but abnormal growths are starved, contained, controlled. Soy contains genistein, another anti-angiogenic compound, as do blueberries, as does dark chocolate. Yes, cacao, containing flavonoids that reduce blood vessel formation in tumors while protecting your heart. But then, for wound healing, for your heart muscle after injury, you need proangiogenic factors, and certain foods provide these too, like bone broth, rich in glycine and proline, building blocks for new vessels, or pomegranates, those ancient fruits, seeds like rubies in white pith, containing punicalagin, a molecule that stimulates endothelial progenitor cells, those stem cells that can become new blood vessel lining. The pomegranate tells your body, here, regenerate, rebuild, restore, and ellagic acid, present in those jewel-like seeds, protects telomeres, those protective caps on your chromosomes, preventing them from fraying, keeping your cells young, capable, alive. Your stem cells are stirring now, deep in your bone marrow, in your adipose tissue, in the crypts of your intestines, mesenchymal stem cells, hematopoietic stem cells, pluripotent, capable of becoming many different cell types. These are your body's reserve army, waiting, ready to repair damage, replace dying cells, regenerate tissue, and certain foods can stimulate their mobilization, their differentiation. Omega-3 fatty acids from fatty fish, salmon swimming through cold northern waters, mackerel, sardines, anchovies. These fish concentrate EPA and DHA, essential fats your body cannot make, fats that become part of every cell membrane, making them fluid, flexible, responsive. These omega-3s reduce inflammation, modulate immune function, protect neural tissue, and enhance stem cell activity. Imagine eating salmon, that pink flesh, rich with astaxanthin too, another carotenoid, pink as sunrise, protecting against oxidative damage. The fish spent its life eating krill, accumulating this protective compound, and now it protects you. A chain of protection, from phytoplankton to krill to fish to you. Ancient, evolutionary, perfect. And oysters, those filter feeders, concentrating zinc from seawater. Zinc is essential for immune function, for wound healing, for DNA synthesis, for the activity of over 300 enzymes in your body. One oyster contains more zinc than most people eat in a day, supporting your thymus, that gland above your heart where T cells mature, those soldiers of your immune system, learning to recognize self from non-self, friend from foe. And then there's squid ink, black as midnight, containing polysaccharides and peptides that modulate immunity, compounds that have been used in Asian medicine for centuries, supporting the gut microbiome, that ecosystem of trillions of microbes living inside you, your gut microbiome, weighing as much as your brain, containing more cells than your entire body, more genes than your human genome, a vast invisible organ, producing vitamins, neurotransmitters, immune signals, protecting against pathogens, training your immune system, even influencing your thoughts, your mood, your cravings. Let yourself sink deeper now, imagining your gut, that long winding tube, lined with a single layer of epithelial cells, holding back the microbial tide, maintaining intestinal barrier integrity, preventing bacteria and undigested food from entering your bloodstream. The cells are held together by tight junctions, protein complexes forming a seal, and the gut lining is protected by a mucus layer, thick, viscous, and in that mucus lives a special bacterium, Akkermansia mucinifera, a beautiful creature, eating the mucus, stimulating its regeneration, keeping the barrier strong. People with healthy metabolism, with lower inflammation, with better glucose control, have more Akkermansia. And pomegranates feed it, cranberries feed it, polyphenols from tea and red wine feed it, helping it thrive, helping it protect you. Then there's Lactobacillus reuteri, another probiotic, a bacterium that produces antimicrobial compounds that modulates immune function, that can even improve skin health, thicken hair, increase bone density, through mechanisms scientists are only beginning to understand. The gut-brain axis, the gut-skin axis, the gut-everything axis, all connected, all communicating through chemical signals through the vagus nerve, that wandering nerve running from brainstem to colon, carrying information both ways, and bifidobacterium species, present in high numbers in healthy infants, declining with age. These bacteria ferment fiber, produce short-chain fatty acids, butyrate, propionate, acetate, butyrate. Say it softly, butyrate. This is the preferred fuel for your colonocytes. Those cells lining your colon, they consume it, thrive on it, and butyrate does something remarkable. It inhibits histone deacetylases, HDAC inhibitors, changing how tightly DNA is wrapped around histone proteins, loosening it in some places, allowing genes to be expressed. This is epigenetic signaling, changing not the DNA sequence itself, but which genes are turned on, which are silenced. Butyrate turns on genes for intestinal barrier function, for anti-inflammation, for tumor suppression, all from fiber fermentation, all from feeding your microbes the complex carbohydrates they need. And where do you get these fibers, these prebiotics? From legumes, lentils, tiny lens-shaped seeds, chickpeas, round and beige, black beans, navy beans, adzuki beans. Each contains resistant starch, inulin, oligosaccharides, passing through your small intestine undigested, arriving in your colon, and there, the feast begins. Your bacteria bloom, multiply, produce those short-chain fatty acids, that butyrate, that changes your gene expression, that heals your gut, that calms your inflammation, that protects your DNA from whole grains too, barley with its chewy texture, oats, becoming creamy when cooked, releasing beta-glucan, a soluble fiber that feeds beneficial bacteria, that lowers cholesterol, that modulates immune function. Quinoa, that ancient grain from the Andes, actually a seed, containing all 9 essential amino acids, complete protein from a plant. And buckwheat, despite its name, not wheat at all, but related to rhubarb, containing rutin, a flavonoid that strengthens blood vessels, reduces inflammation, protects against diabetes. Brown rice, with its bran and germ intact, containing fiber, B vitamins, minerals, and gamma-oryzanol, a compound that may lower cholesterol, improve menopausal symptoms. The white rice has been stripped, polished, robbed of these protective layers, but the brown rice remains whole, complete, offering more, as your body deserves more, deserves to be nourished, protected, healed. Feel yourself being healed now, as you drift, as your breath slows, as the night deepens around you. Your immune system is modulating, finding balance, not too active, not too suppressed, perfectly calibrated. Mushrooms help this, fungi, those strange organisms, neither plant nor animal, living in the shadows, breaking down dead matter, returning it to soil. Shiitake mushrooms, grown on oak logs in Japan, containing lentinan, a beta-glucan that activates macrophages, those cellular vacuum cleaners, eating bacteria, viruses, debris. May take mushrooms, dancing mushroom, found at the base of trees, containing diffraction, stimulating natural killer cells, those lymphocytes that destroy infected cells, cancer cells, without needing prior sensitization, just recognizing and eliminating, and then compounds like quercetin, found in onions, apples, kale, a flavonoid, yellow. Quercetin stabilizes mast cells, prevents them from degranulating, releasing histamine. It's a natural antihistamine, reducing allergic responses, inflammation. It also activates sirtuins, those longevity genes, and resveratrol from grapes, especially in the skins. Concentrated in red wine, activating SIRT1, enhancing mitochondrial function, promoting autophagy. That's why the French paradox exists: high fat intake, yet low cardiovascular disease. The wine, consumed with meals, providing resveratrol, providing polyphenols, protecting, preserving. But you don't need alcohol. You can eat grapes, red grapes, purple grapes, with their skins, or drink grape juice, or eat peanuts, which also contain resveratrol, or dark chocolate, cacao, fermented, roasted, ground, containing not just flavonoids, but also theobromine, a gentle stimulant, much milder than caffeine, improving blood flow to the brain, lowering blood pressure. And the darker the chocolate, the more cacao, the more compounds, 70%, 80%, 90%, less sugar, more medicine, more protection, more longevity encoded in every square. Walnuts, shaped like tiny brains, contain omega-3 ALA, alpha-linolenic acid, and elagitannins that convert in your gut to urolithins, compounds that enhance mitophagy, the selective removal of damaged mitochondria, keeping your cellular powerhouses healthy, efficient, producing ATP, that universal energy currency, without producing excessive reactive oxygen species. Almonds, pecans, pistachios, cashews, each nut a different profile of fats, minerals, vitamins, each offering protection, offering nourishment. A handful each day, that's all, just a handful, to support your cells, your DNA, your slow, beautiful, inevitable repair. Your telomeres are being protected right now. Those repeating sequences at the ends of your chromosomes, tag, 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 like the plastic tips on shoelaces, preventing the DNA from fraying. Every time a cell divides, the telomeres shorten, like a clock counting down. But telomerase, that enzyme, can rebuild them, lengthen them. And certain lifestyle factors activate telomerase: meditation, exercise, stress reduction. And certain foods provide the cofactors, the substrates. Vitamin C from kiwi fruit, those fuzzy brown ovals, bright green inside with tiny black seeds in a starburst pattern. More vitamin C than oranges, protecting DNA from oxidative damage, supporting collagen synthesis, that protein forming the scaffold of your tissues, your skin, your blood vessels, your bones. Vitamin C donates electrons, neutralizes free radicals, becomes oxidized itself, sacrificing, protecting, and then it can be regenerated, recycled by glutathione, by vitamin E, that orchestra of antioxidants, working together, supporting each other, never alone, always interconnected, like everything in your body, like everything in nature, all connected, all flowing, all breathing together as you breathe now, deeply, slowly, your chest rising, falling, rising, falling, like waves on a shore, endless, rhythmic, peaceful. Garlic, those pungent bulbs wrapped in papery white skin, contain allicin, formed when you crush the clove, when alanus enzyme meets alliin substrate, producing that sharp smell, that burning taste, and that protective power. Allicin has antimicrobial properties, fighting bacteria, fungi, even some viruses, supporting your immune system. An aged garlic extract, fermented, mellowed, contains S-allylcysteine, a compound more stable, more bioavailable, protecting the heart, lowering blood pressure, reducing arterial plaque. Onions too, their organosulfur compounds, making you cry when you cut them, volatile, reactive, protective. These vegetables from the allium family, garlic, onions, leeks, shallots, chives, have been medicine for thousands of years, used in every traditional healing system. And now science confirms what grandmothers always knew. They protect, they heal, they extend life. Peaches, plums, nectarines, apricots, stone fruits, with their single hard pit, their soft flesh, colours ranging from pale yellow to deep purple. These contain chlorogenic acid, hydroxycinnamic acids, protecting against diabetes, against cognitive decline, modulating glucose absorption, and when dried, prunes, concentrated nutrients, concentrated sugars, yes, but also concentrated sorbitol, a gentle natural laxative, and boron, a trace mineral needed for bone health, for brain function, all in that dark wrinkled fruit, sweet, sticky, nourishing. Coffee, that morning ritual, that dark brew, contains chlorogenic acid too, antioxidants, and it activates autophagy, that cellular cleaning, improving insulin sensitivity, protecting against neurodegeneration, cup after cup, through centuries, through cultures, bringing people together and secretly protecting their cells, extending their health span as long as it doesn't disturb sleep, which means stopping by early afternoon, allowing the caffeine to clear so you can rest as you're resting now, so deeply, so completely, feeling yourself dissolving into the mattress, becoming one with the darkness, with the silence, with the night. Black tea, oxidized, fermented, darker, containing theaflavins, compounds formed during processing, offering different benefits than green tea, both from the same plant, Camellia sinensis, just treated differently, showing how transformation changes medicine, changes protection, and both teas, green and black, support the gut microbiome, provide polyphenols that feed beneficial bacteria, that reduce harmful bacteria, that modulate the ecosystem inside you. Turmeric, that orange-yellow rhizome, ground into powder, staining everything it touches, contains curcumin, perhaps the most studied natural compound with anti-inflammatory properties. crossing the blood-brain barrier, supporting cognitive function, inducing apoptosis in cancer cells, that programmed cell death, when a cell recognizes it's damaged and initiates its own destruction for the good of the organism. Curcumin triggers this, especially in rapidly dividing cancer cells, while leaving healthy cells alone, and it's absorbed better with black pepper, with piperine, that compound that makes pepper spicy, inhibiting curcumin metabolism in the liver, allowing more to enter bloodstream, to reach tissues, to protect, to heal. This is synergy, compounds working together, more powerful combined than alone. Spices and herbs, rosemary, that needle-like leaves, aromatic, containing rosmarinic acid, carnosic acid, protecting against neurodegeneration, improving memory. In folklore, rosemary was for remembrance, and now we know why. It protects acetylcholine, that neurotransmitter, from breakdown. Oregano, with more antioxidants per gram than any other herb, containing carvacrol, thymol, antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory. Basil, sweet, with eugenol, the same compound in cloves. Thyme, tiny leaves, huge impact, another source of thymol. And saffron, those delicate red threads, stigmas from crocus flowers, so expensive, so precious, containing crocin, safranal, compounds that may help with depression, with anxiety, with mood, as if the flower wants to bring you joy, wants to lift your spirit, even as it flavors your rice, your stew, your ancient Persian dishes. Cinnamon, bark from a tree, rolled into quills, ground into powder, sweet, warming, containing cinnamaldehyde, modulating blood sugar, improving insulin sensitivity, protecting against diabetes. And ginger, that knobby rhizome, spicy, warming, containing gingerols, reducing nausea, reducing inflammation, improving digestion, both used for thousands of years in traditional Chinese medicine, in Ayurveda, in every grandmother's kitchen. And chili peppers, bright red, burning hot, containing capsaicin, that compound that binds pain receptors, creating heat, but also blocking substance P, that neuropeptide involved in pain transmission. So capsaicin, paradoxically, causes pain, then relieves it, and it boosts metabolism, increases thermogenesis, helps with weight management, while protecting gastric mucosa, healing ulcers, despite the burning sensation suggesting it would do the opposite. The paradoxes of biology, the surprises, the elegance, all unfolding inside you, right now, as you rest, as repair happens, as your DNA is checked, corrected, protected, as your stem cells wait in reserve, as your gut bacteria produce their protective compounds, as your immune cells patrol, vigilant, as your blood vessels maintain their delicate balance, as your telomeres are shielded, as everything works together, in concert, in harmony, automatically, without you having to think, to direct, to control. Just let go. And in that letting go, in that surrender to sleep, your body finds its deepest wisdom, its ancient programs, billions of years old, refined through survival, through adaptation, through the endless dance of evolution. You are the latest expression, the current form, and within you, the same mechanisms that kept your ancestors alive, that allowed them to survive, to reproduce, to create you. These mechanisms need nothing from you but rest, darkness, time, and the right molecular signals from food, from plants, from the earth herself, offering her pharmacy, her medicine, her protection. Feel the weight of your body, completely supported, every point of contact with the bed, pressure, warmth, safety, your heart beating steadily, your lungs filling, emptying, filling, emptying, oxygen entering your blood, carbon dioxide leaving, that ancient exchange, that first breath, that last breath, that every breath in between, each one a gift, each one fueling the trillions of reactions happening inside you, each one bringing you closer to sleep, deeper into restoration, further into the healing darkness, sea vegetables, seaweed, nori wrapped around rice, wakame floating in miso soup, kombu adding umami to broths. These algae, these ancient photosynthetic organisms, contain iodine, essential for thyroid function, for metabolism, for energy production. They contain fucoidan, a polysaccharide with anti-cancer properties, immune-modulating properties, antiviral properties, from the ocean, that primordial soup where life began, bringing its minerals, its compounds, its protection, and sea base, swimming in those same waters, absorbing, concentrating, becoming food, becoming medicine, scallops, clams, mussels, filter feeders, cleaning the water, concentrating nutrients, providing zinc, selenium, vitamin B12, that vitamin found almost exclusively in animal products, essential for DNA synthesis, for red blood cell formation, for neurological function. Those beautiful shells, spiraled, ridged, coloured, protecting soft flesh inside, sweet, briny, tasting of the sea, nourishing you, connecting you to vast waters, to the 70% of Earth's surface that is ocean, to the salt in your blood, that echo of ancient seas, that reminder that you're made of water, made of minerals, made of stardust, held together temporarily, breathing, living, repairing, tonight, right now, as we drift together through science, through healing, through the soft dark, fermented foods, sauerkraut, shredded cabbage, salted, left to transform as lactobacillus species consume the sugars, produce lactic acid, lowering pH, preserving, creating tang, creating probiotics, billions of beneficial bacteria in every forkful, kimchi, Korean, spicy, with gochugaru red pepper flakes, garlic, ginger, fish sauce, fermenting in clay pots, developing complex flavors, complex benefits. These foods, traditional, ancient, made without refrigeration, without understanding of microbiology, but with empirical knowledge, with observation, with trial and error, and they worked. They preserved food through winter, through journey, and they enhanced nutrition, enhanced digestion, enhanced health, as we're rediscovering now, as we measure, quantify, prove what was always known. Kefir, that tangy drink, thicker than milk, thinner than yogurt, containing dozens of bacterial strains, yeast strains, a complex community, originated in the Caucasus Mountains, those grains resembling cauliflower, made of proteins and sugars, housing the microbes, passed from generation to generation, never bought, never sold, only gifted, and probiotic yogurt, live active cultures, lactobacillus, bifidobacterium, consuming lactose, producing lactic acid, thickening milk, creating that characteristic tang. These dairy products, fermented, transformed, easier to digest, more nutritious, more protective, more than the sum of their parts. Your methylation patterns are shifting in your DNA, in your histones, methyl groups, CH3 attaching, detaching, silencing genes, activating genes. This is epigenetics. Epi meaning above genetics, controlling gene expression without changing the underlying sequence. And diet influences this. Folate, B12, choline, betaine, same. All involved in methyl group metabolism, all influencing which genes are expressed. Dark leafy greens provide folate, its name from foliage. Liver provides B12. Eggs provide choline. Beets provide betaine. Each food, each nutrient, subtly steering your gene expression toward health, toward protection, toward longevity, or away from it, and you choose, with every bite, with every meal, which direction, which path, which future. But tonight, there is no choosing, no effort, no striving, only rest, only receiving, only allowing your body to do what it knows how to do: repair, regenerate, restore. Your tumor suppressor genes, P53, BRCA1, BRCA2, MLH1, are being expressed, producing proteins that monitor for DNA damage, for uncontrolled cell division, for potential cancer. And when they find it, they trigger arrest, repair, or apoptosis, that programmed death, that sacrifice of the one for the many. These genes are your guardians, your protectors, and the foods you eat, the polyphenols, the isothiocyanates, the carotenoids, they support these guardians, enhance their function, give them strength. Soy isoflavones, genistein, daidzein from soybeans, tofu, tempeh, miso. These phytoestrogens, plant compounds similar in structure to estrogen, but different, milder. They bind to estrogen receptors, but without the same intensity, modulating rather than overwhelming. In high estrogen state, they block the receptor, reducing effect. In low estrogen states, they weakly activate it, compensating. This is why soy can be protective, reducing mammary cancer in Asian populations who consume it traditionally, from childhood, consistently. Not in isolated supplements, not in processed soy protein isolate, but in whole foods, fermented foods, as they've been eaten for millennia, flax seeds, tiny, brown or golden, hard shells protecting, containing lignans, plant compounds that are converted by gut bacteria into enterolactone, enterodiol. These have anti-estrogenic effects, anti-cancer effects, and alpha-linolenic acid, that omega-3 and fiber, both soluble and insoluble. But flax seeds must be ground, crushed, otherwise they pass through whole, undigested, untouched. So grind them fresh or buy them ground and store them carefully, protected from light, from heat, from oxidation, treating them with respect, with care, as they will care for you, protect you, heal you. Chia seeds, those tiny black or white seeds from Salvia hispanica, a desert plant. These seeds, when wet, form a gel, mucilage surrounding each seed. This gel slows digestion, stabilizes blood sugar, feeds gut bacteria, provides satiety, and the seeds contain omega-3s, calcium, magnesium, antioxidants, a complete package, a gift, and they require no grinding, no preparation. Just add to liquid, let sit, let bloom. And they were currency once in Aztec culture, valued as highly as gold. And perhaps they were right. Perhaps nutrition, health, longevity. These are the real wealth, the real treasure, more valuable than any metal, any jewel. Pumpkin seeds, pepitas, flat, green, rich in zinc, magnesium, essential for hundreds of enzymatic reactions, for protein synthesis, for nerve function, for muscle contraction, for heart rhythm. Most people are deficient, eating processed foods, depleted soils, and feeling the effects: fatigue, cramps, anxiety, irregular heartbeat. But a quarter cup of pumpkin seeds, that's all, provides half the daily need, simple, easy, protective. And sunflower seeds, striped shells, white kernels, rich in vitamin E, that fat-soluble antioxidant, protecting cell membranes, protecting LDL cholesterol from oxidation, preventing that first step in atherosclerosis, that plaque formation, that narrowing of arteries. And selenium, another antioxidant, another protector, working with glutathione peroxidase, that enzyme, neutralizing hydrogen peroxide, preventing oxidative damage, all from seeds, concentrated nutrition, potential life, held in dormancy, waiting, just as your own potential, your own healing, your own regeneration, waits, ready, inevitable. Let yourself feel that inevitability, that certainty that your body wants to heal, wants to be well, wants to thrive. It's programmed into every cell, every gene, every protein. Your existence is an unbroken chain going back to the first cell, the first self-replicating molecule, 4 billion years ago, in warm, shallow water or deep sea vents. Somewhere, somehow, life emerged and persisted and complexified, and eventually, through countless generations, through extinction events, through ice ages, through drought and flood and fire, your ancestors survived. Every single one of them survived long enough to reproduce, to pass on their genes, to create the next link in the chain, until finally, you, here, now, breathing, living, carrying that unbroken lineage, that incredible inheritance, forward, and your body remembers, your DNA remembers, the pathways, the mechanisms, the healing, all evolved through survival, through need, through adaptation. They're not new, not fragile, not uncertain. They're ancient, tested, proven. They work, they will work in you tonight, as you sleep, as you let go, as you trust, in the wisdom older than thought, older than consciousness, older than humanity itself. The healing cascades are beginning, cytokines signaling, growth factors releasing, stem cells mobilizing, moving through your bloodstream, homing to sites of damage, differentiating into needed cell types, collagen being deposited, vessels sprouting, neurons connecting, bone remodeling, all happening now, in darkness, in silence, in the deep privacy of your body, unseen, unfelt, but real, measurably real, scientifically verified real. And tomorrow, when you wake, you will be different, slightly, subtly, imperceptibly, but different. Cells will have divided, replaced, renewed. DNA will have been repaired, proteins synthesized, waste removed. You will be both the same person and new, a ship of Theseus, every plank replaced, yet still the same ship, still you, still continuous, still alive, still growing, still becoming. But for now, there is only this breath, this moment, this deep, dark, beautiful, restful now. Feel your consciousness dimming, like a light on a dimmer switch, slowly, smoothly, fading, the thoughts dissolving, words losing meaning, images blurring, and underneath, always underneath, the body continues, the heart beats, the lungs breathe, the cells repair, the DNA replicates, the proteins fold, the life continues, automatic, autonomous, free. Your gut is producing neurotransmitters, serotonin, dopamine, GABA, those mood-regulating chemicals. 90% of your serotonin made in your intestines, by your gut cells, influenced by your microbiome, those bacteria, producing, modulating, affecting your mood, your thoughts, your sense of well-being, the gut-brain axis, communication flowing both ways, vagus nerve carrying signals, metabolites entering bloodstream, crossing blood-brain barrier, changing neural activity. This is why fermented foods improve mood, why fiber reduces depression, why the Western diet, low in plants, high in processed food, correlates with anxiety, with mental illness. The gut knows, the gut influences, the gut helps create your experience of reality, your inner state, your capacity for joy, for calm, for peace, as you feel now, peaceful, calm, serene, drifting. And the healing foods, they're not exotic, not expensive, not rare. They're in every grocery store, every market, every garden, humble, common, ordinary, yet containing extraordinary power, extraordinary potential. The broccoli, the blueberries, the beans, the nuts, the fish, the tea, each one a pharmacy, each one speaking to your genes, modulating your biology, steering you toward health. And the beautiful thing, the elegant thing, is that they work synergistically. Together they're more powerful than alone. The anthocyanins, the sulforaphane, the omega-3s, the resveratrol, the fiber, all working together, complementing, enhancing, synergizing, like an orchestra, each instrument contributing its unique voice, but the music, the healing, emerging from the whole, from the combination, from the pattern, from the symphony. And you don't need to understand it, don't need to remember all the names, all the mechanisms, all the pathways. Your body knows, your cells know. They have receptors for these compounds, recognition sites, evolved over millions of years of eating plants, eating fish, eating the foods that surrounded, that sustained, that protected. Your biology expects these compounds, needs them, thrives on them. And when you provide them, when you eat real food, colourful food, diverse food, your body responds gratefully, powerfully, inevitably. It heals, it strengthens, it endures, giving you more years, more vitality, more life to experience, to give, to love, to be. And this symphony plays on through the night, through your sleep, through every quiet hour. The compounds arriving, binding, signaling, changing, your cells responding, adapting, healing, without fanfare, without announcement, just doing what they were designed to do, what billions of years of evolution programmed them to do: survive, thrive, persist. And you, simply by eating, by choosing plants, by choosing colour, by choosing whole foods, you activate this ancient program. You turn the key, you open the door to longevity, to vitality, to the slow, graceful aging that humans are meant to experience, not the rapid decline, the chronic disease, the premature aging that comes from processed food, from deficiency, from chemical exposure, from stress. No, you're choosing differently, breathing differently, being differently. Your mitochondria are multiplying, those tiny powerhouses, those descendants of ancient bacteria that entered cells 2 billion years ago and stayed symbiotic, cooperative. They retain their own DNA, circular, like bacteria, separate from your nuclear DNA, and they reproduce independently, dividing, budding, creating more energy capacity, more ATP production. And certain foods support this. Certain compounds trigger mitochondrial biogenesis, PGC1 alpha activation, that master regulator, stimulated by exercise, by fasting, by cold exposure, and by polyphenols from berries, from green tea, from coffee. Your mitochondria becoming more numerous, more efficient, producing more energy with less oxidative stress, less damage, cleaner burning, like a well-tuned engine, purring, powerful, reliable, And when mitochondria become damaged, when they accumulate mutations, when they produce too many reactive oxygen species, they must be removed, recycled. This is mitophagy, selective autophagy targeting mitochondria. The cell recognizes dysfunction, tags the mitochondrion, engulfs it in an autophagosome, fuses with a lysosome and digests it, breaks it down to components, amino acids, lipids, nucleotides, to be reused. Nothing wasted, nothing lost, just transformed, recycled, renewed. This happens more during fasting, during exercise, during sleep, when energy demands decrease, when the body can afford to clean house, to reorganize, to optimize. And urolithins from pomegranates and walnuts, they enhance this. They make it more efficient, more complete, protecting your cellular energy systems, maintaining your capacity for life, for movement, for thought, for being. Autophagy itself, that word meaning self-eating, discovered by Yoshinori Ohsumi, who won the Nobel Prize in 2016 for revealing this ancient cellular recycling system, present in yeast, in plants, in worms, in flies, in us, universal, essential, life-preserving. During autophagy, cells break down damaged proteins, misfolded proteins, aggregated proteins, those clumps that accumulate with age, that cause neurodegeneration, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, Huntington's. The autophagosome engulfs them, delivers them to lysosomes, those cellular stomachs filled with enzymes, breaking everything down into building blocks to be reused. This is why fasting extends lifespan in every organism tested, why caloric restriction works, why intermittent fasting has benefits. It triggers autophagy, cellular renewal, molecular housekeeping, and coffee, tea, olive oil, resveratrol. They activate it too, mimicking some benefits of fasting, without the hunger, without the deprivation, just gentle, persistent activation. Feel yourself sinking deeper now, deeper than before, as if the mattress itself is dissolving and as if you're floating, suspended in darkness, in warmth, in safety. Your body temperature dropping slightly, as it does during sleep, conserving energy, directing resources inward to repair, to restore. Your growth hormone levels rising as they do in deep sleep, stimulating tissue growth, muscle repair, bone density. Growth hormone declining with age, but sleep maintains it, protects it, keeps you young. And melatonin, that sleep hormone, is also an antioxidant, one of the most powerful, crossing all cellular membranes, entering mitochondria, nucleus, protecting DNA directly, scavenging free radicals, and cherries contain it, tart cherries especially, providing exogenous melatonin, helping you sleep, helping you repair, helping you heal. Your endothelial progenitor cells are circulating, those stem cells from bone marrow, capable of becoming new endothelial lining, new blood vessel walls. They're mobilized by exercise, by certain cytokines, by VEGF, vascular endothelial growth factor, that signal calling for more blood vessels, more circulation, more oxygen delivery. After a heart attack, VEGF increases, calling these stem cells to the damage, to rebuild, to revascularize, to restore blood flow, and pomegranate juice increases circulating EPCs, increases their function, their capacity to form new vessels. This is regenerative medicine, from food, from nature, accessible, affordable, simple, but it's balanced, nuanced. Because while you need angiogenesis for healing, for exercise adaptation, you need anti-angiogenesis to prevent tumor growth, to starve cancer. And the body manages both simultaneously, maintaining healthy angiogenesis where needed, suppressing it where dangerous. And diet influences this balance. Green tea's EGCG, soy's genistein. They inhibit tumor angiogenesis, while not harming healthy vessel formation. They're selective, intelligent, targeting rapid uncontrolled growth, but allowing slow controlled repair. This selectivity, this wisdom, exists in plants, in compounds, in nature, evolved over eons, tested through survival, refined through selection. Your blood vessels themselves, those 60,000 miles of tubing, are lined with a single layer of endothelial cells, so thin, so delicate, yet so crucial. They regulate blood pressure, prevent clotting, produce nitric oxide, that gas molecule that relaxes smooth muscle, dilates vessels, improves blood flow, and nitric oxide is made from L-arginine, an amino acid found in nuts, in seeds, in fish, in meat. But it also requires cofactors, vitamins, minerals. It requires optimal conditions, low oxidative stress, adequate antioxidants, and flavonoids from dark chocolate, from tea, from berries. They protect nitric oxide from degradation, extend its half-life, amplify its effects. This is why dark chocolate lowers blood pressure, improves flow-mediated dilation, protects cardiovascular health, not despite being indulgent, but because it contains medicine, contains flavonols, contains theobromine, contains protection. Breathe into that, into the permission to enjoy, to savor, to take pleasure in food, in taste, in eating, not as guilty indulgence, not as weakness, but as nourishment, as healing, as medicine that happens to taste good. The bitter dark chocolate melting on your tongue, the sweet burst of blueberries, the rich umami of miso soup, the warm spice of turmeric, the sharp bite of garlic, each flavor, each sensation, telling you something, guiding you. Some taste signal nutrients, sweetness indicating carbohydrates for energy, umami indicating protein, amino acids, fat richness signaling concentrated calories, essential fatty acids, and bitter, that taste most rejected, often signals medicine, phytonutrients, protective compounds. Plants make these to defend themselves from insect, from fungi, from UV radiation, and we co-opted them, evolved to benefit from them, to use their defenses as our own. Bitter greens, bitter tea, bitter cacao, all protective, all healing. all worth acquiring a taste for. Your taste preferences can change, adapt. If you eat real food consistently, your palate adjusts. Processed food tastes too sweet, too salty, too artificial, while simple foods reveal their subtlety, their complexity, the sweetness of a carrot, the nuttiness of brown rice, the freshness of cucumber, flavors you might have missed before, obscured by overstimulation, by excess sugar, by artificial flavoring, but they're there, waiting, subtle, real, true, like quiet music you can only hear when everything else falls silent, like stars you can only see when the city lights dim, like healing you can only feel when you stop, rest, listen, as you're listening now to your body, to your breath, to the subtle sensations, the heaviness, the warmth, the peace, settling over you like snow, polyphenols from tea, from olive oil, from wine, from berries. These compounds are not absorbed well in the small intestine. Instead, many pass through, reaching the colon, and there, your gut bacteria transform them, metabolize them into smaller compounds, into active metabolites that are absorbed, that enter circulation, that exert effects. This is why gut health matters for polyphenol benefits, why antibiotics can temporarily reduce the benefits of these foods, why fermented foods, why fiber, why feeding your microbiome is so crucial. The bacteria are intermediaries, translators, transforming plant compounds into human medicine, a cooperation, a partnership, plants feeding bacteria feeding you, circular, elegant, perfect. And in your colon right now, trillions of bacteria are fermenting fiber, producing these short-chain fatty acids, butyrate, propionate, acetate, butyrate especially, that 4-carbon fatty acid, so simple in structure, so profound in effect. It provides 70% of energy for colonocytes, those cells lining your large intestine. They consume it, thrive on it, and in doing so, maintain intestinal barrier integrity, prevent leaky gut, prevent systemic inflammation, and butyrate does more. It's an HDAC inhibitor, histone deacetylase inhibitor, changing how DNA is packaged, how genes are expressed. It loosens the chromatin, allows transcription factors to access genes, to turn them on. Genes for gut barrier proteins, for anti-inflammatory cytokines, for tumor suppression, all regulated by butyrate, all influenced by fiber, by what you feed your bacteria, by what you choose to eat. Other HDAC inhibitors exist in food: sulforaphane from broccoli, allicin from garlic, diallyl disulfide. These compounds changing gene expression, turning off pro-inflammatory genes, turning on protective genes. This is nutrigenomics, how nutrients talk to genes, how food becomes information, becomes instruction, becomes destiny, written not in stone, but in methylation patterns, in histone modifications, in chromatin structure, changeable, responsive, under your influence, through your choices, through your fork, through what you put in your mouth several times a day, every day, for your entire life. The cumulative effect, enormous, decisive, determining, methylation. That addition of a methyl group, CH3, to cytosine bases in DNA, especially at CpG sites, cytosine guanine dinucleotides. This methylation silences genes, prevents transcription, and it's dynamic, changing throughout life, influenced by age, by environment, by stress, by diet. Folate provides methyl groups, B12, choline, betaine, methionine, all involved in one carbon metabolism, that network of reactions, transferring methyl groups, building nucleotides, synthesizing neurotransmitters. And when this system is impaired, when you're deficient in these nutrients, methylation becomes dysregulated. Genes that should be silenced become active. Genes that should be active become silenced, including tumor suppressor genes, leading to cancer risk, to developmental problems, to neural tube defects in fetuses. This is why folate is crucial during pregnancy, why leafy greens matter, why liver, why eggs, providing the methyl donors, the substrates, the building blocks for proper gene regulation. But methylation can be too much, hypermethylation, silencing tumor suppressor genes, or too little, hypermethylation, activating oncogenes. The balance matters, the pattern matters, and diet influences this pattern. Green tea catechins, genistein from soy. They inhibit DNA methyltransferases, those enzymes that add methyl groups, preventing excessive silencing, reactivating silenced tumor suppressors. This is epigenetic therapy. From food, from tea, from soybeans, reversing some cancer-promoting changes, not by changing DNA sequence, but by changing which genes are read, which are ignored, which guide cellular behavior. Powerful, profound, paradigm-shifting. Let your mind drift away from understanding, away from trying to remember, away from effort. The information is settling into you, like water into soil, like rain into earth, not on the surface, but absorbed, integrated, becoming part of you, part of your knowing. Even if you forget the words, forget the names, forget the details, something deeper remains, a sense, an intuition, a trust that your body can heal, that food matters, that you have power, agency, influence over your own biology, your own trajectory, your own aging. This knowing, settling into your bones, into your cells, into your DNA, as you sink deeper, softer, quieter into sleep. Your tumor suppressor genes, 53, the guardian of the genome, monitoring for DNA damage, for replication errors, for stress signals, and when damage is found, 53 halts the cell cycle, stops division, allows time for repair, activates DNA repair enzymes, and if repair fails, if damage is too severe, 53 triggers apoptosis, programmed cell death, the cell destroying itself for the greater good, preventing it from dividing with mutations, preventing cancer. This happens constantly. cells making the ultimate sacrifice, hundreds, thousands, dying each day to protect you. And P53 itself can be mutated, inactivated, found mutated in 50% of cancers. But curcumin from turmeric, resveratrol from grapes, EGCG from tea, quercetin from onions. These compounds enhance 53 function, stabilize it, increase its expression, supporting your guardian, your protector, your defense against malignancy, BRCA genes, mammary cancer genes, but actually DNA repair genes, producing proteins that fix double-strand breaks, the most dangerous type of DNA damage, using homologous recombination, copying the undamaged sister chromatid, restoring the sequence perfectly. Women with BRCA mutations, inherited defects, have higher risk of mammary and ovarian cancer because repair is impaired, damage accumulates, and while you cannot change inherited mutations, you can support the remaining function, reduce additional DNA damage through antioxidants, through avoiding carcinogens, through supporting the other repair pathways, through eating protective foods, colored foods, diverse foods, living foods. Apoptosis, that programmed death, is characterized by specific changes: membrane blebbing, cell shrinkage, chromatin condensation, DNA fragmentation into neat segments, 180 base pairs, multiples of the nucleosome spacing. The cell dismantles itself orderly, packaged, without spilling contents, without causing inflammation, and phagocytes, those cleanup cells, recognize eat me signals, phosphatidylserine exposed on the outer membrane, and engulf the dying cell, digest it, recycle its components. No waste, no mess, just quiet, efficient disposal. This is different from necrosis, traumatic cell death, where the cell bursts, spills, causes inflammation, recruits immune cells, creates damage. Apoptosis is controlled, purposeful, beneficial, and certain foods induce apoptosis in cancer cells specifically, while leaving healthy cells alone. Somehow, mysteriously, selectively. Curcumin does this. Resveratrol, EGCG, sulforaphane, genistein. They trigger the intrinsic pathway, mitochondrial pathway, causing mitochondrial membrane permeabilization, releasing cytochrome C, activating caspases, those executioner enzymes, cleaving cellular proteins, dismantling the cell from within. Cancer cells, rapidly dividing, metabolically stressed, are more vulnerable to this, more sensitive, more easily pushed over the edge into apoptosis, while healthy cells with normal P53, normal checkpoints, resist, survive. This selectivity, this intelligence built into plant compounds, into natural products, is humbling, mysterious, profound. Your breathing is so slow now, so shallow, barely moving, chest rising, falling, imperceptibly, like the tide, like the moon pulling water, ancient rhythms, cosmic rhythms, influencing you, guiding you. Your consciousness is flickering, like a candle in wind, moments of awareness, then gone, then back, then gone, drifting between waking and sleeping in that liminal space, that threshold where healing happens, where integration occurs, where information becomes wisdom, becomes cellular memory, becomes you. Spermidine, found in wheat germ, in soybeans, in mushrooms, in aged cheese, this polyamine, naturally occurring, induces autophagy, extends lifespan in yeast, in worms, in flies, in mice, possibly in humans. It mimics some effects of fasting, of caloric restriction, triggering cellular cleanup, renewal, rejuvenation, and your body produces it from arginine, from methionine, but production declines with age. Supplementation from food helps, maintains levels, maintains autophagy, maintains cellular quality control. This compound, named after sperm, where it was first discovered, now understood as a longevity factor, a youth factor, accessible, edible, protective. The cruciferous vegetables beyond sulforaphane contain other isothiocyanates, indole 3-carbinol, which converts in your stomach to DIM, diindolyl methane. This compound modulates estrogen metabolism, shifting it toward protective metabolites, away from damaging ones. Estrogen can be metabolized to 2-hydroxyestrone, protective, or to 16-alpha-hydroxyestrone, which has proliferative effects associated with cancer risk. DIM from cruciferous vegetables increases the ratio of good to bad estrogen metabolites, protecting mammary tissue, prostate tissue, hormone-sensitive tissues. This is why eating broccoli, cabbage, Brussels sprouts, kale, cauliflower regularly is associated with reduced cancer risk, especially hormone-related cancers. The vegetable, the compounds, offering protection, offering balance, offering wisdom that human biochemistry needs, has always needed, evolved with. Organosulfur compounds from garlic and onions, beyond allicin, include diallyl disulfide, S-allyl cysteine, ajoene. These compounds inhibit phase 1 enzymes, which can activate carcinogens, while inducing phase 2 enzymes, which detoxify carcinogens, so they prevent activation of harmful compounds and enhance elimination. A two-pronged approach, preventing damage and clearing danger. This is why populations that eat more garlic, like in Mediterranean regions, have lower cancer rates, cardiovascular disease rates. The garlic, humble, pungent, malodorous, is medicine, is protection, is longevity, wrapped in papery skin, waiting in your kitchen, asking only to be crushed, heated, eaten, to share its gifts. Carotenoids, that family of pigments, giving color to plants, to fruits, to vegetables, beta-carotene in carrots, sweet potatoes, pumpkins, lycopene in tomatoes, watermelon, pink grapefruit, lutein and zeaxanthin in dark leafy greens, in egg yolks, beta-cryptoxanthin in oranges, in papaya, astaxanthin in salmon, in shrimp, in krill. Each one fat-soluble, requiring dietary fat for absorption. Each one an antioxidant, quenching singlet oxygen, neutralizing free radicals, protecting lipid membranes, and they accumulate in specific tissues: lycopene in prostate, lutein and zeaxanthin in retina, protecting the macula, preventing macular degeneration, that leading cause of blindness in elderly. Protection encoded in color, in pigment, in the rainbow you eat or don't eat. The more colorful your diet, the more diverse your carotenoids, the more protected your tissues, your DNA, your future. And the colors speak, communicate, signal. Red from anthocyanins, from lycopene, orange from beta-carotene, yellow from flavonoids, from zeaxanthin, green from chlorophyll, from lutein, purple from more anthocyanins, blue rare from anthocyanins at specific pH. Each color a different set of compounds, different benefits, different protections. This is why eating the rainbow matters, why variety matters, why monotony is dangerous. Your body needs the full spectrum, the complete palette, the diverse pharmacy that only comes from eating many plants, many colors, many species, many different forms of life, offering their protection, their compounds, their evolution to support yours. But you need not think about this now, need not plan, need not worry. For now, just rest, just be, just let your body do what it's doing, repairing, protecting, healing, automatically, intelligently, perfectly. The breathing continues, the heart beats, the cells divide, the proteins fold, the genes express. The life persists without you, without your conscious mind, without your worry or control, just happening, just being, just you alive, here, now, in darkness, in safety, in peace. Selenium, that trace mineral, essential cofactor for glutathione peroxidase, for selenoproteins. You need only tiny amounts, 55 micrograms daily, but most people don't get enough. Soils are depleted, crops contain less, but Brazil nuts, those large triangular nuts, contain enormous amounts. One nut provides 100 to 200 micrograms, more than a day's need, from selenium-rich soils in the Amazon, absorbed by the trees, concentrated in seeds. 2 nuts, that's all. 2 per day, enough. Or seafood, fish, shellfish, accumulating selenium from water, or organ meats, kidney, liver, or whole grains grown in selenium-rich regions, each providing this crucial mineral, this protector, this detoxifier, this supporter of thyroid function, of immune function, of DNA synthesis, and zinc, that other trace mineral, in oysters, in pumpkin seeds, in beef, in chickpeas, needed for over 300 enzymes, for immune cells, for wound healing, for DNA synthesis, for gene expression, for taste and smell. Zinc deficiency causes loss of these senses, loss of appetite, loss of pleasure in eating, leading to further deficiency, a vicious cycle. But adequate zinc from food, from diverse sources, maintains sensation, maintains immunity, maintains healing capacity, maintains life quality. And zinc competes with copper for absorption, another essential mineral from shellfish, from nuts, from seeds, from organ meats. The balance between them matters. Too much of one depletes the other. This is why isolated supplements can cause problems, while food, with its natural ratios, its natural balances, provides minerals in relationship, in context, in community, as they should be. Magnesium, that often deficient mineral required for ATP production, for protein synthesis, for muscle function, for nerve transmission, for heart rhythm, for bone structure, found in dark leafy greens, in nuts, in seeds, in whole grains, in dark chocolate. But modern diets, low in plants, high in processed food, lead to widespread deficiency, and symptoms are vague: fatigue, cramps, irritability, anxiety, irregular heartbeat. Most people never connect them to magnesium, never address the deficiency, never feel how different, how better they could feel with adequacy, with optimal status. Just eating a serving of pumpkin seeds, some dark chocolate, some spinach each day could transform health, mood, energy, sleep, all from one mineral, one element, one simple nutrient, too often ignored: iron, needed for hemoglobin, for oxygen transport, for energy production, found in meat, in organ meats, heme iron, easily absorbed, and in plants, beans, lentils, spinach. Non-heme iron, less easily absorbed, but absorption enhanced by vitamin C, by the acid in your stomach. Take iron with tomatoes, with citrus, with bell peppers, and absorption multiplies. But avoid taking with tea, with coffee, with calcium. These inhibit absorption, compete, block. These interactions matter, these timing matters, these combinations matter, not for every meal, not obsessively, but generally, over time, pattern after pattern, choice after choice, adding up, accumulating, determining your iron status, your energy levels, your capacity to function, to think, to live fully. B vitamins, that complex family: B1, B2, B3, B5, B6, B7, B9, B12, each essential, each required for different reactions, different pathways, different systems, from whole grains, from meat, from eggs, from leafy greens, from legumes, most abundant in unprocessed foods, stripped away during refining, milling, processing. This is why white flour is enriched, because it was impoverished first, stripped of its bran, its germ, its nutrients, then a few synthetic vitamins added back, but not all, not in the same form, not in the same ratios, not with the cofactors, the phytonutrients, the fibre that came naturally. So enriched is still poor, compared to whole, compared to intact, compared to real. Vitamin K2, different from K1 in plants, K2 produced by bacteria in fermented foods, in natto, that Japanese fermented soybean dish, stringy, pungent, acquired taste, but extraordinary nutrition. K2 activates proteins, osteocalcin in bone, pulling calcium from blood into bone matrix, strengthening skeleton. and matrix glare protein in arteries, pulling calcium out of vessel walls, preventing calcification, preventing hardening. So K2 directs calcium away from soft tissues where it causes damage into hard tissues where it provides strength. This is why K2 supplementation reduces fracture risk, reduces arterial calcification, improves both bone and cardiovascular health simultaneously. And grass-fed butter contains K2, as does cheese, especially aged cheese, Gouda, Brie, from bacteria, from fermentation, from traditional food processing, offering benefits that modern, sterile, industrial food cannot. Vitamin D, that hormone vitamin produced in skin from cholesterol when UVB light hits. But modern life, indoor work, northern latitudes, sunscreen, winter, all reduce production. And deficiency is epidemic, affecting immunity, affecting mood, affecting bone health, affecting cancer risk. Vitamin D receptors exist on most cells, on immune cells especially, regulating their function, modulating response. When deficient, immunity is impaired, infections increase, autoimmunity increases, inflammation increases, but adequate vitamin D from sun, from fatty fish, from egg yolks, from fortified foods, from supplements if needed, supports immunity, reduces infection, may reduce cancer risk, may reduce autoimmune disease, may improve mood, especially in winter, in darkness, when levels naturally drop, when seasonal affective disorder emerges. The sun vitamin, the light vitamin, the summer vitamin, needed year-round, needed by everyone, needed for optimal health. Feel the darkness around you now, not as threat, not as void, but as restoration, as renewal, as the necessary opposite of light, the circadian rhythm, day and night, light and dark, activity and rest. These cycles, ancient as Earth's rotation, have shaped all life, all physiology, all cellular function. Your cells have clocks, peripheral clocks, in every tissue, entrained by the master clock. In the suprachiasmatic nucleus, in your hypothalamus, receiving light signals from your eyes, setting the rhythm, coordinating everything. When you sleep at consistent times, when you see morning light, when you avoid blue light at night, these clocks stay synchronized, stay aligned, and health follows. But disruption, shift work, jet lag, late night screens, desynchronizes, confuses, damages, leads to metabolic syndrome, to diabetes, to cardiovascular disease, to cancer. The modern disease epidemic, partially explained by circadian disruption, by fighting our nature, by ignoring ancient rhythms. But you're not ignoring them now, not fighting. You're surrendering, aligning, allowing the darkness to do its work, its healing, its restoration. And in this darkness, growth hormone surges, testosterone in men increases, prolactin rises, cortisol drops, glucose is mobilized, fat is metabolized, proteins are synthesized, brain cells shrink, allowing cerebrospinal fluid to flush through, clearing metabolic waste, clearing amyloid beta, that protein implicated in Alzheimer's. This glymphatic system, active during sleep, protecting your brain, preventing neurodegeneration. Another reason sleep matters. Sleep heals, sleep protects, sleep extends life, and you're sleeping now, or nearly. Consciousness fading, thoughts dissolving, the body taking over, doing its work, its ancient, essential, irreplaceable work. Polysaccharides from mushrooms, beta-glucans, complex sugars, branching chains, recognized by immune cells, by pattern recognition receptors, activating them, enhancing function. Shiitake, matake, reishi, cordyceps, turkey tail, each containing different beta-glucans, different structures, different effects, but all immunomodulating, all protective, all beneficial, used in traditional Asian medicine for millennia, now studied scientifically, validated, shown to enhance chemotherapy effectiveness, reduce side effects, improve survival in cancer patients, improve quality of life. These fungi, decomposers, living between life and death, breaking down, transforming, recycling, offering their power, their medicine, their strange and wonderful bioactivity to those who eat them, who brew them, who respect them, and adaptogens, that category of herbs helping body adapt to stress, rhodiola, ashwagandha, holy basil, ginseng, schisandra, each working differently, but all normalizing, balancing, supporting HPA axis, hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, that stress response system. When you face stress, CRH releases from hypothalamus, ACTH from pituitary, cortisol from adrenals. This is good. This is adaptive in acute stress, fight or flight. But chronic stress, chronic cortisol elevation causes problems, suppresses immunity, increases inflammation, promotes fat storage, impairs memory, damages hippocampus, and adaptogens buffer this, modulate the response, reduce excessive cortisol, support adrenal function, help you cope, help you adapt, help you maintain equilibrium despite challenge, despite stress, despite life's difficulties. But stress reduction ultimately comes from within, from practices, from choices, from perspective. Meditation lowers cortisol, lengthens telomeres, reduces inflammation, improves gene expression. Changes can be measured, documented. After 8 weeks of mindfulness practice, gene expression changes. Inflammatory genes downregulated, stress response genes downregulated, changes in brain structure visible on MRI, grey matter increases in hippocampus, decreases in amygdala. The practice, the sitting, the breathing, the observing, physically changes you, rewires you, heals you, just as sleep does, just as food does, just as movement does, all working together, all synergistic, all necessary, all within your control. But for now, control is released, handed over, given to the body, to its wisdom, to its automatic processes. You need do nothing, nothing at all, just be here, be breath, be beating heart, be repairing cells, be regenerating DNA, simply be. The night continues, hours remain, and throughout them, quietly, persistently, beautifully, your body will work, will heal, will protect itself. And tomorrow, you'll wake, perhaps not remembering this script, this information, these details, but changed nonetheless, slightly, subtly, molecularly, cellularly. Your DNA repaired a bit more, your gut bacteria fed, your stem cells stimulated, your immune system modulated, your telomeres protected, your mitochondria renewed, all from rest, from darkness, from allowing, from trust, and from the foods you've eaten, the compounds you've consumed, the colors you've chosen, all speaking to your genes, all steering your biology, all writing your future, one meal, one bite, one choice at a time, accumulating, determining, creating, you, becoming, always becoming, never fixed, always capable of change, of healing, of improvement, of regeneration, until the very last breath, until the very last heartbeat. The capacity remains, the potential persists, the hope endures, and so you rest, so you heal, so you drift deeper into the cellular repair happening without thought, without effort, without anything but surrender. Your body knows the way, has always known, will always know, until that final moment, that final rest, from which there is no waking. But that is far, distant, years away, decades perhaps. And tonight, now, there is only this breath, this heartbeat, this moment of regeneration, of life continuing, of DNA being copied, checked, repaired, of proteins being folded, of waste being cleared, of everything working harmoniously, perfectly, automatically. The ocean calls now, calling you deeper into blue-green depths, where seaweed sways, where kelp forests grow tall as trees. These algae, these ancient photosynthesizers, predating land plants, predating everything, learning to capture sunlight, to split water, to release oxygen, changing Earth's atmosphere, making complex life possible, making you possible. And now they offer their gifts, their minerals, their compounds, their protection. Nori, that paper-thin sheet wrapped around rice and fish, dried, toasted, containing iodine, protein, vitamin B12, rare in plants, but algae can make it or harbour bacteria that make it. Wakame, in miso soup, that silky ribbon, rehydrating, unfurling, delicate, nutritious. Kombu, that thick leathery kelp used to make dashi, that fundamental Japanese stock, umami-rich, mineral-rich, containing glutamic acid, natural MSG, flavor enhancer, and alginic acid, binding heavy metals, helping remove them from your body, detoxifying, protecting. Seaweeds concentrate minerals from seawater, iodine especially, essential for thyroid hormones, T3, T4, regulating metabolism, energy production, body temperature, growth, development. Too little iodine and the thyroid swells. Goiter, metabolism slows, fatigue sets in, brain development impaired in children, but adequate iodine, from seaweed, from iodized salt, from fish, maintains thyroid function, maintains energy, maintains health. And modern diets, less salt due to blood pressure concerns, less seaweed, less fish, have led to borderline deficiency in many subtle, undiagnosed, but impactful, affecting energy, mood, weight, health, simple, preventable, reversible, just by including sea vegetables regularly, consistently, honoring the ocean, honoring its gifts, and from the ocean depths, fish swimming, feeding, accumulating, sea base, that white-fleshed fish, delicate, flaky, rich in protein, in selenium, in omega-3s, and mackerel, that oily fish, strong-flavored, high in omega-3s, in vitamin D, in B12, swimming in schools, silver flashing, through cold waters, accumulating EPA, DHA, from the algae they eat, from the plankton, from the food chain starting with photosynthesis, with sunlight captured, with carbon fixed, with energy stored and transferred up the chain to the fish, to you, connecting you to sun, to ocean, to the vast cycles of life, of energy, of matter, all flowing, all connected, all one. Sardines, those small silvery fish, packed in tins, bone softened, edible, rich in calcium, in vitamin D, in omega-3s, sustainable, abundant, low in mercury due to their small size, short lifespan. They don't accumulate toxins like larger predatory fish, like tuna, like swordfish. This is the paradox. The larger the fish, the more omega-3s potentially, but also the more mercury, the more PCBs, the more persistent organic pollutants. So choosing smaller fish, sardines, anchovies, herring, mackerel, gives you the benefits without the risks, without the toxins, just the protection, the omega-3s, the protein, the minerals, the nourishment, anchovies especially, those tiny fish, intensely flavored, used sparingly in Caesar dressing, in puttanesca sauce, dissolved in cooking, adding depth, umami, nutrition, invisibly, deliciously. Shellfish too, scallops, those round mussels, sweet, tender, seared in a hot pan, golden, caramelized, rich in vitamin B12, in magnesium, in potassium, supporting energy production, nerve function, muscle contraction, heart rhythm and clams, those bivalves, filtering water, concentrating nutrients, iron especially, more iron than beef, ounce for ounce, and protein, and B12, and selenium, a nutritional powerhouse from the sea floor, from mud flats, from brackish estuaries, where fresh water meets salt, where nutrients concentrate, where life thrives. Mussels, similar, orange flesh, briny, sweet, in garlic butter, in white wine sauce, steamed until they open, revealing their treasure, their sustenance, their offering. Your collagen is being synthesized right now, that most abundant protein in your body, making up tendons, ligaments, skin, blood vessels, bones, gut lining. Everywhere structure is needed. Collagen is made from amino acids, glycine, proline, hydroxyproline, hydroxylysine. The hydroxy forms require vitamin C, ascorbic acid, to add hydroxyl groups to stabilize the triple helix. Without adequate vitamin C, collagen is weak, defective. This is scurvy, that disease of sailors, of long voyages without fresh food, gums bleeding, teeth falling out, wounds not healing, skin bruising, eventually death, all from lack of one vitamin, one simple compound that most animals make, but primates, guinea pigs, bats, and a few others cannot. We lost the enzyme through mutation and became dependent on dietary sources, on fruits, on vegetables, on fresh food. But this vulnerability became strength, became adaptation. Plants make vitamin C to protect themselves from oxidative stress, from UV damage, and we co-opted it. Use it for the same antioxidant defense, immune support, collagen synthesis. So eating kiwi fruit, those fuzzy brown ovals, bright green inside, with tiny black seeds radiating from the center, provides enormous vitamin C, more than oranges, more than strawberries. And studies show kiwi fruit protects DNA from oxidative damage, repairs DNA strand breaks better than other fruits tested. Something beyond vitamin C, other compounds, other phytonutrients, other protective factors, working together synergistically. This is why whole foods surpass isolated nutrients, why supplements cannot fully replace eating, why variety matters, why honoring the complexity, the mystery, the irreducibility of whole foods is essential. Adzuki beans, those small red beans, used in Asian cuisine, in sweet red bean paste, in savory stews, contain anthocyanins, those same pigments as blueberries, same protection, but in a bean, in a legume, with protein, with fiber, with resistant starch, feeding your microbiome, producing butyrate, supporting gut health, lowering cholesterol, stabilizing blood sugar. The beans, humble, inexpensive, storable, stable, are nutritional gold mines. Lentils, chickpeas, black beans, navy beans, kidney beans, pinto beans, each with slightly different nutrient profiles, different flavors, different textures, but all beneficial, all protective, all worthy of regular consumption, daily consumption. They are staples in the world's blue zones, those regions where people live longest. Sardinia, Okinawa, Loma Linda, Nicoya, Ikaria. Beans every day, vegetables every day, movement every day, community every day, purpose every day. This is longevity, not from pills, not from technology, but from lifestyle, from food, from connection, from meaning, accessible to everyone, requiring no wealth, no special knowledge, just commitment, just consistency, just care. Whole grains, those intact seeds, with bran, germ, endosperm, all present. Barley, that ancient grain, chewy, nutty, in soups, in stews, containing beta-glucan, that soluble fiber, viscous, gel-forming, trapping cholesterol, bile acids, removing them from circulation, forcing the liver to make more bile, using more cholesterol, lowering blood levels, protecting arteries, protecting heart. This is why oats lower cholesterol, why barley does, why consuming them regularly, daily, changes cardiovascular risk, measurably, meaningfully. And quinoa, that pseudo-grain from the Andes, growing at high altitude, adapted to harsh conditions, containing all 9 essential amino acids, complete protein from a plant, rare, valuable, and resistant to pests, to disease, hardy, resilient, like humans can be, when properly nourished, when properly cared for. Buckwheat, related to rhubarb, not wheat at all, despite the name. Gluten-free, containing rutin, that flavonoid, strengthening capillaries, reducing fragility, reducing bruising, improving circulation. Used to make soba noodles in Japan, eaten hot in winter, cold in summer, with dipping sauce, with wasabi. Simple, nourishing, medicinal. And the groats, the hulled seeds, can be toasted, cooked as porridge, as kasha, nutty, earthy, filling, providing manganese, magnesium, copper, fiber, protein, all the things refined grains lack, all the things removed during processing, during improvement, that actually impoverishes, that actually harms. This is the great deception of modern food, that refinement is better, that white is purer, that processing is progress, when actually it's regression, it's loss, it's impoverishment, masked by convenience, by shelf stability, by profit. But you can choose differently, can seek whole, can embrace complexity, can honor what nature provides as it provides it, complete, intact, whole, saffron, those delicate crimson threads, stigmas from Crocus sativus, hand-picked, labor-intensive, expensive, precious. Each flower produces only 3 stigmas, requiring thousands of flowers for 1 ounce. This is why it's the world's most expensive spice, but also why it's so concentrated, so potent. A few threads, steeped in warm water, release golden color, distinctive flavor, and medicinal compounds, crocin, saffronol, studied for depression, for anxiety, for cognitive function, showing benefits comparable to antidepressants in some trials, without side effects, without the numbness, just gentle, subtle uplift, as if the flower, blooming in fall against approaching winter, wants to give light, give warmth, give hope through its stigmas, through its essence, through its gift to those who seek it, who use it, who honor it. Cinnamon, that warming spice from bark, rolled into quills or ground to powder, contains cinnamaldehyde, that aromatic compound, improving insulin sensitivity, lowering blood glucose, especially after meals, blunting the spike, smoothing the curve, protecting against glycation. That process where excess glucose binds to proteins, damages them, creates ages, advanced glycation end products, which accumulate in tissues, in skin, in vessels, in eyes, in kidneys, causing stiffness, causing aging, causing complications of diabetes. But cinnamon reduces this, protects from this, slows this inevitable process just by being added to food, to oatmeal, to yogurt, to coffee, to stews, everywhere, anywhere, warming, protecting, healing. Ginger, that knobby rhizome, pale yellow inside, fibrous, spicy, contains gingerols, shogols, paradols, depending on processing, fresh versus dried versus cooked. Each forms slightly different compounds, slightly different effects, but all warming, all anti-inflammatory, all settling to digestion, reducing nausea. More effective than Dramamine for motion sickness in some studies, without drowsiness, without side effects, just the root, grated fresh, into tea, into stir-fry, into soup, or candied, crystallized, sweet spicy, or pickled, with sushi, pink, tangy, palate cleansing, each preparation, each use, offering benefits, offering comfort, offering the wisdom accumulated through millennia of use, of observation, of empirical knowledge, of grandmothers, of healers, of traditional medicine systems, now validated by science, by studies, by mechanisms understood, but effective long before understanding. Effective because they work, because nature provides, because plants protect themselves and offer that protection to us. Chili peppers, those bright fruits, red, green, orange, yellow, containing capsaicin, that compound creating heat, burning, pain, activating TRPV1 receptors, those ion channels responding to heat, to acid, to physical abrasion. But capsaicin, by activating these channels, then desensitizes them, reduces substance P, that neuropeptide transmitting pain. This is why capsaicin cream treats chronic pain, why eating spicy food regularly increases tolerance, reduces sensitivity, and capsaicin boost metabolism, increases thermogenesis, fat oxidation, slightly but measurably, and protects the stomach lining, increases mucus production, increases blood flow, promoting healing, preventing ulcers, despite the burning sensation suggesting damage. Another paradox, another surprise, another wisdom encoded in plants, in their defense compounds, in their secondary metabolites, that become our medicine, our protection, our longevity enhancers. Rosemary, those needle-like leaves, woody stems, aromatic, piney, containing rosmarinic acid, carnosic acid, carnosol, potent antioxidants, preventing lipid peroxidation, protecting brain tissue, crossing blood-brain barrier, accumulating in neural tissue, protecting neurons from oxidative stress, from excitotoxicity, from degeneration. This is why rosemary has been associated with memory. Rosemary for remembrance. Shakespeare wrote, and science confirms. Students who smell rosemary while studying, then smell it again during testing, perform better, remember more. The scent, the compounds, the essential oils, somehow, mysteriously, enhancing cognitive function, enhancing memory formation, enhancing recall. And cooking with rosemary, especially with high heat cooking, with grilling, roasting, reduces formation of heterocyclic amines, those carcinogenic compounds formed when meat is charred, the rosemary sacrificing itself, its antioxidants scavenging reactive species, preventing damage, protecting you, even as flavor is enhanced, as aroma fills the kitchen, as pleasure is increased, protection and pleasure combined, never opposed. This is the wisdom of traditional cuisine, using herbs liberally, using spices abundantly, not just for taste, but for preservation, for protection, for health, for life extension, encoded in recipes, passed down, adapted, refined, over generations, over centuries, becoming culture, becoming identity, becoming delicious medicine. Oregano, that Mediterranean herb, tiny leaves, powerful flavor, contains more antioxidants per gram than any other herb. More than blueberries, more than dark chocolate, gram for gram. Carvacrol, thymol, rosmarinic acid, all antimicrobial, all anti-inflammatory, all protective, used in traditional medicine, in folk medicine, for infections, for digestive complaints, for respiratory issues. And now we know why. We understand the mechanisms, the compounds, but the use predates the understanding by millennia. Proof that empirical observation works, that trial and error leads to truth, that traditional knowledge deserves respect, deserves preservation, deserves integration with modern science, not dismissal, not replacement, but synthesis, combination, the best of both, ancient wisdom and modern understanding, creating something greater than either alone. Basil, sweet basil, Thai basil, holy basil, each variety different, but all containing eugenol, that compound also in cloves, anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, slightly analgesic, and holy basil, Tulsi, revered in Ayurveda, adaptogenic, stress-reducing, cortisol-lowering, used in tea, in worship, in medicine, for thousands of years in India, now studied scientifically, shown to reduce anxiety, improve stress resilience, modulate HPA axis, support adrenal function, the plant, the herb, humble, growing easily, offering its leaves, its essence, its protection, freely, abundantly, asking only for water, sunlight, care, and giving back, healing, calming, centering. Those who grow it, who tend it, who use it fresh, benefit most. Connection to the plant, to growing, to soil, to life cycles, adding its own healing, its own benefit, beyond the compounds, beyond the measurable, into the realm of relationship, of care, of attention, of love, which may be the most healing thing of all. Time, tiny leaves on delicate stems, powerful flavor, antiseptic properties. Thymol is used in mouthwash, in cough drops, in vapor rubs. For good reason. It kills bacteria, fungi, even some viruses. And in food, in cooking, it protects, preserves, flavors. Used in bouquet garni, in herbes de Provence, in countless dishes across cultures, adding not just taste, but medicine, protection, preservation. This is why traditional food preparation is so sophisticated, so intelligent, why it developed the way it did. Because it worked, because it kept people alive, because it prevented foodborne illness before refrigeration, before understanding of microbiology, just observation, just consequence, just survival selecting for practices that work, that protect, that nourish. Your skin is regenerating right now in this darkness. Keratinocytes dividing in basal layer, pushing upward, differentiating, filling with keratin, eventually dying, forming the stratum corneum, that protective outer layer, dead cells, but organized, layered, creating barrier, preventing water loss, preventing pathogen entry, and every 28 days, completely renewed, completely replaced. You literally have new skin, monthly, constantly. This is why scars fade, why sun damage can improve, why skincare can work. Because the cells are always turning over, always renewing, always capable of change, and vitamin C, vitamin E, carotenoids, polyphenols from diet, they support this renewal, protect it, enhance it. Collagen production, elastin, hyaluronic acid, all influenced by nutrition, by what you eat, by what you provide, to these hungry, busy, constantly dividing cells. Feed them well, and they make healthy skin, strong barrier, youthful appearance. Feed them poorly, and aging accelerates. Damage accumulates. Appearance suffers. It's not vanity. It's not superficial. Skin health reflects overall health, indicates nutritional status, reveals what's happening inside. Glowing skin, clear eyes, strong nails, shiny hair. These are signs, signals, indicators of cellular health, of adequate nutrition, of proper function throughout the body, throughout all systems, all tissues, all cells, and your hair, each strand, growing from follicles in scalp, made of keratin, requiring protein, requiring sulfur amino acids, cysteine, methionine, from eggs, from meat, from fish, from legumes, and biotin, that B vitamin for keratin production, from egg yolks, from nuts, from seeds, and iron for oxygen delivery to follicles, for cell division, from meat, from beans, from dark leafy greens. Deficiency causes hair loss, thinning, greying, but adequacy maintains, protects, preserves, and the probiotics, especially Lactobacillus reuteri, may increase hair thickness, follicle count, through mechanisms unknown, something about gut-skin axis, about systemic effects of these bacteria, of their metabolites, influencing distant tissues, showing how interconnected, how systemic, how whole body the microbiome's effect truly are. Your bones are remodeling, osteoclasts breaking down old bone, osteoblasts building new. This balance, this constant turnover, maintaining strength, maintaining structure, adapting to force, to stress, to use. Weight-bearing exercise stimulates building, creates stronger bone, and calcium from dairy, from leafy greens, from sardines with bones, from sesame seeds, provides raw material, substrate, building blocks, and vitamin D for calcium absorption, for osteoblast activity, and vitamin K2, directing calcium into bone, activating osteocalcin, and magnesium for bone matrix, for crystal formation, and protein for organic bone structure, collagen scaffold, and boron, trace mineral from fruits, from nuts, for bone health, for vitamin D metabolism, all working together, all necessary, all synergistic. This is why isolated calcium supplements don't prevent fractures, why vitamin D alone isn't enough, why single nutrients rarely work. The body needs the full symphony, the complete nutrition, the whole food matrix with all its components, all its cofactors, all its synergies. Then bone stays strong, stays dense, stays capable of supporting you, of protecting organs, of moving you through the world for decades, for a lifetime, without fracture, without osteoporosis, without collapse. Feel your bones now, your skeleton, that internal scaffolding. 206 bones in adults, down from 270 at birth as some fuse. Feel the weight, the solidity, the structure, providing shape, providing strength, providing anchor for muscles, protection for organs, mineral storage, blood cell production in marrow, so many functions. From this hard tissue, this calcium phosphate crystal, this living stone, inside you, supporting you, literally, metaphorically, all the time, every moment, without rest, without complaint, just supporting, just being, just doing its job, automatically, perfectly, gratefully receiving the nutrients you provide, and building, maintaining, protecting. In return, your immune cells are patrolling T cells, B cells, natural killer cells, macrophages, neutrophils, eosinophils, basophils, dendritic cells, each type specialized, trained, ready, some in circulation, flowing through blood, some in lymph nodes, waiting, some in tissues, stationed, watching. And when infection comes, when damage occurs, they mobilize, coordinate, attack, some presenting antigens, some producing antibodies, some directly killing, some cleaning up debris, a cellular army, million strong, trillion strong, working together, communicating through cytokines, through cell-to-cell contact, through complex networks, protecting you from bacteria, viruses, fungi, parasites, cancer cells, anything foreign, anything dangerous, anything threatening. And diet modulates this. Vitamin C, vitamin D, zinc, selenium, omega-3s, polyphenols, probiotics, all influencing immune function, all affecting response, all determining whether you get sick or stay well, whether infection is minor or severe, whether recovery is quick or prolonged. Power in your hands, is on your plate, in your choices, 3 times a day, every day, for life. And your liver, that largest internal organ, weighing 3 pounds, tucked under ribs on the right, is filtering blood, detoxifying, metabolizing, synthesizing, storing, regulating 500 functions at least, probably more, so complex, so essential, so resilient. The liver can regenerate, can regrow from just 25% remaining, unique among organs, only shared with kidney to some extent. This regenerative capacity, this healing power, allows recovery from damage, from alcohol, from medications, from toxins, from disease. If the assault stops, if given time, if given nutrients, if supported. The liver needs protein, B vitamins, antioxidants, sulfur compounds from cruciferous vegetables, from alliums to support detoxification pathways. Phase 1, Phase 2, transforming fat-soluble toxins to water-soluble for excretion in urine or bile. And milk thistle, silymarin, supports hepatocytes, those liver cells, protects them, enhances regeneration, used for centuries in herbal medicine, now validated scientifically. But better than treating liver damage is preventing it, limiting alcohol, avoiding toxins, eating clean food, diverse food, colourful food, supporting this vital organ, this chemical factory, this metabolic hub, this guardian of your blood, your body, your health. Now feel yourself dissolving completely, boundaries fading. Where does your body end and the mattress begin? Where does your breath end and the air begin? Where does your consciousness end and sleep begin? These lines blur, these divisions dissolve, and there is just presence, awareness, being, fading, going, gone, almost hovering at the threshold, the liminal space between. And in this space, healing accelerates, integration happens, learning consolidates, memories form, connections strengthen. The day's experience is being processed, filed, stored, made part of you. While the body continues its work, its endless, tireless, faithful work of maintaining, repairing, protecting, loving you in the only way a body can, through function, through service, through silent, devoted, constant care. Grapes, red grapes, purple grapes, hanging in clusters, heavy on the vine, contain resveratrol in their skins, that compound activating sirtuins, those longevity genes found in all organisms from yeast to humans. When activated, sirtuins enhance DNA repair, improve mitochondrial function, promote autophagy, extend lifespan in experimental organisms. And resveratrol does this, mimic some effects of caloric restriction, of fasting without the hunger. This is the French paradox explained. High-fat diet, red wine, yet low heart disease. The polyphenols, the resveratrol, protecting despite, or perhaps balancing, the saturated fat. But you don't need wine, just grapes, dark grapes, with skins. And peanuts contain resveratrol too, and blueberries. Many foods, giving you the compound, the protection, the longevity enhancement, without alcohol, without intoxication, without risk, just food, just plants, just nature's pharmacy, open, available, affordable, waiting, stone fruits, peaches, plums, nectarines, apricots, with their single hard pit, their soft sweet flesh, their fuzzy or smooth skin, colours from pale yellow to deep purple. These contain chlorogenic acids, phenolic compounds, protecting against metabolic syndrome, against diabetes, modulating glucose absorption, improving insulin sensitivity, and dried, becoming prunes, concentrated nutrients, concentrated sugars, yes, but also concentrated fibre, concentrated sorbitol, gentle laxative, supporting bowel health, regularity, and beta-carotene in apricots, that orange pigment, converting to vitamin A for vision, for immune function, for skin health, for cell differentiation. One dried apricot, that wrinkled orange piece, contains good vitamin A and iron and fibre and sweetness and possibility and life. Cherries, dark red, almost black, contain anthocyanins, melatonin, anti-inflammatory compounds. Studies show they reduce muscle soreness after exercise, reduce gout flares, improve sleep quality, and tart cherry juice, concentrated, powerful, almost medicinal in taste, provides even more anthocyanins, more benefit, a shot before bed, supporting sleep, supporting recovery, supporting cellular repair throughout the night, throughout your rest, throughout this journey into darkness, into healing, into restoration that you're experiencing now, right now, as you drift, as you float, as you let go completely. And speaking of letting go, of release, your bladder is relaxed, your bowels are quiet, your sphincters are resting, all the holding, all the controlling released, given over for this time, this sacred time of sleep, when consciousness withdraws, when ego dissolves, when you become just biology, just process, just being, without name, without story, without identity, just a human organism repairing itself, healing itself, maintaining itself, as all living things do, as life has done for 4 billion years on this planet, on this world, spinning through space, orbiting a star in a galaxy of billions of stars, in a universe of billions of galaxies. And you here, you now, a brief moment of consciousness, of life, of complexity, of beauty, arising from matter, from chemistry, from physics, and experiencing, loving, learning, growing, before returning back to elements, back to atoms, back to stardust. But that return, that dissolution, is far, so far, and for now, for decades still, you exist, you live, you breathe, you repair, you regenerate, you continue. And the longer you care for yourself, the longer you nourish yourself, the longer you protect yourself, the longer this continues, this gift, this mystery, this improbable, impossible, beautiful existence. The body keeps healing, cell by cell, molecule by molecule, DNA strand by DNA strand, The repair enzymes gliding along, checking, correcting, protecting. The mitochondria producing ATP, the currency of life. The ribosomes reading mRNA, translating, synthesizing proteins. The lysosomes digesting, recycling. The peroxisomes breaking down fatty acids, detoxifying. Every organelle, every structure, every component doing its part, its job, its function, and all coordinated, all timed, all balanced by mechanisms beyond conscious understanding, beyond conscious control, just happening, just being, just life, living itself through you, as you, for you. And tomorrow, when light returns, when consciousness returns, when you wake, you will not remember all this, not the names, not the details, not the pathways, but something remains, something deeper, an understanding that your body is wise, that food matters, that choices accumulate, that you have power, agency, influence, that aging is not inevitable decay but modifiable process, influenced by lifestyle, by diet, by attitude, by care, that you are not helpless, not victim, not passive recipient of genetic fate, but active participant, co-creator, capable, empowered, responsible. And with responsibility comes possibility, comes hope, comes future, written not in stone but in choices, in meals, in bites, in moments, accumulating, directing, determining your path, your health, your longevity, your vitality, your quality of life, all within reach, all available, all possible. But for now, no thinking about tomorrow, no planning, no worrying, just this darkness, this rest, this repair, this healing, this sacred, essential, irreplaceable time of sleep, of restoration, of cellular maintenance, of neural consolidation, of growth hormone release, of immune enhancement, of detoxification, of autophagy, of mitophagy, of DNA repair, of telomere protection, of everything, all at once, all coordinated, all perfect, happening now, while you rest, while you trust, while you surrender completely to the body's wisdom, to nature's design, to the process honed over billions of years, over countless generations, over evolutionary time, deep, ancient, reliable, true. Golden light weaves through your DNA, through every cell, every tissue, every organ, warm, gentle, healing light, not visible, not physical, but real nonetheless. The light of life, of vitality, of health, of coherence, of organization, of negentropy, fighting entropy, fighting disorder, fighting chaos, with structure, with function, with repair, with renewal, with persistence, with life itself. And you are this light, are this process, are this improbable ordering of matter, this complexity, this consciousness, this beauty, arising, existing, continuing, through the night, through tomorrow, through the days, the months, the years ahead, protected by plants, by compounds, by molecules that evolved in sunlight, in soil, in water, and now protect you, heal you, extend you, give you more time, more life, more possibility, more becoming. And we keep drifting, keep floating, keep moving through the science of health, through the biology of longevity, through the cellular mechanisms of repair, through the endless, looping, gentle knowledge that heals as it informs, that calms as it teaches, that restores as it reveals. The body keeps healing, keeps working, keeps protecting you, loving you in its silent way, its devoted way, its ancient way. Golden light weaves your DNA, repairs the breaks, protects the telomeres, optimizes expression, creates health, creates vitality, creates the possibility of long life, well lived, fully experienced, deeply felt, and will keep drifting, floating together through health science, through the night, through the darkness, through the deep, regenerative, healing rest that takes you now completely, fully, finally into sleep, into dreams, into the unconscious repair that continue until morning, until light, until waking, when you return, renewed, restored, slightly, subtly, beautifully, healed. The body keeps healing, and we keep drifting, floating through health science, through the night, through life, together, always, endlessly, now.